star rising. The fans are raving. This one's going to be legendary. When you're the next big thing, everybody wants you. Even Kobe Bryant. Introducing the next big thing from McDonald's. It's big and tasty.
We love to see you smile.
Welcome once again to Philadelphia, the Liacouras Center, home of the Temple Owls. They play host to the Dayton Flyers in Atlantic 10 matchup. As we take a look at the standings, the top 5 teams get a first-round bye in the conference tournament. Also, the second round begins with a matchup of number 4 versus number 5, so this could be a tournament preview. Dave Strader along with Tim McCormick. We begin this busy Saturday of college basketball with 2 teams, Tim, that probably need to win their conference tournament in order to get into.
Exactly right. Historically, the 4th and 5th statistics we have put together. He had 7 Winston Cup championships, and only one other man, Richard Petty, the king, was in on that. You know, they called him the king, but it was kind of a co-monarchy, wasn't it?
It certainly was, but Dale Earnhardt would have inherited the throne in the 80s, in the early 70s, beginning with the modern era in 1971. That was Richard Petty's era, but in 1980, that's when Dale Earnhardt came onto the scene, and he dominated.
That bottom number stands up. Was that $41 million?
That's a little bit of cash.
And the thing was, part of his legacy is sort of how he opened the door for the other racers to earn a living. I mean, you know, he really brought it to a bigger time with the licensing, you know, where they're selling things at the track and just the general name awareness around the country.
He was certainly one of the most marketable names in not only motorsports, but in sports in general. You can't go down Autograph Alley or Souvenir Alley and not see a Dale Earnhardt t-shirt or hat. And like you said, that may have opened up the doors to other drivers to sell their merchandise and really put them on the map and put them on a par level with other professional athletes in America.
And you remember covering Dale at Daytona. It was really Daytona, right?
Yeah.
But it was always said he couldn't win. Well, the truth was he always won, actually. It's just that he didn't win the 500 until 1998. But he's the all-time leader in wins to the track. And in fact, on the next page, you see in the Twin 125 races, which is how cars get set up to be in the Daytona 500, absolutely dominated that thing.
Won it 10 years in a row between 1990 and 99.
And so each year we'd come back, and even though he'd never won the Daytona 500, he was probably still the favorite to win the Daytona 500.
You would never want to have somebody else in the driver's pool the morning of the Daytona 500. If you picked that ticket out that said Dale Earnhardt, you said, well, I've got a winner. Nobody ever counted Dale Earnhardt out at Daytona because, well, as legend has it, he could see the air. And when you can see the air at a racetrack where drafting is so critical, you were always the favorite to find victory lane.
Right after the death was confirmed, the emotion was really overwhelming from around the nation, around the world even, and we were able to speak to some of Dale's fans who came to this track 1 week after his death.
Well, I just liked his style. I liked his driving. I liked his aggressiveness. He was just awesome. He did it all. He's the best, I think. I don't think they'll ever replace him. We had mixed feelings on coming down here this weekend, and I guess we're coming down for Junior and the family, and that's why we're here. It won't be the same.
Yeah, Dale Earnhardt was the best. That's all I got to say. He was the best. There's nobody replaced him. They need to retire to during number 3 number. They'll never replace him.
He's rough on the edges, but he's sweet on the inside, like they all say. What can you say about him that nobody else has already said? I mean, he's the man, and that's the bottom line.
This is just the beginning of 12 hours of coverage live here. A bit later on, you'll be looking back at Dale Earnhardt's great races. We selected 4 of his best races. Some of them a bit controversial. That's coming later on ESPN Classic. And of course, we already mentioned the 1998 Daytona 500, his one and only win in that very race. All right, coming back here in our live 2 hours from the track, we're going to be talking about safety. The death of Dale Earnhardt wasn't necessary for anyone to know that this is a terribly dangerous sport, but it certainly has raised the issue to a greater height than ever before. As we go to break, again, from one of his fans, a poem dedicated to Dale Earnhardt.
Angels joined in the crowd to watch the big show. They're out for a driver to race in heaven with the rest. They all said, don't come back unless you've got the best. It was on the 3rd corner where an angel did see the one that they wanted mangled up in car 3. He was watching for others, so his team could get in. A racer's dream would come true. Mike Waltrip would win. The angels stood Biggie to start a new race. The others were waiting with impatience on their face. His new car was shiny, set up for lap 1. His father and Adam were 2 up for fun. The Dale gazed down from heaven just what you wanted. Your team never died. A tear and a smile shot out from his face as he started the car to start a new race. So up there in heaven on Sunday at 1, the angels are with him and the race just begun.
Look, Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Ellie's renting again. And Enterprise picked her up again. She said Enterprise picks her up free. Free? Free. Now that makes renting easy.
Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
Is your dandruff sending the wrong signal? Get Selsun Power. Doctors recommend Selsun Blue. So don't send the wrong signals. Get Selsun Power.
The Subaru Forester has won award after award after award. So what have we done for an encore? Made it even better. Introducing the totally restyled Subaru Forester with our best all-wheel driving system ever. And the awards? Still plenty of cargo space to hold them all.
Now you can get financing as low as 3.9% APR on all 2001 models.
Racing is one of those things that, you know, the race has got to go on, and Dale would I think would love the race to go on just because he's a racer and a very good competitor, and you know, obviously it's not going to bring Dale back. If we could say, if we could not race at Rockingham, and then maybe Dale could be here, maybe then we would say, okay, we're not going to race at Rockingham. But right now, there's nothing that's going to bring it back. You know, our main concern is trying to come up with safety devices that can help drivers.
Ernie Irvin, who knows a thing or two about serious accidents. You are watching the first 2 hours of 12 hours of ESPN Classics coverage dedicated to Dale Earnhardt. Thank you for watching the ESPN Classic. Mike Massaro is joined now by Ray Dunlap, and both these two gentlemen cover auto racing for Sports Center and for RPM tonight. You know, we're honoring Dale Earnhardt here, but there's still developing news about what led to his death. Can you kind of get us up to speed on the very latest? And it's controversial in that the story changed so markedly.
Well, it is a bit in a way, Kenny. Yesterday afternoon here at Rockingham, they had an announcement that there was a problem with Dale Earnhardt's safety belts. And this is new information, and there's still a lot to be learned about this. I wanted to try to give you a little idea of how the system works. This is a Simpson safety belt, and basically this system goes right across, right about here at this portion of your body, and there are two belts that come down across. I know it's hard to do when I don't have all the parts and pieces, but this left side belt somehow came loose, and we're not quite sure. There's still some new information coming from NASCAR here about exactly how that happened. But the important thing here to know is that Dale Earnhardt was loose in his seat, and that was part of what caused some of his injuries.
But the initial reports had nothing to do with that. It was strictly the brute force of coming into the wall, the neck, and the head had gone forward when the rest of the body had stayed firm. So do you think it was just miscommunication? I mean, it's a strange story.
Yeah, it really is, Kenny, and there's some miscommunication here and some new information. Now, I want to read some specific language here because this is a quote that came from Dr. Steve Bohannon, who is the emergency service director at Daytona International Speedway. Now, this statement came immediately Sunday evening after Dale Earnhardt had passed away, and Dr. Bohannon said this: "I know that a full-face helmet would not have made a difference whatsoever. He had no evidence of facial injuries. There was blood in his airway, and there was blood in his ears, and that we usually see as evidence of a basal skull fracture, but no other external evidence of trauma." So at that point, we all thought this must be simply a situation of a forward head movement, and that caused the injuries. Now, yesterday, Dr. Bohannon made this statement: "In regards to a full-face helmet, I think that it could have played a role in his injuries. If he would have had protection over his chin and the area of contact, the force would have been different to his body and would have had a different pattern in his injuries. Certainly, in this particular case, a full-face helmet would have been a benefit." So there's some different information here, Kenny, and I'll tell you, I've always advocated that every driver should wear a full-face helmet. Now, Jimmy Spencer, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and of course Dale Earnhardt Sr. are the only 3 drivers right now that wear open-face helmets in NASCAR Winston Cup competition. I've always thought that that extra protection had to be a benefit. But some people thought that a full-face helmet actually gives more weight and could bring more force to a forward movement of the head. So there's a lot of different and conflicting information here, but we've got a lot to learn yet about the injuries that took the life of Dale Earnhardt.
And so many fans that he had absolutely would want to know what ultimately, was really responsible. Now, even with the 12 hours of coverage here in ESPN Classic, I don't think we're ever going to solve that because there's such conflicting testimony there. But what we can talk about, I think, is other issues that NASCAR could have been considering whether or not Dale Earnhardt had perished last week, because these are things that have been thrown out there. For instance, the soft wall. We have some video of that, and also maybe describe what the impact is, how it dissipates that.
Well, there's many variations, Kenny, of the soft wall technology right now, ranging from the original soft wall, which are tire barriers, all the way to styrofoam blocks. And what you're seeing here is more of a high-tech version of a soft wall. Engineered to absorb energy. It has accordion material inside that actually absorbs the impact of a race car. Right now, the race car absorbs most of the energy because the walls are concrete, and concrete barriers, as you know, just do not give.
Does the NASCAR driver, I asked Jeff Burton this the other day, maybe we'll get a chance later, the same, I asked him, do you feel like you have the opportunity to raise safety issues, or is it one of those things, because you've heard other guys kind of joke about it where they say, they just say get out there and race, but Jeff said, contrarily, no, I've never been slapped down. I'm a strong advocate for it, and I feel like they are listening.
Yeah, they are absolutely listening. There's no question about that. And the drivers have every right to go in and say, look, I've got a better idea, a better way to do this, because it's their lives that are on the line, and it's their competition. They want to be as safe as possible. And folks, please don't get me wrong. Believe me, NASCAR is 100% dedicated to making these race cars absolutely as safe as they possibly can. But there are a lot of things that they still can do, and I think there's a lot of room for improvement. Basically in the seat area, Kenny, I think we're going to see a lot of things happen in the driver's seat and in the driver's compartment that's going to change. We've seen in kart and Formula One where they have a very different type of seat, one made out of carbon fiber, and it molds very tightly to the driver, and that helps keep him from moving around. I don't think we're very long from seeing that come into Winston Cup racing.
Well, RPM's John Kernan and Scott Pruitt put together a demonstration sort of the Hans device, which has been out there in the news so much lately. Let's take a look at that. Might explain it for those who aren't up to date on what that device can do.
Scott Pruitt joins us now, and he's been using the Hans device. And after hearing what those guys have said about it, Scott, how exactly does the Hans device work?
It's pretty simple, really. It's a carbon fiber collar. It's held in place by the shoulder belt, goes over the top, actually holds it down to your body pretty tight. And then behind, you see these straps that come off the back of the Hans device that actually attach to the helmet. So on a frontal impact, as the head goes forward, it only can go forward so far before the straps go tight, and it keeps the head from actually shooting forward and getting that whipping motion. Now, you got to remember, this is a lot different than the open cockpit cars. So when I first started working on it and developing it to get working in the Winston Cup car, it was real cumbersome getting out. So we added one more feature, which got that strap, quick release straps. You see how fast it actually comes off. So now you can get it off, get it out, and away from the race car.
Now, you mentioned it's very effective in the frontal impact. There's been a lot of clinical studies. We've got some tape, some video of a frontal impact, and here I want you to explain this.
This is a frontal impact without the Hans device. Really notice how far that helmet shoots forward, clear up to the steering wheel, actually bends the steering wheel up to the top. Shield flies open, a lot of stretch on the neck. This is with the Hans device. Really pay attention to the steering wheel location, the helmet, significant reduction in the amount of stretch on the neck. That's what we're talking about.
Well, it obviously offers more protection, but sometimes there are cases, and we don't know if Dale's was one of those cases, where nothing could offer the protection. I mean, there's nothing to make it fail safe. That's a truism.
Well, the preliminary reports anyway, Kenny, right now indicate that the Hans device may have not been the save-all right there. The full-faced helmet, what we learned earlier this week, may have been the element that may have had the most effect on saving Dale Earnhardt's life. Dr. Bohannon did indicate that Dale had made contact with the steering wheel with his chin, which led to the basilar skull fracture. So we don't know for sure whether or not the Hans device would have saved Dale's life, but it certainly is something that could have saved other drivers' lives and may in the future save drivers' lives.
And that's the important thing too, Kenny. But here's the thing that you got to keep in mind. NASCAR is not in the business of every day coming back and saying we're going to mandate new safety issues. Because if they said every driver has to wear the Hans device tomorrow, that may preclude someone from developing even a better device. So NASCAR is very cautious about making their moves and making decisions like that, and I think it's a good move. I don't think they have to mandate that. It's really up to the drivers and the teams to say, how can we make this car more safe for our driver, because he's the most important guy.
All right, Ray, see you just a little bit later in the show. We will continue live here from the track. 2 hours of live coverage dedicated to Dale Earnhardt's legacy. Right now, one of the fans again who remembered Dale.
He could do anything, go anywhere with that car, and if he had a car that would win, he would be there winning. And that's what this is all about. You know, they say he's aggressive and this and that, but what people forget is when he come into the sport, everybody in the field drove like that. That's what made this sport, not what we have today. But it was...
Body throws.
Two-thirds of your estate gone. Without proper planning, two-thirds of everything you've worked so hard to acquire could go to the government. Call Solomon Smith Barney at 1-800-EARNS-IT, extension 379, and see how a simple will isn't enough. Get your free special report, 10 strategies for preserving your wealth. You'll learn how to shelter up to $1 million by 2006. Why it may pay to retitle your assets. And whether you should own life insurance in your own name. See how to protect the people you care about most. Call 1-800-EARNS-IT, extension 379, for your special report today. See how we earn it. Solomon Smith Barney.
If it runs,
Onto the backstretch.
burns,
Big explosion.
spins, or turns,
This could be the championship.
we're the insiders.
He's out of fuel.
RPM Tonight, the most in-depth racing coverage anywhere. Nightly at 7 only on ESPN 2.
Play ball. I never did do anything much in school other than hurried and got home and seen what was going on with the race cars, and it was a unique childhood, and that's why I think the love of racing and my drive to race was so strong when I started is that's what I knew, that's what I grew up doing, and it's just it's like I knew how to do it before. When I sat down in a race car, it was just natural.
ESPN Classics coverage dedicated to Dale Earnhardt continues. 12 hours. If you're watching this with a friend who has it and you don't, call 1-800-CLASSIC. A very good friend of Dale Earnhardt was our own Dr. Jerry Punch. Spent so many years covering his races, and they became even better friends than a reporter-driver relationship. We asked Jerry to give some of his fondest memories of his friend and his late driver friend.
Words cannot possibly do justice the monumental loss the racing world, the sports world, and the American culture is now enduring. Dale Earnhardt was one of those rare individuals whose immense fame exceeded the bounds of his profession. He was Babe Ruth, Elvis Presley, all four Beatles. It is not overstated to say his following bordered on a religious scale. Hero, legend, icon, all expressions that fail in scope, fail to define a status for which a new word should be coined. But as we so painfully witnessed Sunday afternoon, Dale Earnhardt was in fact mortal. Mortal and human. Perhaps that is why he was loved so much. Underneath the nicknames that labeled his persona, the Man in Black, the Intimidator, there was a person in whom millions saw or wanted to see parts of themselves. He was fiercely intense and savagely competitive, but also funny and personable, decent and warm. All Dale Earnhardt ever wanted to be was a racer, and he was that to most, but so much more to a fortunate few. He was inseparable from his wife, Teresa. Where there was one, there was the other. He was a loving father to 2 sons and 2 daughters, Carrie, Kelly, Dale Jr., and 12-year-old Taylor Nicole. Dale Jr. represents the reinvention of Earnhardt himself, the father having nurtured the son to shared stardom. For him, the loss of his mentor is tragic, but devastating is the loss of his dad. Let us not underestimate, however, the loss that's being felt by those who live this sport every day. To them as well, he was family. He was a brother to some and a father figure to many. It was his respect that had to be earned. He was the one to impress and to make proud. He was a driver's driver and a man's man. He is truly a hero to heroes. May he now be where he always takes the checkered. Godspeed.
Beautiful words from our own Dr. Jerry Punch. And I thought what was most compelling toward the end, you saw the looks on the other drivers' faces. You know, like Jerry said, he was the one to impress, and you could see that just in the exchanges, right?
He was certainly the standard by which all other drivers were judged and had so much respect in the garage. I think you noticed that in 1998. I know you were at the Daytona 500 when you saw the crews of all the other teams meet Dale Earnhardt on pit road to congratulate him. That was the ultimate sign of respect,
and
I think.
That doesn't happen.
No, I've never seen it happen before or since.
I think when you would first approach him, you know, his reputation preceded him. So there he was, grumpy after qualifying, or an IROC race that went bad. You know, those were always wild. And you just didn't really know, but he sort of would open up a door once he let you in a certain place. You found out so much more about him.
But sometimes you gravitated to his nickname, the Intimidator, because you were intimidated to approach him in those cases and walk up into his hall or meet him in the lounge because you didn't know what to expect. A moving part of the memorial service on Thursday was when Dale Beaver, the motor racing outreach chaplain for the Winston Cup Series, told the story about when he first met Dale Earnhardt, didn't know what to expect. He was trying to get Dale to sign a permission slip for his young daughter to go on a retreat with MRO, and he was real intimidated to go into the back of the hall and talk with Dale because he was eating his lunch. So Dale's vision was Dale Earnhardt's eating a bear. He didn't want to go back there. Instead, Dale Earnhardt was eating an orange like a normal human being, and he met Dale Earnhardt more as a father than as a race car driver.
He loved playing that up, that he knew what people thought when they were walking up, and he liked, you know, I mean, he'd egg them along, and he didn't have to, but it was almost like a gag for him sometimes.
He had fun with some reporters, had fun with cameramen, and had fun with fans. A good story I heard on the radio the other day was that someone was trying to get his autograph so they could auction it off to subsidize their child's education. Dale reached into his wallet, pulled out 2 $100 bills, and said this should give him a pretty good start.
You remember his final win? Last October.
I was there.
Talladega. You're going to relive that real soon. We're going to experience that when ESPN Classics coverage dedicated to Dale Earnhardt's legacy continues here. We are live from Rockingham. Stay around.
A little bit of fame that I have in this city makes my job a lot easier.
I don't really care about that stuff.
New York's #1 cop.
Come on.
And his new partner.
That's supposed to be funny?
Yeah, come on.
Must stop 2 killers.
I've got to kill someone famous.
While America watches.
Well, what's the plan now?
Find these guys.
You get it. I get it.
But you don't look like you get it.
Trust me. I get it.
Robert De Niro, Edward Burns. 15 minutes. Rated R. Starts Friday, March 9th.
Car insurance bills getting too hot to handle? Geico. A 15-minute call could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Hello? No, I can't save you money on car insurance. You want Geico, not Gecko. Well, that's uncalled for.
Geico. A 15-minute call could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
I was always consumed with the X's and O's of football. Where people went, where they moved to. It was like a chess game to me. I could see 22 people in my mind when I closed my eyes. I could see exactly where they are, exactly where they're going. And I thrived on the strategies and tactics of the game.
Knowledge is the edge. At Invesco Funds, it's the approach we use to make money for investors. You should know what Invesco knows.
Guys, I gotta get going.
No, come on, man.
No,
stay.
Stay
where you are. Sit down.
Guys, I'm having dinner with the future in-laws across the street. All right, so unless a meteor hits that restaurant in the next 10 seconds, I gotta go.
Well, good luck.
Okay, my round, right? Yeah.
Got a reason to celebrate? Grab a Miller Lite. It's Miller time.
You guys want to get some wings or something?
The fans here at Rockingham trying to make some expression of their love for Dale Earnhardt. Here's signing the merchandising area where they're selling all the items dedicated to Dale Earnhardt. The Winston 500 Talladega, his last win last October. Here's the call from Jerry Punch, Benny Parsons, and Ned Jarrett.
And Gordon goes down on the apron of the racetrack to pass Matt Kenseth, or I should say to attempt to pass Matt Kenseth. He has not been able to pull it off yet.
Put a blade on that DuPont Chevrolet. He can mow the grass next time by. He stands right near the grass on the apron of the racetrack.
Nemechek trying to figure out how to get by the 21 car of Elliott Sadler. He goes down the middle with help from Mike Bliss. And that just might work. It looks like it's going to.
Cars running nose to tail back in 5th and 6th. John Andretti in the 43 car right behind him. A great run by Steve Grissom in that 44 car.
And that's good to see. That team has had a tough time this year, and Steve proving once again that he can drive a race car.
Yeah, as good as you feel for Steve Grissom, Ned, you also feel as well for the team because it has been a struggle. And Mark Martin is still out there. Let's see, where is Mark Martin running?
Hey, he's running in 8th position.
Well, there's no quitting Mark Martin. Not a single bone in his body says quit. He will fight until the checkered flag waves.
You know, I think when I said that he had just come out of the pits, I think that he might have followed under the same grandfather's rule that Jeff Gordon did, and that he was not penalized for pitting when the pits were closed because he came on down pit road and he got his service done.
Well, Rodney Wise have told him it was 10 to go, and now if you've got a gun, it's time to fire it.
And Rusty somehow stuck that Miller Lite Ford between Nemechek and the 55 car of Kenny Walsh, or maybe it was a 22 car. I don't know. I didn't think there was room, but Rusty went in there, and sure enough, the ocean party. Got his foot riding on the brake just in case, but he needs to brake quickly.
Less than 10 laps to go, and now 27 cars, 2.5 seconds apart. It's still anybody's race at Talladega.
Look at Mark Martin coming high, way high up off of turn 4. He's got a little bit of help from Dale Jarrett and Jeff Gordon back there. They had come 3 wide through 3 and 4.
Back in 3rd position. Look at that high side. There's Jeff Gordon up there.
It looks like Gordon is getting shuffled to the rear. And that's what Dale Jr. was talking about. On the straightaways, run up and hit me hard. Get this thing going. Let's go faster around this racetrack. Last time by, they ran a little over 188 miles per hour. That's quicker than we saw back in the Miller race, around 185. Much quicker.
As you look down from above on our Pennzoil cockpit cam, we told you the top of the show. They want the headlines tomorrow to read at Talladega. Grown men use slingshots to bring the fans to their feet. And that's what we're probably going to see here in the next 7 laps. Will Bobby Labonte bump him, or will he fake a bump and make a run to the inside?
He's sizing him up right now. Say, hey, when do I need to move? Can I make a move?
Remember, Mike Skinner back there in third spot has never won in 140 Winston Cup starts. 1997 Rookie of the Year, driving the Lowe's Chevrolet, finished second here at April. Said he learned a lot those final laps when he lost to Jeff Gordon. He learned enough possibly to win one next time. Well, guess what? It's next time for Mike Skinner. We'll see what plays out here in these final 6 laps.
Running back for about 15th spot. He was 4 wide going through 1 and 2 just a moment ago. Guess what? Look, he's still 4 wide. Nadu on the outside. Rich Bickle on the inside.
It'll be 5 to go. This time by one handful waved by Rodney Wise from the flag stand.
Is your dandruff sending the wrong signals? Get Selsun Power. Doctors recommend Selsun Blue. So don't send the wrong signals. Get Selsun Power.
There are no formulas for engineering a smooth-riding 5-link rear suspension. No instructions for designing a superior multi-alloy steel safety cage. Or the ideal 8-passenger interior. After all, you can't follow old directions when you're forging new ones. Introducing the full-size Toyota Sequoia. It's unlike anything you've experienced.
Introducing Chili's baby back ribs. To go.
I think it's going to be about a yard short. Bring it up 4th and 1.
Get in, get out, get on with your life.
For 50 years, Dick Schaap has dared to show us our heroes.
Can't possibly be beat.
Like we've never seen them before. Now, one of America's greatest storytellers has one more story to tell. His own. The long-awaited autobiography is now a documentary. Dick Schaap, flashing before my eyes. Tuesday night at 9 Eastern, 10 Pacific.
It's amazing the people he knows in all walks of life.
On ESPN Classic. Presented by Miller High Life.
We're back here at Rockingham, continuing our live coverage dedicated to Dale Earnhardt. Some of the drivers will be with us soon. They had to do something else, like qualify for tomorrow's race. But right now, we take you to the conclusion of Dale Earnhardt's last win.
5 laps away from the checkered flag and a 30-second run to the Winston 500.
Well, that front group there were protecting that inside. Every one of them. They've seen cars try to take a shot at him up on the high side. Did Earnhardt make contact with somebody there?
He was on the inside of Rich Bickle, and they're going to the grass. Always, Earnhardt, if you're going to pass him on the inside, it's going to be on the grass, Ned. He's down on the very bottom of the racetrack. And Mark Martinell was on the high side. He's getting shuffled way back.
Let's show you what happened a moment ago with Earnhardt there on the left side of your screen. Watch the 3 car.
That's Rich Bickle on his outside. They go down in the corner, and all 3 cars touch. Rusty Walsh and Bickle touch with Bickle's right side, Earnhardt's right side, and Bickle's left side touch.
Now less than 5 to go. Look at this pack of cars. Here comes Skinner on the outside. He faked the move to the inside. Will he have a drafting partner? He is now dead even, door to door with Bobby Lamonte.
He's got John Andretti up there and other cars that have fallen on that outside line there now. That inside has not been protected the way it was.
Close to last time we had this many different leaders. We saw our first-time winner. Whoa!
He is on the grass. He really was on the grass, folks. And he don't have mud tires. He was...
Wow. At 190 miles per hour, he was on the grass in the backstretch.
Earnhardt trying to come up through the middle.
And Skinner has taken the lead. Going in turn 3, it's Skinner with the lead.
I started to say the last time we had this many lead changes, we ended up with a first-time winner at Talladega. It was Bobby Hillin that day. Will it be Mike Skinner today? Here comes John Andretti. The Cheerio Pontiac flashing by.
Oh, no, there's on the inside, John. He's on the inside.
Now they're 4 wide for the lead. Well, for second it is now.
4
two-time winner this year. Now they are 5 wide with 3 laps to go at Talladega.
No, there ain't 3 laps to go, but there ain't no way they can run 3 laps like this.
Hold your breath, folks. Less than 3 laps to go. Who's going to win it? 47 lead changes, 21 different drivers. Mark Martin trying to plow his way through a minefield of race cars at 190 miles an hour. And here comes Earnhardt.
How did he get through all these cars? I don't understand how he did that.
The Intimidator is scraped and beat on the right side, but he will not be denied. Missed the restrictor plate. Knows there are 2 laps to go. Earnhardt climbs to the high side of Bobby Labonte. Wow. You see him motioning. He's motioning the 55 car of Kenny Wallace to give me a bump. Come on, Kenny, give me a jump.
And Earnhardt is going for the lead.
And listen to this crowd of 170,000 strong.
Richard Childress, both these cars running round 2 as he comes for the white flag. Earnhardt loose. There's Gene out on the inside, but he's getting back in. He's on the apron of the racetrack, Ned.
He saves the race car up almost against Bobby Labonte. Dale Earnhardt Sr. has come from 17th spot in 4 laps to lead it on the final lap.
But Kenny Wallace is in 2nd spot, followed by
his teammate,
Joe Nemechek.
Nemechek was the pole sitter, and Kenny Wallace has likewise never won a Winston Cup race. 3 Chevrolets on the final lap at Talladega. $2.7 million and $1 million bonus for Dale Earnhardt if he can hang on. The No Bull 5 contender, Mr. Restrictor Plate, Dale Earnhardt comes down and will take his 10th career victory at Talladega in the Winston 500.
A crash as they came across the start-finish line.
And cars slipping and sliding everywhere across the racetrack as the checkered flag waved. The 22 was involved. Ward Burton was involved. The 9 car was sliding.
The 44 of Steve Grissom was sliding.
A.C. Compton was involved. And there, that big fist out the window, Earnhardt pulls up and says, "Thank you, Kenny Wallace." Because Kenny was right on his bumper and gave him the shove. And the shove actually was right by Earnhardt's teammate, Mike Stitt.
Many more wins were expected after that one, but it turned out to be the last time Dale Earnhardt would do just that. We're just getting going, honoring him. Stay around. We're coming back to Rockingham right after this break.
32, 33, 34, 45, 46, 47, 50, 451, 452.
Cold symptoms keeping you awake?
What?
Get NyQuil. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head fever so you can get the sleep you need to feel better medicine.
Little body, foo, foo.
Someday I'm going to be a movie star. But right now, this is my only agent. So when my brother in Miami sends cash for rent, I just walk around the corner.
When loved ones need to send or receive cash, location really is everything.
I love L.A. The sun, the stars, and a Western Union agent location everywhere.
Only Western Union has over 90,000 agent locations worldwide.
This is the one place in town you can always count on for a happy ending.
Western Union, the fastest way to send money worldwide.
Tomorrow on ESPN Classic. Find out what it's like to let it ride. A small-time gambler.
Run, you son of a gun!
He's about to hit the big time.
God likes me! He really, really likes me!
And everyone wants a piece of the action.
Give me the money.
Academy Award winner Richard Dreyfuss stars in another real classic, Let It Ride. Tomorrow night at 9 Eastern, 10 Pacific. Only on ESPN Classic.
We We are back at Rockingham. There's another young man paying his respects to the late Dale Earnhardt, signing his name to wish him well. And finally, we have a driver wishing Dale Earnhardt well, and here to honor him is the good driver of the 99 car, Jeff Burton. Thanks for coming on over here.
No problem, Kenny. Glad to do it.
The reason why there was a bit of delay, you had to qualify. You were
had a little bit of work to do today. It's been a real strange day. You know, it's hard to get focused on getting back to racing, and it's been a long week, and it's been a real long day. It feels like it's 10 o'clock at night.
Was there any part of you, or maybe your wife, that didn't want to do it, that wanted, give me 10
Oh, I don't think anybody wants to be here. I think that if we could have just called the thing off and waited, that's probably what we would have done. I do believe, though, that getting back and getting going is the right thing to do. I think that for us we've got to keep going. The sport's got to go on. Dale would have wanted it, that way. He wouldn't have wanted a whole lot of, he probably would be embarrassed about how much attention's being paid to him. But I think we're doing the right thing by getting back going, as hard as it is, to get focused back on the racing and trying to get about our jobs. That's the best thing that we can do to help heal this team, heal this family, to do all those things, get back into normal activity.
Jeff, you have a wife and 2 young children. How have they reacted to this situation? Are they worried about you inside a race car?
Well, we're doing a great job of hiding it from my 5-year-old, or I thought we were. We're not, but we tried to hide it from her all we could, and we couldn't, so we ended up talking to her about it. And at 5, not a whole lot means anything to you. My son's so young, he doesn't know what's going on. My wife is she's very supportive of what it is that I do, and she's never asked me not to come and race or it's too dangerous. What she has said, though, is go help fix it. She knows the kind of person I am. She knows that I like to get into things and try to make things better. So the one thing she has said to me is don't not say something. Don't not go out and be aggressive about feeling if things need to be safer and better. Just go and try to make it better. Go do what it is that you do. And I haven't taken that lightly. When I've always tried to do that anyway, but when your wife encourages you to do that, and that's all that she asks of you, then it means that much more to you to go get it done.
Dr. Jerry Punch had a piece that we ran just a few minutes ago and talked about how Dale, he was like the elder statesman. Not calling him old,
I wouldn't call him old either.
But at the same time, you could see the looks on the faces of the drivers in these relationships, and it was definitely with deference. It was like you were coming up, he was the man.
We had a leader. Dale Earnhardt was our leader. As much as we didn't want to admit it, as much as the drivers didn't want to say, he was the greatest ever, as much as you didn't want to say that he was better than you, as much as you didn't want to say that he controlled the sport in a lot of ways, that was the fact. And we lost the people that young guys looked up to, older guys looked up to. Even when you were mad at him and you thought he had hit you and done something wrong, you kind of look back on it and you say, well, it was Dale Earnhardt, But when he comes up to you and he had big hands and he put his hands on you and grabbed you by your neck, you knew you were in his presence. And he just had a lot of influence on a lot of people, and it's a great loss, not just as a human being, but as an influence on the sport.
Jeff, can you stay around a few more minutes? We've got to take a short break. Back with the driver of the 99 car, who, by the way, qualified 5th for tomorrow's running here at Rockingham. Stay around. ESPN Classics 12-hour coverage dedicated to Dale Earnhardt continues real soon from Rockingham.
You're watching ESPN Classic.
There is a rhythm to life. We sleep at night and wake in the morning. But for some, sleep doesn't always come easy. If you're having trouble falling asleep or staying asleep, even occasionally, call this toll-free number now to see how Sleep Solutions from Searle is helping people just like you restore their natural sleep cycle and get back in a healthy balance. You'll learn about safe and effective steps you and your doctor can take to help you fall asleep fast, stay asleep the entire night, and wake up feeling rested and refreshed. Your kit even includes an easy-to-use sleep diary to help you and your doctor spot patterns in your sleeplessness. Call now for your free Sleep Solutions from Searle information kit. Then talk with your doctor. And don't let another sleepless night go by. Sleep Solutions from Searle. Call now.
Start your weekend with the hottest NASCAR action in history on ESPN Classic. Every Saturday at 10 a.m., get ready for Classic Pit Stop. NASCAR legends like Gordon, Petty, Earnhardt battle it out in 2 hours of full-throttle NASCAR action. Before the big weekend race, get ready with Classic Pit Stop. Every Saturday at 10 a.m., only on ESPN Classic. Get in the fast lane with ESPN Classic, home of the greatest NASCAR in history.
We are back at Rockingham where the 99 car, Jeff Burton, qualified 5th for tomorrow's race, and he's kind enough to come over here and join us. And in fact, I think the list would be long of all those who would like to keep on expressing good things about Dale Earnhardt. At the same time, though, and I don't mean this, you know, without tact, you have a job to do. You can't be dwelling on what happened to him. You honor him, but you still do your job.
It's hard to, you know, I can't imagine how little Earnhardt's doing it. And, you know, I respect him a great deal for coming and putting forth, you know, no matter how well he does or doesn't do, he's still going to try as hard as he can. And, you know, he's not my father, and it's hard for me. And so I don't know how he's doing it, and I respect him for trying and doing it.
But you have a brother on the racetrack, so that must make it a little bit personal. Would Ward expect you to go on?
I don't think there's any doubt about it. I think that if something were to happen to me or something were to happen to Ward, I'd want him to go on. I know he'd want me to go on. Don't know if I could or not. I hope I never have to find out. But you have to get back into things. You know, when you lose a friend or a family member, you have to get going again. You know, you have to get going again. It's just what you have to do, and that's what we're here doing.
There's something about what you do and who you guys are. I mean, you're like a real regular guy, great family guy. You do the outside things, but you guys are definitely a different breed. There's only 43 of you who do this.
Well, there's not many of us.
Persons on the planet.
There's a reason there's not many of us. Not because we're good, because it's not that we're very smart. But we respect each other. I think that the reason when you have a loss is that you respect Dale Earnhardt because 7-time champion, because all he's been able to do, but you also respect him because of what it is he's done to help you get to where you are. I respected Adam Petty because he was trying to get there. I mean, there's a common respect amongst the garage, and even though we can fight, you know, we can really get mad at each other and argue and race like heck on the racetrack, we still respect each other, and I think that's a big key.
I want to go back to the win by Michael Waltrip with Junior chasing him, and you've heard so many times where it's been said Dale basically stalled it back a bit, let those two run when he might have had the car to go out and get him. That was so unlike him.
I haven't watched the tape, and I've seen the wreck, obviously, but I haven't watched the whole last 10 laps. That would surprise me, to no end, because Dale Earnhardt was just so, I'm going to win. And you've seen little Earnhardt and he race against each other, cut anybody any slack. I'd be surprised if that's what went on. It may well have, but it would surprise me. He's a tough competitor.
And he never did cut anybody slack.
Never.
Do you have a memory of maybe when Dale Earnhardt pulled up on your rear bumper?
I got so mad at Dale last year at Talladega. We ran into each other at the airport on the way out, and I grabbed him, and I was using profanity, and and he
he grabbed me again.
Puts his arm up there, and he says, "What do you want me to do? Do you want me to help you to win, or do you want me to help me to win?" And I went, well, I guess he is here to help himself win, not me. And then so at New Hampshire later in the year, he was trying to get his lap back. I wouldn't let him get his lap back, and he came up to me the next week and he said, I really needed my lap back. And I said, do you want me to help you win, or do you? And he grinned, it was like, okay, I got that one back.
And he appreciated that when guys would play hard against him, right?
He did. Like I said, he just grinned, he grinned, and he said, okay, there's nothing, he thought I could see his wheels turning. There's nothing I can say about that. And that was pretty cool to me, because I actually stood my ground with Dale Earnhardt, and you just don't do that very often.
Jeff, thanks for sharing your memories about Dale Earnhardt. Continued success and safe racing to you.
Thanks a lot.
Stay around. We continue from Rockingham. 12 hours of coverage. First two live here from Rockingham. Marlo Klain. We've got an upgrade in looks coming up in the next segment. Stay around.
Losing your hair? It's a thing in my family. Suddenly I'm 30. I'm seeing hair here and hair there. I'm bumming. What did I expect? Thanks, Dad. So a year ago, I broke with tradition. Started using Rogaine.
Rogaine. It's the only one clinically proven to work directly on the scalp to help stop hair loss.
Look, nothing here, nothing here. It's all here. Rogaine broke the family curse.
Rogaine. Stronger than heredity.
To get around these parts, they say you need dogs. Good thing I got my Subaru Outback. With loads of cargo space, toasty seat warmers, and the added traction of full-time all-wheel drive, it's the perfect way to get around. Even when you're way out here. Now, as for the dogs, they're not much help if you ask me. Outback, the world's first sport utility wagon.
Now you can get financing as low as 3.9% APR on all 2001 models.
ESPN Classic Roadshow is live with Classic Kentucky. The tradition lives on with a full day of Louisville Cardinals and Kentucky Wildcats hoops. We're live in Lexington interviewing Kentucky hoops legends, plus the greatest games in Cardinals and Wildcats history. Louisville takes on Kentucky in the '83 NCAA tournament, and the Wildcats fight to recapture championship glory in '98. The Classic Kentucky Roadshow, tomorrow at noon Eastern and live at 3, only on ESPN Classic. Brought to you locally by Inside Communications.
Hi, everybody. I'm Bill Pito. For more on the life and career of the Intimidator, visit ESPN.com Classic special Dale Earnhardt site. Earnhardt tributes, remembrances, official career stats, and photo gallery, plus audio and video clips of the Man in Black. Visit ESPN.com Classic.
We're back from Rockingham. 2 hours of live coverage dedicated to the memory of Dale Earnhardt. Part of 12 hours here on ESPN Classic, looking at his unparalleled career. And joining us now is one of those who helps cover these car races. We just had the 99 driver Jeff Burton here. You were over there in the garage area. If you didn't know what had happened, would you be able to say that there was a terribly great amount of difference?
Well, I think so, just because so many people in that garage area who would not be wearing Dale Earnhardt caps are wearing Dale Earnhardt caps today. You know, Ray Evernham, he's walking around with a Dale Earnhardt cap, and you look at other guys from other crews. You know, a lot of it is that it is business as usual in the garage area, but on the other hand, you know, there's not as much, you know, poking and prodding probably going on in the garage area right now.
And, you know, as journalists in this sport, Marlo, we know that someday we'll have to cover stories like this, and both of us have covered stories like this prior, but somehow, to me anyways, this one seems so much different than other tragedies we've covered.
Well, I think because you guys have talked about it a lot, you don't want to say that Dale Earnhardt was old, but he has been around this sport for a very long time. I think everyone who was in the Daytona 500 had started racing after Dale Earnhardt had last week. And I think that these guys, you know, this is going to be the first time for a lot of these guys to jump in a car, and Dale Earnhardt won't be there in the black number 3. And I think that that's probably why this one hits home so much more. I mean, forget about the 7-time, you know, that he won the championship or the 76 wins. But I think he has been around for so long, and he has meant so much to so many people.
When you see, just for those the uninitiated, Marla covers the kart series primarily and some of the NASCAR. When you hear these drivers talk about the safety issues, can you give a comparison as to what it's like on the kart series versus, these seem more like independent contractors. Kart seems like a league. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, you know, when you hear these guys talk about the Hans device, that this is something that's really just coming into this series at this particular time, where for now, you know, at least for about a year, we've been talking about the Hans device in the kart series and the IRL. And I think that it's interesting that a lot of these drivers have kind of taken a step back and are not as, you know, anxious to put on a Hans device. And, you know, there is another device out there about Elliott Sadler, Kenny, for the bigger guys in this series, that there's another one out there, and I think that they're trying to figure out which one's best for them at this particular time.
Marla, thanks for your time. You'll be back later, and you've been bumped off the pole. Jeff Gordon is standing by. He's set to give his good memories about his old friend Dale Earnhardt. Stay around.
Imagine coming home every night to a symphony of jets, all playing their part to make you feel better than ever. Sound good? Then call now, and we'll send you a free brochure on the hot tub more people relax in than any other. Hot Spring Spas. Slip into 102 degrees of warm, pulsating water, and you'll instantly find yourself 180 degrees from the everyday world. Your work, your worries, all drift away. Hot Spring Spas give you what other hot tubs don't, like our exclusive no-fault 6000 heater, our easy-to-operate control system, just set it and forget it, and the 100% no-bypass filtration system that works round the clock to keep the water crystal clear. Hot Spring Spas, always hot, always clean, always ready when you are. And multi-layered insulation keeps electricity bills down. Easy to set up, easy to maintain, easy for Consumers Digest to award one of our models a best buy every time they've rated hot tubs. After another long day or another battle to stay fit, a Hot Spring Spa is the place to relieve your stress, revive your spirit, and reconnect with loved ones. Drift away to a symphony played by the world's most unique variety of jets. Feel our patented Moto Massage jet sweep up and down your back. The Quartet Jet System work your neck and shoulders. Our Footwell systems soothe your tired feet. With the world's #1 brand backed by a Fortune 500 company, you get unparalleled technology, superior quality, and the ongoing support of a professional dealer, so you'll never be left out in the cold. To enjoy an underwater symphony at home, call now or visit our website to get your free brochure and the dealer near you. Hot Spring Spas, built for a lifetime of relaxation.
I hear drivers talk about we're going too fast and we're doing this and we're doing that. Well, maybe we are. Maybe we're not. Who's to say? I mean, how do you put a gauge on it? How do you slow? Do you want to race or don't you? I want to race.
Remembering Dale Earnhardt in his own words, and right now we're really happy to have on the set Ray Dunlap is back with us. Also the pole winner, Jeff Gordon. Thanks for coming on over here. You knew I was meant to start with you. You get the pole 1 week after everything that's happened. I mean, it's almost like Michael Waltrip, in a sense, winning his 500 and then having to deal, and now different, but...
Yeah, you know, I mean, you know, you can say that you're going to go out there and it's going to be business as usual, but it hasn't been. You know, it's different walking in that garage today. You're just, you know, you're waiting for him to come up and pinch you on the neck or punch you, you know, just joking with you the way he did, and we're going to miss him, you know. But you know, one of the good things about my week was getting into that race car and getting my mind on driving, and we all know that Dale wanted us to go out there and put on the best race and drive as hard as we possibly could, and that's what we're trying to do this weekend. And I think I had a little extra help. I definitely, you know, dedicated this pole today to him, and that's why I'm wearing this 3 hat. And I respected the man so much, thought the world of him, learned a tremendous amount on and off the racetrack from him, and our hearts and prayers go out to his family.
You look great in the 3 hat, but could you actually see him in one of those rainbow jackets?
I don't think that would happen. You know, we laughed and joked about a lot of things. I wasn't his best friend. I mean, there were a lot of people that were closer to him, but we got to laugh and we got to race hard, and I'll never forget those moments.
Jeff, considering the emotions of this week, does this race maybe take on more meaning for yourself and maybe the other competitors in the garage? I mean, do you want to win this checkers or take the checkers here more so than you would have normally? I mean, I know you always want to win, but this has to have special meaning.
I think we're all driving with a little bit different intensity, and maybe Dale, you know, is kind of riding around with all of us and giving us a little extra spirit. But you know, it just, any time that you're out there on the racetrack, I just thought that was one thing that was set in stone, that I was going to be driving a race car out there with Dale Earnhardt forever, you know. And I still am having a tough time believing, you know, that it's true. I just expect him to walk up at any time. But my faith in God allows me to, you know, respect that and come to reality with it and understand that he's in a good place, smiling upon all of us.
Jeff, we've all spent a lot of time this week kind of reminiscing, telling great Dale Earnhardt stories, and I know a lot of drivers have said, man, he was the most aggressive driver that we've ever been against out there on the racetrack, and you've had a lot of instances where you got into a tangle with that 3 car. Is there one that comes to mind that's your greatest memory?
There were days, you know, when you were racing with him and you're just having a ball. then there were days you just couldn't be more frustrated at somebody, you know, than Dale. He always drove extremely hard. It didn't matter if he was a lap down, didn't matter if he was a mile ahead of the rest of the field. The guy just drove with incredible intensity. But my memory that I'm always going to remember is first year I was in IROC. I think it was the first year I was in IROC. We were practicing, and Ken Schrader, myself, and Dale were going down the back straightaway, and I got inside of Schrader. And, of course, Dale went inside of me and took us 3 wide, and we're running 3 wide all the way down the back straightaway. And I looked over at Schrader, and he's looking straight ahead, you know, just driving as hard as he could, knew that, you know, no one was going to outdrive him into the next corner. He wasn't going to lift. And then, you know, for whatever reason, I'm looking around in these cars. I look over at Dale, and he did that. You know, when he's driving, he'll look over at you, you know. And I mean, he did that. And that was one of the things I learned from him is if you're next to Dale, take a look at him, you know, because he's in there just having a good time. And I look over, and he's just got this grin on his face, you know. And I took that as he's having a good time, but he's also basically daring me, saying, someone's going to have to lift in this group, and it's not going to be me, you know, and it, of course, was me. I was the, you know, I was the one that had to lift. I knew those 2 guys were not going to lift going in that corner.
I think while you were talking there, we saw him bang around your partner, Terry Labonte, but, you know, he knocked them all around. Stay around.
Okay.
You're going to come back in the next segment, and please listen to Jeff Gordon, the pole sitter for tomorrow's race, his good memories of his late friend, Dale Earnhardt. That's right after this.
In tennis, the advantage of the two-handed backhand is obviously power because you're using both hands. But it also is deceiving because in a split second you can change the direction of the ball that you hit. Your opponent never knows if you're going to rifle it down the line or rip it cross court, and I like that.
Knowledge is the edge. At Invesco Funds, it's the approach we use to make money for investors. You should know what Invesco knows.
Anything you can have or do to be competitive more than the other guy and beat them is a part of your plan to beat them or your system to beat them. And if you can intimidate them and then they call you the intimidator, well, so be it.
It feels good seeing him speak in that manner, you know, the way he always controlled the room. Jeff Gordon, the pole sitter for tomorrow's race, staying with us. You mentioned it earlier, and it was the way you put it was perfect, you know, to qualify it. We weren't the best friends, like, not that you try to jump in and take the stage on that, but you definitely had a very good respect that grew. Like, remember way back when the thing at the Brickyard, you know, he wins after you. Well, finally a man won the race. and he loved dignity because you were this guy out of nowhere. You just rocket in, you were taking over, and it probably did bother him, but then he really grew to realize, hey, this guy's pretty good, and then the relationship developed.
Absolutely. You know, I know I had a lot of respect for him from day one, but it was neat to see, you know, how our relationship, you know, did grow in a sense, you know, of battling for a championship. I know how bad he won that inaugural Brickyard 400, and you know, came back the next year and he got it, and you know, when we were battling for a championship, you know, he had made a comment, I don't know what they're going to do at the banquet. They can't serve, you know, champagne. Yeah. They must have milk. You have to serve milk. So out of respect, you know, and he brought it on. You know, I said, well, we're going to do a milk toast to Dale, and it was really my way of honoring him of what it meant to me to race him for a championship and to be standing on that stage, and to see him stand up and toast me back was just awesome.
Cool. Sort of like the way after wins, I think at Daytona, where he came and banged your car afterwards.
Exactly.
You know, he was going to go to the museum anyway. So.
You know what? That win would not have meant as much to me if he hadn't come up and put that donut in my door. That meant so much to me. You know, that he was not a guy that praised you, okay? He wasn't a guy that came up to you, you know, and said, you know, man, you did a great job or whatever. He was a guy that he did it subtly in other ways. You know, you knew that he's congratulating you, but he didn't always go about it the normal way, and that was one of those ways.
Was that the 97 where you had the record? Was that a different year?
Yeah, that was the first year I won. Yeah, it was 97. I went inside of him coming off of turn 2, and the air pushed him right into the wall, and he was upside down. And
I don't mean to interrupt you. We have some tape of that. Can you kind of relive that moment as you guys are going?
Okay.
Because you definitely came down, and Dale looked like he was finished, but he fought his way to get back out on the race course. Remember?
Can't believe it, but he did get in there.
I mean, he was actually in the ambulance and argued his way back in the car, right?
Oh, I know it. I know it. I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, they didn't really show it, but he and I were battling pretty hard there, and we're battling for position because we wanted to both be in second place. And he was one position ahead of me, and I wanted to get ahead of him, and I never touched him, but the air pushed him in the wall. He bounced off the wall and got back into me, and somebody got in the back of him, turned him upside down. And, you know, he got out of the car and he said, you know, the thing's junk. And they flipped it over, I guess, or whatever they did. And he looked back at it and he said, I think I can drive this thing back over there. And he got back in it and drove it on the pit road and finished the race. Pretty amazing. I think it says a lot about him.
He was a very tough athlete. There's no question about that. That was his image. Physically anyway, but how about mentally? I mean, I know you have to be mentally strong and focused to perform at the highest level too. Can you elaborate a little bit on that? How Dale Earnhardt got in the zone?
Well, I think he was in great physical shape too, but I think his strongest attribute was his mental, you know, control and how focused he was. He talked about, you know, how he was the intimidator. He knew it because that was his personality, and he used everything he could when we battled for that championship in '95. You know, those little jabs or little things were a way to get an edge on your competitor, and you know, he was very, very good at that, but he was also extremely good at being very focused and very intense on the racetrack at all times.
Jeff, at some point we've got to talk about safety. There is an issue here that everyone's curious about what happened inside that race car, and I know you as a competitor have said and sat down with the crew chiefs and said, what can we do to make these cars safer?
I tell you, I feel like we have very safe race cars out there, but that doesn't mean we can't always make them safer. I think that it's a group effort. The drivers, the teams, NASCAR, you know, maybe even an outside source that is testing different things with a stock car that can make this a safer sport. We always want to be safer, and as the speeds increase, especially through the corners, you know, it's a lot harder to keep up with all that, you know, and we've got to a level where we've got to take that next step. And the thing that concerns me is, you know, about the seatbelt. I don't understand that. That's nothing I've ever heard of happening. There's something else going on there. I would like to see that seatbelt, and I know that NASCAR is doing a lot of testing and really compiling information to give us everything we need to make sure that that does not happen in the future.
Jeff, continued success to you. Congratulations on the pole.
Thank you.
Thanks for helping honor Dale Earnhardt. Stay around. Up next, we have a close friend of Dale Earnhardt, got into business with him. His legacy also is about what he left the other drivers, the money they could make. Stay around for that.
Stewart with time. Lets it go. He's got 3 people down there. The ball.
You're watching ESPN Classic.
Touchdown!
If you're like the average American household, you've got almost $8,000 in credit card debt. Did you know that at an 18% interest rate and making only minimum payments, it will take you 47 years to pay them off? At this rate, do you fear you will never get out of debt? Don't live in fear. Get help. Call Profina Debt Solutions, the nation's largest, most experienced nonprofit credit counseling service. Profina doesn't make loans. Instead, we work with over 50,000 creditors nationwide to lower your monthly payments. If you gather your bills and call one of Profina's credit counselors, within about 20 minutes over the phone, we can help you avoid bankruptcy and get the collection calls to stop. Don't live in fear. Take charge of your credit and take back control of your life. There is help, and it's as close as your phone. Get your bills together and call Profina Debt Solutions. It's not a loan. It's a way out of debt.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs.
I don't care how big you are. If he wanted to get to the quarterback, he would get there.
He was on my back so many times, people thought my number was 56.
He had tremendous power. Tremendous power.
The former NFL star was arrested earlier this morning and charged with possession of crack cocaine.
I was set up like a mother.
Lawrence Taylor, Sports Century, the top 50 and beyond. Monday at 8 Eastern and Pacific, only on ESPN Classic.
We are back. Live coverage here from Rockingham. 2 hours of coverage, all in tribute to the late, great Dale Earnhardt, leading to 10 more hours on ESPN Classic. And ESPN's extensive coverage and tribute to the life and career of Dale Earnhardt continues. A 1-hour Sports Center special tomorrow. That's at 11 a.m. Eastern. Brian Kenny, Betsy Ross handling that, and reports right here from Rockingham. Right now, man, very, very close to Dale Earnhardt, Don Hawk, former president of Dale Earnhardt, Inc. And I mentioned, and it's been mentioned several times, that part of his great legacy is how he expanded things for these guys to make a living, you know. And Dale was a king of that. You obviously had a great hand in that, too.
What we tried to do is, I was with Alan Kowicki, and he passed away in 1993 in an airplane crash, and I was doing his business. And 3 months later, Earnhardt came and asked me if I would be interested in helping him with his business. And Richard Childress set up the interview, and the rest is history. They say we decided to market Dale Earnhardt not as a race car driver, but as an athlete. You know, our models were the athletes that you all have on your show every day. And what we did is we took a rigid study of what did they do to move to the next level. And so we decided to market Dale Earnhardt as a race car driver. We began the whole philosophy of let's market him as an athlete.
And we've mentioned this. It's worth saying again that a poll had been taken that 90% of Americans knew his name, you know, recognized who this guy was. And of those, 90% liked him. And yet that whole thing about, oh, he's tough and you can't get near him, it was almost like that was a little bit of a show.
It was part of it. I mean, you saw it when we won the Daytona 500 in 1998. He wanted to about produce your show for you and tell you how to run it. And the good thing about you is you took charge right back and said, it's not about you, Dale, right now. Let me have my show for a minute. But that's the kind of guy that he was. You know, there was a swagger to his walk. There was a tone to his talk. And Gordon just touched on it a minute ago. And that was part of the M.O. You see, part of the M.O. was that we needed to create a persona out there on the racetrack that scared the life out of the competitors. And you know what? When they were going down the back straightaway at Daytona or Talladega and they looked in that rearview mirror, they got scared. When they saw black, it was scary. And that was marketable to a wide audience. I mean, it wasn't just like Dale Earnhardt did endorsements for automotive companies, was it? He had a very diverse portfolio. No, it was a great thing because, you know, when we'd go in and we'd talk to companies from Coca-Cola to General Motors to, you know, Anheuser-Busch to Rolex, you know, it was the thing you just shared, Kenny, was we tried to explain to them, you know, this guy is bigger than you can imagine, and they're trying to correlate, well, this guy's a race car driver. How big can this be? And the unfortunate thing for our sport at this moment is we've lost the greatest race car driver we've ever had, but I think it's going to move the bar of the sport again yet to the next level, and that's the way Earnhardt would like it, because what's going to happen now is you can see by these 62 satellites on top of trailers and the amount of action on the internet and the websites that people are responding, and at 90% number, they're saying, I want to raise my hand and be counted. I know who he was, and he meant a lot to me, and I believe this will help propel this sport yet to another level.
Don, what was your favorite personal memory? I know you guys spend hundreds of thousands of days together, but there has to be one thing that stands out of one of the greatest days at Earnhardt.
One of the neatest moments was in the air. We're in an airplane flying together. We were returning from a trip where he made a personal appearance, and Earnhardt said to me, he said, Huck, you got to understand, this is very early in our 7 years together. He said, you got to understand what makes me tick. I've got 5 championships. I need to catch Petty or I need to pass Petty. And he said, one of the things that you need to understand if you're going to help market this whole thing is you got to understand who I am. And he said, have you ever heard the song by Travis Tritt, I Want to Be Somebody? And I said, man, I may have, but I don't recognize it. He said, I'm going to tell you what. He said, here's what I'm going to do. He said, we're going to give Travis a call, and we're going to talk to Travis. So he gives Travis a call from the airplane. Travis Tritt lets the voicemail thing roll on his tape machine, and sure enough, he hears this guy say, hey, this is Earnhardt. Travis, you there? Travis says, yeah. They get on the phone. They start talking. He says, look, I just want you to know something.
when I grow up, I want to be just like you. I want to be somebody. And sure enough, what he did is we had a CD player in that airplane. He put it in. He boomed the speakers. The pilot turned around looking at us like we were crazy. And what he did was he explained to me, Hawk, I'm going to be somebody. Because Dale Earnhardt performed on the racetrack, I had the ability to sell him off the racetrack.
Thank you very much for sharing with us, your thoughts on Dale Earnhardt, and he continues to be as big as he wanted to be. Coming right back, another very good friend, Dave Marcus, will be around, the driver, to talk about Dale, and not just the driving part. We're going hunting and fishing.
Shouldn't everything be this simple? Thousands of new and pre-owned cars from AutoVital.com. Low, no haggle pricing and a pre-owned car guarantee. AutoVital.com.
There's a stretch of avenue through this city that is made of concrete, neon, and poetry, that is populated by ticket takers, ushers, actors, and by the strange, the lonely, and the beautiful. And there's one night a year when every note, every detail is celebrated. The 2001 Tony Awards. Save your applause. Bring your Visa card. The only card accepted at the 2001 Tony Awards.
Is your dandruff sending the wrong signals? Get Selsun Power. Doctors recommend Selsun Blue. So don't send the wrong signals. Get Selsun Power.
The 1998 500 win, did it not? Dave Marcus joins us right now as we continue our 2-hour coverage here from Rockingham. Thanks for being a part of the show.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
You knew him for so many years and in so many other ways than some of these other guys who've created relationships only around the garage area and once in a while, the extra things that they do as drivers. But can you share with us how deeply you knew him? What kind of friends were you guys?
Well, we were pretty close friends, and we hunted together and we fished together and just sort of sometimes hung out together, and we were close friends. And it's been a tough week for me, no doubt. But last week at Daytona, we were talking about turkey hunting, making plans for turkey hunting to go down with Mr. Jordan and go turkey hunting this spring in Alabama and before Talladega and stuff like that. And it's, I told some people that Dale was just a different type of a person. I mean, he didn't ask you. In a lot of cases, he told you. He would just come, and he was kind of demanding at times. But one good story I got, we'd go turkey hunting, and he would say, what time are you getting up in the morning? I'd say, well, like 5 o'clock. So then he'd get up at 4:45 just so he could tease you. You're not up, aren't you going to hunt today or what? He's just that type of an individual.
Would it do you good to see some of the hunting video? We have acquired some of that. You guys out there.
Oh, I'll be darned. Look at that.
Earnhardt looks like he's just going out with his bare hands. What was his expertise? Was he a bow guy or was it with a gun?
Well, he loved to bow hunt also and gun hunt too. But on this particular hunt that you have here, this was in Texas 2 years ago in the fall, and he hunted for 3 days with the bow, and I had shot the deer earlier in the week with the rifle. And finally, the third day, it was getting to him that I already had one and he didn't. So he took the rifle the third day and he got one that day.
Were the animals intimidated by him?
Well, I don't know. he got a bigger one than I did, I can tell you that. But he was always, when we went fishing, he always wanted to catch the first fish or the biggest fish. And the same with deer hunting. I mean, he wanted to get one that had a bigger rack. Sometimes I thought maybe he let me shoot mine first out there to make sure that he could shoot one bigger.
But, of course, Dave, the foundation for your friendship was what happened on the racetrack. You were competitors, and, of course, you diced it up with Dale several times. We're going to take a look at some video now of you inside the race car at Pocono. Not one of your brighter moments, but a wreck. And I think that's really salient to the issue today. Maybe you can explain what happened here in Pocono.
Well, basically what happened, they're going into that tunnel turn. Brett Bodine hit me in the left rear, and it turned my car sideways. And You know, and I've tried to correct the car, which we normally do, and I thought I was going to be able to, but then when you realize you can't, I'm telling you, that car hit that wall so hard.
Dave, what goes through your mind when you know you're going to hit the wall?
I mean, you see it coming. I guess everything kind of flashes in front of you, and your whole life sort of like, and you brace for it. I mean, I always do keep my shoulder harnesses tightened up during the race. You know, I tighten them several times on the straightaways and stuff like that. But I knew it was going to be a very hard impact, and you know, it's you just try and brace yourself for it. I mean, you think probably that's the end. I mean, it all happened so fast, and I can remember the impact. The car going up in the air, and it knocked the wind out of me, and then when the car spun around, then I kind of was knocked a little bit right then, but then came to right away, and of course right away you can't breathe. You know, it knocks all the air out of your lungs and stuff, and you can't get your breath, so you're gasping for air and trying to get your breath back, and sometimes you wonder if you're even going to get that accomplished. It just seems like you're going to choke right there.
All that said, was there anything to do but come back and race this week? Because if whatever break they took, it was either you stop racing or you race at some point, so why not next week?
Well, I mean, yes, that's true. I don't think Dale would want us to stop racing. I think that he would want us to continue on, just like we're going to do this weekend. I'm sure of that. And in my case there, I was right back racing the next weekend. In fact, I went to the hospital in Pocono that day, got back with the guys, picked me up, and I helped them drive the the van on the way home that evening. So, I mean, we have to keep moving forward. I mean, that's just a part of life, whether it be motorcycle racing, car racing, mountain climbing, even hunting. I mean, there's hunting accidents too. So I mean, it's just how things are. It's sad sometimes, but that is how it is.
Thank you for coming on here and helping remember your old friend. It continues here from Rockingham, 2 hours of live coverage as part of 12 hours on ESPN Classic. The other Burton, Ward Burton's on deck. We'll be talking about Dale real soon.
In pro football, if you get to the championship game, you got to be pretty good. If you get there and win, you got to be really good. Now, if you get there 4 times and win all 4 times, well, you got to be Joe Montana.
When you're an original, you do it your own way. Original Coors.
Expect more from an original. Original Coors.
Let me call you sweetheart. I'm in love with you. Let me call you sweetheart. I'm in love with you. Got to admit, it's getting better.
Philips CD recorder system. Burn it, play it.
We are back at Rockingham, qualifying today for Sunday's race. Everyone here to pay tribute to Dale Earnhardt and to get back to racing so soon after his passing. ESPN Classic presenting LT. Just 2 initials is enough to make you watch. That's Monday, 8 Eastern, 5 out west. Always dial 1-800-CLASSIC to get more of it. And with us, the brother. We had Jeff Burton earlier. He qualified 5th. Ward Burton 11th. So you know you're chasing him from the start, too. I appreciate you coming out here, though, to talk about the main subject, which is Dale Earnhardt. Can you remember the very first time you came upon him, you know, what the circumstances were Were you like a timid guy, like, should I go up to him? You know, how did it go out?
First time I met Dale, and he actually came and spoke to me, you know, rather than me going to speak to him, I was trying to make a bush race at Hickory. And we had borrowed a car, and I took all my late model crew that we had run South Boston with for years, and brought the car around start-finish line for 2 laps in a row sideways, and didn't make the race. And as we were leaving, you know, I had my wife with me and all of my comrades, and Dale come up and grabbed me by the shirt and said, what was your car doing? What was the problem out there? And I told him, and he said, you just keep on believing in yourself. You can drive a race car. You just proved that to me. And man, what an impact that made on a young guy like me trying to get going in the sport. It made a huge impact. I never forgot it.
That keep you around for 20 years of racing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he was their mentor. He was their leader on and off the track. It's definitely going to be different for a long, long time. There's going to be people amongst us that rise to the occasion to take the leadership role, but for myself and my generation, there'll never be another leader for me as long as I'm racing out here.
This is struck pretty deep. The pain will continue for a long time to come. Of course, you're a family man, a wife, and 2 children. How have they reacted to this? Have they expressed some concern about your career inside the race car?
Yeah, pretty rough. We had a discussion was the minute my plane landed in Roxborough, North Carolina, coming from Daytona. We heard the news. My wife was driving one car, I was driving my truck, and we pulled over, and you know, all of us were in tears right then. And it's awful difficult to be able to explain that to an 8-year-old and a 14-year-old. I got an 8-year-old boy and a 14-year-old daughter, and my wife, you know, because obviously they're upset about Dale, and because he was one of us, you know, comrades, and you know, they know it could have been me, and there are no words out there that I can make them feel better and comfort them. All I can do is just carry on conversations, and when they have a need, it wasn't just 10 minutes ago my wife was asking me some more questions about the Hans and some different things that she wanted to know about, and where maybe I might have kind of blown it off. Now I'm sitting down with her and I'm listening to her and talking to her about it.
Referring to the Hans device, the support for the neck and the head, is that something you are strongly considering, or?
Well, I'm going to try it out Tuesday in Atlanta when I'm testing. I don't know if it's the answer. I don't know if it would have made any difference Sunday, but obviously it's one of the devices that, you know, we have at our disposal to try.
When you come right down to it, though, because you can ask the question 100 ways, if you're not a car driver and you're not a jet pilot and you're not a fireman, you know, these terribly dangerous jobs, you just don't get it, and you never will. I'm speaking, you know, for myself, who doesn't do a dangerous job. So the only way I assume you can explain it is that that's what I love, and I accept the dangerousness of it all.
Well, you know, no matter what we do, if a Hans would have made a difference Sunday, if Simpson Race Products and find something here better, and I'm a big believer in Simpson, obviously we'll try it, but you're never going to be able to take away there is an element of danger in what we do. We're going fast. We're around a lot of people. Things can happen that are outside of our control. When I had a little tap Sunday from behind, it caused a 15 to 18 car pileup. It was out of my control. And there's nothing that NASCAR or anybody else can do to take somewhat of the danger out of the sport, or any other sport when you got guys kind of putting things on the edge, you know.
We appreciate you coming out, honoring Dale, and those words he gave you so long ago, I think you'll carry them always, and I hope it breeds more success for you.
Well, I mean, it's definitely different at track, and it's a completely different atmosphere, but everybody's rising to the occasion to support Dale and his family, and I think you're going to see some really great things. We've already seen so many great things, just like what y'all are doing here to honor Dale. I think he'd be awful proud and maybe somewhat amazed of how many people that he made a difference in their lives.
I think he'd tell us to have knocked it off after a certain point. For the record, he wanted to wear a 3 cap. We just couldn't find one out here on the set. Thanks again for coming on.
Okay, thanks.
The champion from last season, the Winston Cup champion for the season, Bobby Labonte, is going to be with us next. Stay around as we continue to tribute Dale Earnhardt.
The Subaru Forester has won award after award after award. So what have we done for an encore? Made it even better. Introducing the totally restyled Subaru Forester with our best all-wheel driving system ever. And the awards? Still plenty of cargo space to hold them all.
Now you can get financing as low as 3.9% APR on all 2001 models.
This is hip. Pretty baby. This is hip, baby. It's so hip, pretty baby. This is hip, pretty baby. All messed around and fell in love.
Jack Daniel's Grill, only on Fridays. If it runs,
Onto the backstretch.
burns,
Wow, big explosion.
spins, or turns, we're the insiders.
He's out of fuel.
RPM tonight, the most in-depth racing coverage anywhere. Nightly at 7 only on ESPN2.
For more on the life and career of the Intimidator, visit ESPN.com Classics special Dale Earnhardt site. Earnhardt tributes, remembrances, official career stats, and photo gallery, plus audio and video clips of the Man in Black. Visit ESPN.com Classic.
Don't see anything. Didn't see what.
We are back with ESPN Classics. Unprecedented 12 hours of coverage, but for a guy who deserves it, call 1-800-CLASSIC if you want more of this kind of stuff. We're here at Rockingham now with the champion from last season, Bobby Labonte. A late congratulations on that, and condolences on losing your friend. Everyone has said it's really the same thing, very difficult, but yet, what are you going to do? You either quit or you carry on.
Well, a little bit of both this week, you know. I mean, you wanted to quit, but you wanted to carry on, I guess. But, you know, when you got back down here today, I guess, you know, sitting in a race car is like, you know, some people have their comfort level, and, you know, as bad as it may sound sometimes, I mean, you know, getting in a race car is my comfort level. At, you know, when it's usually 90% of the time, that's where I have, you know, what I can do by yourself, and you're just, you know, you're your own, in your own world, I guess you might say, and nobody's talking to you as much, nobody's listening to you, so you just kind of do it. But, you know, it is hard, and, you know, all week long I've been kind of lost, you know.
A civilian's daydream while we drive. Do you, I know you're in communication with your chief and all, but do you, and today were you thinking about Dale as you took your lap?
Well, I mean, you know, I guess it's always on your mind, and, you know, the stuff that, you know, you just, I mean, yes, but, you know, you still have to concentrate on what you're doing, of course, but, you know, at the same time, when we're out of the car, you're thinking about it, you know, we're talking about it, and we talked about it with Gary Nelson and a lot of other people, too, prior to qualifying, and it's definitely weighing on everybody's minds, and, you know, at the same time, we got to keep doing it, but you don't really want to lose grip of that either, because you want to think about it.
Well, Bobby, you, of course, come from a racing family, and I think a lot of people out there are wondering, how can Dale Jr. possibly get in a race car right now, or how did Kyle Petty get in a race car after Adam's life was taken at New Hampshire last year? Can you explain the racing family mentality?
Mm-hmm. Well, I might can explain the mentality. I don't know how those guys do it, or are doing it and did it, because I definitely didn't experience what they have experienced. But so I can't speak for that, because I have no idea. I know how tough it is for me, but I have no idea how tough it is for those guys. But you know.
And, of course, you've got a brother on the racetrack, so I'm sure that strikes home a little bit deeper, too.
It really does. I mean, we're just stupid. We just keep doing what we're doing, you know? I mean, who knows? I mean, it's our livelihood, I guess, and that's what we want to keep doing. And, you know, my wife said this week, she said, you know, I didn't want to ask her what she thought as much as, you know, I was afraid of the answer. And, you know, at the same time, you know, she said, well, I ain't going to tell you not to quit. I mean, I'm not going to tell you to quit, because I want you to do what you love, and you love racing. You work hard at making it better for you, which in turn makes it better for them. I said, well, that's a good point.
Here's one way for you individually to remember Dale Earnhardt. It was Atlanta, it was last season, and it was close. Bob Jenkins takes care of the rest of them.
Here's Labonte. He's got to run. This is his last chance. This is his last gasp effort.
They're coming down for the white flag. One more lap to go. Labonte has the good run here in the quad oval. He took a look to the inside. Couldn't make the move. He'll head for the top side of the racetrack in turns 1 and 2, but Dale Earnhardt maintains the lead down the backstretch for the final time. Labonte right on the rear spoiler.
And Earnhardt goes in high. That's going to leave some room for Labonte on the bottom.
Here comes Bobby Labonte making a charge. They come toward the line. Who will it be? It is going to be...
I don't know.
I don't either.
But looked like Earnhardt just by a little bit.
That was one of the closest finishes in the history of NASCAR.
And Chocolate Myers has said, who won? Who won?
And Earnhardt's crew celebrates, so apparently he's won. It did look as if he had just a fraction of an inch advantage at the line.
Who did win that race?
I don't know. Looking at it now, I thought maybe I won. But I will have to say that I'm glad it turned out like it did.
I'll tell you what, Bobby, when we look at those kind of memories, those are the things that really, I guess, get my heart started back and say that's why we can get back out on the track here today. But I guess a lot of fans would kind of wonder, when a tragedy like this happens, does it change your perspective about what you want to accomplish in your future?
Well, you know, it makes you think that as much as you might say something differently, but right now, I mean, it's obvious that, you know, talking to my guys at the shop and everybody Joe Gibbs Racing, I mean, wins and championships, you know, might not mean that much anymore. I mean, at this point in time, of course, I mean, you're grieving more than any other time down the road, but, you know, it's just not, you know, when you take, you know, somebody that you admired and that will never be replaced, and you put them in, you know, you put them in a situation of a tragedy and not natural causes or something like that, then, you know, the rest of it's really immaterial.
Bobby, thanks for staying here, coming all the way out here to help honor your late friend. Qualified third for the Sunday race. Good luck in that.
All right,
Good
thanks
luck
for
always.
that, guys. Thanks.
We will come back with Ned Jarrett. He'll be remembering Dale Earnhardt and the good battle his son had with him. Stay around. ESPN Classics coverage continues right after this.
I just liked him since I was little. And when I was like just starting watching racing, like my dad was outside Sunday and I'd just turn it on. And one day he told me to look for a black car, Chevy, and I said, I found one. And he said, which one? I said, Dale Earnhardt. And I've liked him ever since.
On the right, looking toward the end zone, throwing under pressure, throws his pass. Caught by Clark. Clark got him, touchdown. Clark.
This is ESPN Classic.
You know, most men get pretty shook up about losing their hair. But today, many of them are learning about Bosley Medical. They use your own living hair to fill in the thin spots. Just look at that. It really works. You can treat it like real hair because it is real hair. Your own naturally growing hair. So you don't have to worry about it.
Bosley Medical is the world's most experienced hair restoration practice. For over 25 years, they have performed more than 130,000 procedures using the innovative micrografting techniques pioneered by founder Dr. L. Lee Bosley.
Each surgeon at Bosley Medical is board certified and individually trained by me.
So if you want to have your own naturally growing hair back, call this number for more information. We'll send you this free video and in-depth guidebook that gives you the real facts about hair restoration. There's no cost and absolutely no obligation. So do it for yourself. Call now and get the real results you've been looking for.
It's your real hair.
You can't do better than real.
ESPN Classic remembers baseball great Eddie Matthews. Monday, part of ESPN Classic's Monday Night Baseball. A tribute to the Hall of Fame slugger with classic moments from his record-breaking career. Starting at 9, Matthews leads the Milwaukee Braves to victory in the '57 World Series. At 10, a classic home run derby between Matthews and the great Hank Aaron. Then at 10:30, a look back at his incredible '59 season with the Braves. Remembering Eddie Matthews. Monday, starting at 9 Eastern, 10 Pacific. Only on ESPN Classic.
are back at Rockingham. Everyone out to honor the late, great Dale Earnhardt. Ned Jarrett now joins in. He needs no other further introduction.
Hello,
Thank you so much for being a part of this.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Ned.
There are going to be, I don't know the exact count on the attendance there, but I think a good percentage going to be wearing something for him, going to be honoring him in some way, and that's about the only way everybody was going to come together to try to race so quickly, right?
Yes, I think so, and I think that the fact that they've come together so quickly is good for the people. I think it's good for their family, first of all, and I think it's good for the people who do it week in and week out, the other drivers, the crew members, and their families. I think that this is one of the best things that could happen, is to come together, because their friends and relatives and their family is here. That's where they are. That's where they see them and meet them at the racetrack. And so I think it's good they can come back together.
I'm sorry. I'd put it. I think to our last couple of guests that it's either you quit and don't do it again, or you get back and do it again. And taking 1 week, 2 weeks, what's the right time? So you might as well just go.
Yeah, I think the quicker they could do it, and the schedule, of course, permitted that. And I think that is the best thing to do, is get right back at it.
And of course, this is a family sport. You come from a racing family. Your son races, a former Winston Cup champion. Now your grandson's racing. Can you shed some light on why Dale Jr. is getting back in the race car this weekend?
Well, first of all, Mike, I'll say that I think it's the best thing that he could do, is get back in the race car very quickly. And he knows that his dad would want him to. That's what he does for a living, is drive race cars. And the system is so that, if you're going to continue, you need to be there at every event. And that's exactly what his dad would want him to do. And I'm sure that that's a great deal of the motivation that he has in being here this weekend.
So it would only seem, for the lack of a better expression, disrespectful to Dale Earnhardt's memory not to get back in the race car and race.
I think definitely would be disrespectful to his legacy and to him as a person, not a race.
Wasn't it fun to watch Dale Sr.? He didn't like the senior thing, but watch him and his son Junior. I think Dale started to mellow in the last few years with the ascension of his son a little bit, didn't he?
I agree totally. I think that we have seen a different side of Dale Earnhardt since Dale Jr. came into this part of the sport. Now, certainly he was very proud when he was winning championships and winning races in the Busch Series, but when he came here and won, we all like to see our children do good things. And he and Dale Jr. had become very close over recent years. And I think that him winning, Dale Jr., meant more to Dale than when he was winning himself. I know it was that way with me. When Dale Jarrett wins, that means a lot more than anything that I ever did in the sport myself.
You did okay in setting up the next thing we wanted to show. You were there. In fact, you were on the call with Ken Squire. You remember the year?
Oh, it was 1993.
And it was the Daytona 500. Let's take a listen to that.
A couple to go. Again, Earnhardt looking unstable coming up the corner. You could see the tail switch, and he just gathers it up like the master he is.
Jarrett wants to push him hard into this turn. He wants to push him hard in there. If his car's getting loose, he wants to loosen it up even more.
The closer he can get the bumper to the back of Dale Earnhardt's car, the looser Dale will get. There he comes. It looks like he's driving up under him. Earnhardt's car got loose and slid up the racetrack.
Dale Jarrett seeking in. They touch.
Oh, my goodness.
They come back to the line. White flag. White flag and 1 lap to go. Earnhardt coming back on the outside. Bodine gets into it. Strickland gets into it. This is the finish.
Did we say 5 cars had a shot at it? Get ready, because it's coming to the wire. There's Jarrett in front.
Jarrett pulling back in front. Bodine comes down to the inside. Jeff Bodine, the 86 champion, trying to find some room.
Come on, Dale. Go, baby, go. All right. Come on. I know he's got to the floorboard. He can't do any more. Come on. Take her to the inside. Don't let him get on the inside of you coming around this turn. Here he comes, Earnhardt. It's the Dale and Dale show. It's become off of turn 4. You know who I'm pulling for. It's Dale Jarrett. Bring her to the inside, Dale. Don't let him get down there. He's going to make it. Dale Jarrett's going to win the Daytona 500. All right. Oh, look at Martha. Oh, dear. Oh, can you believe it? Way to go. Oh, man. Did I teach him to drive that race car? Oh, man.
Well, it wasn't just winning that race, which is consequential, but it was beating Dale Earnhardt.
Absolutely. That's what it made it so special, was beating the master at that racetrack. Even though Dale Earnhardt had not won the Daytona 500, but he was always a factor there. He was always the man to beat.
Right, and not in a vengeful way to beat him, but in a respectful way to beat him. You're right?
Yes, pass him on the last lap. I mean, you couldn't have written a script as far as we were concerned. And, you know, I got very concerned about that, the way that I called that last lap, although I was encouraged to by the producer. He came on my headset and said, okay, Ned, said, call your son home and be a daddy. Well, that's when I went from being supposedly a professional announcer to being a dad. But as we got into the next week, I felt very bad about that. And the more I thought about it, the worse I felt about it, because I had thrown Dale Earnhardt in the river and his fans. That was not the way that it should have been done. So we came right here to Rockingham the next week, and I went to find Earnhardt, and I said, Dale, I need to talk to you. And he was congratulating, that's the first time I'd seen him, he was congratulating on me for Dale Jarrett winning the race. And I said, I threw you in the river. He said, what do you mean? I said, well, me pulling for him on national television on that last lap. And I said, that's not the way that it should have been. I threw you in the river. And he just stopped and looked me straight in the eye and pointed at me. He said, don't you ever forget that I'm a daddy too.
Perfect. Thanks.
And he fixed me where I didn't feel nearly as bad after that.
He still is a daddy. He's
Yes.
just not here anymore.
Yes.
Thanks for that memory and all the others you provided us and the ones you'll continue to do so. Stay around. We're going to continue with this special tribute on ESPN Classic to Dale Earnhardt. We're coming back soon from Rockingham.
I was always consumed with the X's and O's of football. Where people went, where they moved to. It was like a chess game to me. I could see 22 people in my mind when I closed my eyes. I could see exactly where they are, exactly where they're going. And I thrived on the strategies and tactics of the game.
Knowledge is the edge. At Invesco Funds, it's the approach we use to make money for investors. You should know what Invesco knows.
You're getting sleepy. Very sleepy. No.
Cold symptoms keeping you awake? Get NyQuil, the nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head fever, so you can get the sleep you need to feel better medicine.
Look, Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Ellie's renting again. And Enterprise picked her up again. She said Enterprise picks her up free. Free? Free. Now that makes renting easy.
Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up. It's here. Inside is unlimited strength and power. This is Bowflex, an entire gym in one easy-to-use machine. So powerful, it delivers over 60 health club quality exercises with up to 410 pounds of resistance, all in the convenience of your own home. For a free video and brochure, call or go online at bowflexdirect.com. Bowflex. Who said change wasn't easy?
Start your weekend with the hottest NASCAR action in history on ESPN Classic. Every Saturday at 10 a.m., get ready for Classic Pit Stop. NASCAR legends like Gordon, Petty, Earnhardt battle it out in 2 hours of full-throttle NASCAR action. Before the big weekend race, get ready with Classic Pit Stop. Every Saturday at 10 a.m., only on ESPN Classic. Get in the fast lane with ESPN Classic, home of the greatest NASCAR in history.
We are back at Rockingham, where Jeff Gordon has captured the pole for Sunday's event, the first event since the passing of the great Dale Earnhardt. We're just about to wrap up our live 2 hours, but 10 more come still on ESPN Classic. I want to remind you, flashing before my eyes, an ESPN Classic production, the good storyteller Dick Schaap and his 50-year journey in and out of the sports world. By the way, Dick's son Jeremy is also in television. And right now, at this point in the show, getting toward the end of it, bringing in all our reporters here who've been involved in covering auto racing, Ray Dunlap, Marlo Klein, Mike Massaro, just to kind of finish our segment here. What hits you about this week and about this day? I'll start that the last guest, when you hear Ned talk about the bond of being a father, watching his son, because we all as laymen, I know you've all been around the actual racing, but not racers. There's a big difference.
There is.
And he was able to apologize to Dale that he shouldn't have sided with his son on national TV, and Dale's like, you're a father, you know?
There's an unspoken communication, and there's no doubt about it. And I think people who come from racing families like Ned, Bobby Labonte, the Burton brothers guys, I think they have a better handle on what's going on here this weekend.
I think one thing that has struck me is that everyone's kind of reevaluating their family situation. When I just talked to Bobby Labonte when he came off the set, he said, you know what, I stayed home a little bit longer last night before I came down to the racetrack, and I wanted to spend a little extra time with my family. He came here with his wife this weekend and said, you know what, I just want to spend a little extra time with my wife this weekend alone and just kind of grieve and get over this.
Guys, a year ago I was at Richmond, and it was a no bull 5 race, and both Dale Earnhardt and Dale Earnhardt Jr. were both eligible to win $1 million that day. And I went up at the pre-race and I started talking to Junior, and all of a sudden I felt this terrible cramp in my side, like this great big lobster had latched onto me, and I'm like, oh, that really hurts, but I'm still trying to do the interview. And I look over, and here's Earnhardt, and he's squeezing my little fat roll just as hard as he can, and I'm still trying to talk to the kid. So I lean over to Dale, and he pulls me in real tight, and he says, hey, buddy, and all of a sudden he starts stomping on my foot just as hard as he could, and it really, really hurt, and I'm trying to get through this interview, and we finally get done. The producer says, clear, throw it to someone else. I said to the Big E, I said, what in the world was that? He said, don't you ever talk to the kid first. and I learned a very valuable lesson that day, because Dale Earnhardt was the intimidator, and boy, you didn't mess with him. You go to him first. You go to the source. And it's a very sad day when we have to say, won't be able to do that anymore.
And he loved coming in, but he'd always let you in that it was a joke, you know?
Yeah.
He came into a room at Daytona when RPM was allowed inside Daytona, and he walks in the room, and we've been doing a bunch of stories on Jeff Gordon because he's this kid on the rise. And he walks in, he looks at me and said, you still dating Jeff Gordon? And the whole room fell apart. I feel like, you know, I'm totally red. I talked to Jeff about that. He laughs at the same thing because it was Dale's way. I said, hey, like, I'm still a story too. You know, I was back on the rise at that point.
He had a way with the media for sure. Every time you were around him with a camera on pit road, he would put on an act for you and certainly put on a show. He knew what it was all about, and he played it up as big as he possibly could, almost as big as the image that he held in this sport. And I think really that's what people will remember him for.
Oh, I think there's no doubt about it. I'm listening to Ray's story, and throughout the week I've been listening to everyone's stories about covering Dale Earnhardt, and it was an absolute treat to cover him because you never, ever knew what he was going to do to you when you were interviewing him. I know that I've told this story actually a couple of times this week, that it was right after I got engaged, and he had heard I was engaged, and he said to me, you know what, you can't marry this guy until I meet him. And I said, well, I'm going to marry him anyway. I don't really care. And then he told me, he's like, send me an invitation because you know what? You know you'll at least get a good gift out of me. I didn't send him an invitation.
Oh, come on. Thank you, too, for being here. And both these two kind of on the auxiliary list. You got bumped for Jeff Burton and Jeff Gordon, and it was tough, but it's great getting those racers out here, and it's been a good couple of hours.
Good to hear the memories.
Absolutely. We'll come back and wrap this up in just a couple minutes as ESPN Classics 12-hour coverage continues.
Is your dandruff sending the wrong signals? Get Selsun Power. Doctors recommend Selsun Blue. So don't send the wrong signals. Get Selsun Power.
Hey, Ray, can you believe that they got Marcus Camby to do the commercial with the ESPN the magazine and not me and you?
I don't know, Chris, but, no, Marcus was pretty good. But we've been perfect for this part.
I know, especially we both subscribers to ESPN the magazine. We both got the free fleece jacket.
Call now for ESPN the magazine. Just $1 an issue, and the fleece pullover is free.
You know, Chris, we need to work on this paddle yo-yo thing. I think that's what ESPN the magazine wants.
Yeah, you're probably right, Ray.
Call now.
Here to wrap our live 2 hours of coverage, but Charlie Steiner's taken over the day. Do want to let you know, RPM today, RPM tonight, and there's no RPM tomorrow, but we'll be on tomorrow. They're on all the time. They get as close to the racing as they can, do they not?
They do indeed.
And would have been a great treat to have Dale Earnhardt on that show one more time. It was a favorite on RPM.
I think the images of Dale Earnhardt will be in our memories, at least, Kenny, for a long time to come. We say goodbye to a true American hero this weekend, Dale Earnhardt. People say that he's gone, but we know that he will never be forgotten, and his spirit will live on in NASCAR racing for many years to come, and his records will certainly not be broken for a long, long time.
And, you know, it felt like we were kind of spinning our wheels here, not trying to use the pun for a while, because the drivers were still making their way over, and as the time moved on, it felt better and better just to talk about them. Anytime you lose someone, whether it's a family member or a friend that you've known, or just an acquaintance, in my case, in Dale's case, it feels good to get it out and hear those other stories.
It was certainly part of the healing process for me, and I'm sure for some of the viewers out there, to hear people like Bobby Labonte, Jeff Gordon, Jeff Burton, Ward Burton, and the rest of our guests recant their tales of Dale Earnhardt. We certainly will remember him for everything he did on the racetrack, but it was good to actually be able to take a look at the human side, the compassionate side of Dale Earnhardt today.
Charlie Steiner is going to take over the next 10 hours. I want to close with my favorite memory. I had my home video camera, and I'm behind Dale Earnhardt after he's won the 1998 Daytona 500. It was February of '98. He won it for himself, but it seemed like for so many others, somebody cared for him. And usually the losers just leave, but this time they lined up on pit road to reach out to him. This was mostly for him, but it seemed also for them that they got satisfaction of being a part of Dale's biggest moment. They cannot reach out and touch him any longer, but they are lining up again because of him and for him.
Preceding has been a special presentation of ESPN Classic.
Hi, everybody. I'm Charlie Steiner, and welcome to ESPN Classic Remembers Dale Earnhardt. He was the Babe Ruth of his sport, a larger-than-life personality who transcended his sport. And like Babe, he was number 3. Sunday's tragic final lap at the Daytona 500 cut short a magnificent career that saw 7 Winston Cup titles and 76 victories. Earnhardt left so many fans with so many great memories, even our upcoming 12 hours doesn't seem like quite enough. The 1994 Winston Select 500, the 1999 Goodies Headache Powder 500, the 2000 Cracker Barrel Old Country Store 500, and probably the greatest race of his career, the 1998 Daytona 500. We now present the 1994 Winston Select 500 from Talladega Superspeedway, as the Intimidator held off Ernie Irvan for his 9th victory at the track. Before a crowd of 150,000, Earnhardt notched his 62nd victory of his career. Stay with us now as ESPN Classic remembers Dale Earnhardt.
25 years ago, deep in the heart of Alabama, they built a speedway unlike any other. Her steep banking invites cars to the unforgiving concrete walls that surround her. She has accepted the challenge of the best, but only twice could the king raise his specter over her. Richard Petty remembers how NASCAR Winston Cup racing used to be, when the driver was called upon to do more than just steer the car around the tri-oval. We all remember the drivers who lived with Interstate and established a group led by Bobby Allison called the Alabama Gang. Now, a new generation of drivers and owners seek a spot in the history books, and for some, a chance to rise to the level of the original members. In her 25-year history, the sport has changed so much. The racing has evolved, and so has the work on pit road. The ballet of yesterday has been changed into a science which pushes crews to the edge of excellence. The history of this palace of speed has called upon all competitors to live on the edge every second of the journey. He spins and gets airborne. So much has changed in the past quarter of a century, yet one thing has remained the same. Talladega continues to mean speed and the ultimate challenge for drivers. ESPN, the world's leader in motorsports coverage, welcomes you live to Talladega Superspeedway in Alabama for the Winston Select 500. It is mostly cloudy here in Alabama today. It has rained overnight. Temperatures in the 70s, and the chance of rain will lessen as the day goes along. The first half of the Winston Cup short track season is over, and as a result, Ernie Irvan is back on top of the point standings by 25 over Dale Earnhardt. Mark Martin, Rusty Wallace, and Ken Schrader complete the top 5. In the second 5, you find Terry Labonte, who won one of the short track races, and Sterling Marlin, the Daytona 500 winner, who is going for the Winston Million in 1994. Hi, everyone. I'm Bob Jenkins here at the International Motorsports Hall of Fame, located on the grounds of Talladega Superspeedway. Among some of the famous cars that have raced here in the past 25 years. Cars driven by racing legends who have tested their skills on this 2.6-mile facility. But the cars and the drivers have been replaced by a new generation. Drivers who will continue the tradition established by those including members of the famous Alabama gang. And one such driver is on the pole for today's Winston Select 500. Here's Dr. Jerry Punch.
Thank you, Bob, and hello, everyone. While there isn't an original member of the Alabama gang in today's field, there just may be an adopted one. You see, on Friday in qualifying, this partisan Alabama crowd by far gave the greatest ovation to this car number 28 and its current driver, Ernie Irvan. You see, they remember the exploits of this car number 28 and previous driver, the late Davey Allison. They also remember last year's final laps and Ernie Irvan in a different car going to victory lane. And Ernie, those memories and that ovation had to be very special for you.
Well, they are. They're for the whole race team. You know, these guys have went through a lot, and I just hope I could take them to victory lane here at Talladega like I did last year, and we can all celebrate together.
Given the competitive feel, what do we expect to see today?
It's going to be a tough race. You know, there's going to be a lot of cars running real competitive, Loy, and just all the guys that always run good on restrictor plate stuff. So I look for a nice close finish.
Ernie Irvan sets to lead them down. If you've never seen a race at this massive facility, prepare to enjoy the Talladega experience. And now some of the legends themselves will give the command.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the most famous words in motorsports, please welcome back Mr. Anthony Bruno and friends. Gentlemen, start your engines!
ESPN as we brought you some great short track racing where it's hard to pass tight turns. Well, we're at a different concept of racing today for NASCAR Winston Cup racing. On the biggest track they run on, the high speeds upward of 200 miles an hour, wide track, high banks. If you have the car and the horsepower and maybe some help from a drafting partner, you can pass on this racetrack. There have been a lot of first-time winners in NASCAR Winston Cup racing that have come on this racetrack. And Benny Parsons, we just might see another first-time winner here today.
Ned, I'll tell you one young man who needs to win today, Loy Allen. We haven't seen him race on ESPN because he failed to qualify for the short tracks. And just like Daytona, Atlanta, he's on the front row right alongside Ernie Irvan. But he ran yesterday, ran great in the ARCA race yesterday, and was in an accident of not of his own doing right near the end of the race. But today he's with the big guys. He needs to run up front and prove to himself and his sponsors that he can run with the big guys. Now, there's one more guy who might make a first-time winner here at Talladega. He's with John Kernan.
Well, Benny, you know, 8 drivers have won their first career Winston Cup races right here at this speedway. Todd Bodine may be in prime position to pull off the upset today. Todd, with his best career start, 3rd place, and fresh off his best career finish, 6th place last week at Martinsville, starts 3rd today in a car
that led the Daytona 500 back in February for 7 laps. So Todd Bodine could be a factor today, Bob.
Among the drivers who have won their very first NASCAR Winston Cup race here at Talladega, Phil Parsons, Bobby Hillin, Ron Bouchard, Lenny Pond, Richard Brickhouse, and Dick Brooks. 42 seek the checkered flag this afternoon in the Winston Select 500, and we'll be back with the lineup and other things in just a moment.
In tennis, the advantage of the two-handed backhand is obviously power because you're using both hands. But it also is deceiving because in a split second you can change the direction of the ball that you hit. Your opponent never knows if you're going to rifle it down the line or rip it cross court, and I like that.
Knowledge is the edge. At Invesco Funds, it's the approach we use to make money for investors. You should know what Invesco knows.
Introducing the latest in all-weather gear from LL Bean. It's the new LL Bean Edition Outback from Subaru. With full-time all-wheel drive, classic LL Bean styling, and a new powerful 6-cylinder engine that makes the toughest drive a walk in the woods. The LL Bean Edition Outback. New from Subaru.
Like a sold separately.
Discover the power of the new 6-cylinder Outback today.
More time. When they come on until it's clutch, they'll have to throw it up. Garhood, turnaround, shot in the air. It's good. It's tied again. I don't believe it. We've got a third overtime in a Boston gun.
You are watching ESPN Classic Remembers Dale Earnhardt, a 12-hour tribute to a racing legend. And you're watching ESPN Classic.
Well, the cars have moved out on Talladega Superspeedway, and they're going to take a couple of warm-up laps and then get the green flag. Talladega Superspeedway is a tri-oval, similar shape to Daytona International Speedway. However, it is banked a little steeper and it is faster. As a matter of fact, the Talladega Superspeedway front stretch, actually a tri-oval, is 4,300 feet. The back stretch is 4,000 feet. 33 degrees of banking in the corners, 18 degrees in the tri-oval, and the back stretch is flat. Now let's take a look at the starting grid for today's event. The Busch pole sitter is Ernie Irvan with a speed of 193.298 miles an hour, the fastest since the restrictor plates came along in 1988. On the outside of the front row will be the Daytona 500 pole sitter, Loy Allen, in the Hooters Ford car 19. Second row, there's Todd Bodine from Chemung, New York, in the Factory Stores of America Ford number 75, and Dale Earnhardt in the GM Goodwrench Chevrolet car number 3. The third row consists of Berwick, Pennsylvania's Jimmy Spencer in the McDonald's Ford car 27, and Greg Sachs in the U.S. Air Ford car number 77. The fourth row has Ken Schrader in car number 25 and Michael Waltrip in car 30. Dale Jarrett starts in 9th position in the Interstate Battery Chevrolet car 18, and then Sterling Marlin in the Kodak Film Chevrolet car number 4. Steve Grissom starts 11th in the Diamond Ridge Chevrolet number 29, and then the 21 of Morgan Shepherd, the Citgo Ford. Harry Gant starts 13 in his final spring race here at Talladega. 1 win, 1 pole position in 30 races at this facility. Chuck Bound will start in 14th position in the Relife Ford car number 12. Mark Martin from Batesville, Arkansas goes 15th in car 6. The Valvoline Ford, and Darrell Waltrip has command of the Western Auto Chevrolet starting from 16th position. Ted Musgrave goes next in the Family Channel Ford, car number 16. Then Lake Speed in number 15, the Quality Care Ford. Wallace Brothers in row number 10. It's Mike on the inside in car number 90, and Rusty alongside in number 2. Terry Labonte starts the Kellogg's Cornflake Chevrolet from 21st starting position, and Dave Marcus starts 22nd in the STG Chevrolet. Jeff Bodine starts 23rd in the Exide Batteries Ford car number 7, then Jeremy Mayfield in the Shoney's Ford number 95. Rick Mast starts inside of row number 13, and outside will be Hut Strickland in car number 23. Kyle Petty has the 27 starting position in car number 42, and Brett Bodine in number 26. Jimmy Hensley starts on the inside of row number 15, qualifying at 189.055, and Bill Elliott at 189.044. Derek Cope will begin next inside of row number 16, and alongside will be Jeff Purvis. In the next row will be Ricky Rudd and Jeff Burton. Wally Tollenbach and John Andretti will be in row number 18. The 19th row consists of Joe Nemechek and Dick Trickle. In row number 20, Bobby Hamilton and Jeff Gordon. And the provisional starters today are Bobby Labonte and Kurt Shelmerdine in his first NASCAR Winston Cup race, driving car number 52. And those who didn't make the race and are flipping burgers today include Richie Petty, Rich Bickle, Jimmy Horton, Jim Sauter, Ward Burton, Ronnie Sanders, and Del McCowart. All those were here, failed to qualify fast enough to make the show. We have a whole bunch of in-car cameras for you today. As a matter of fact, 21 in-car cameras will be covering the action for us. That's the camera on top of the Valvoline Ford driven by Mark Martin. There's Derry Cope's in-car camera. View of Jimmy Hensley up front and Bill Elliott. Well, the pace car has pulled off. The field is under the command of Ernie Irvan with Loy Allen flanked to his right, and we get set for 188 laps of racing in the Winston Select 500 in Talladega. Glad to have you with us. Sit back and relax and enjoy an afternoon of racing here on ESPN. The green is out. 21 different views of the action here at Talladega as they remain basically 2x2 subs spreading out and making a cream. Here's the biggest pack of cars. Kerry Gant and Ted Musgrave down on the inside along with Brett Bodine.
We want to get back. Here's the three abreast up front here at Todd Bodine in the middle. Jimmy Spencer goes around him.
Second or third.
And there's Michael Waltrip in the yellow car. He's been caught in the middle. His brother Darrell Waltrip down on the inside. Michael wants to get out of that situation as quickly as he can.
Waltrip remains in the middle as Dale Harris to the inside and Morgan Shepherd to the outside. Up front it is still Ernie Irvan showing the way with a great battle. Spencer and Roy Allen for second, and Darrell Waltrip continues to move up on the inside of the racetrack.
Well, he got an opportunity to come and make three abreast, moving around Ken Schrader.
Darrell started 16th. He is definitely on the way forward.
We're inside Darrell Waltrip's car now. Right behind Todd Bodine. As they thunder down into turn one again. Allen has secured himself now in second place and gives chase to Ernie Irvan.
We got Ken Schrader in the middle. Losing some position that Jimmy Spencer tries to take Earnhardt.
We saw him move out down low, gets back up to two abreast. Folks, it's not unusual to see them run two abreast here for a long period of time.
Earnhart, is that Earnhardt on the outside of Loy Allen?
Yes, it is. Trying to take over second position, and he will do so. Coming through the triangle and heading for the start-finish line again. It's Earnhardt in second, and Jimmy Spencer is down on the inside of the racetrack trying to take third from Loy Allen, but Greg Sachs is going to do so as they go into third.
Boy, Loy Allen's got himself in a bad position. He's in the middle. Dale Jarrett goes by on the outside. Here comes Darrell Waltrip down on the inside.
And here comes Earnhardt for the lead.
Here below us is the triangle. Earnhardt Deeks below. Ernie Irvan races wheel to wheel with him toward turn number 3. Now it's alongside of Sachs for second.
Look what that draft did when Greg Sachs pulled in behind Ernie Irvan, and away they went from Earnhardt. And Spencer, not content to follow.
Running is the fastest way to burn fat if you follow these simple steps. Running will power up your energy reserve if you know what pace is best for you. Running will trim your love handles, hips and thighs if you call now for this free book, The Complete Runner's Guide, designed for all levels, even if you've never taken a stride. This guide delivers maximum results in minimum time. It's free with your paid subscription to Runner's World. Every issue gets you going with new ideas on improving your performance to finding the perfect shoe. Call for your risk-free trial issue of Runner's World. If you like it, get 11 more for just $17.97. If you're not satisfied, cancel, owe nothing, and keep the free issue. Call now and get a second book free. Burn fat faster, tone your abs, lose weight, drop body fat. The secrets are here. You can burn fat, gain more energy, sculpt your body. If you call Runner's World now.
Call 1-800-213-8700 now.
If it runs,
Onto the backstretch.
burns,
Big explosion.
spins, or turns, we're the insiders.
He's out of fuel.
RPM tonight, the most in-depth racing coverage anywhere. Nightly at 7 only on ESPN2.
For more on the life and career of the Intimidator, visit ESPN.com Classic special Dale Earnhardt site. Earnhardt tributes, remembrances, official career stats, and photo gallery, plus audio and video clips of the Man in Black. Visit ESPN.com Classic.
They called him the Intimidator, and they called him Ironhead, and that was even before they removed a piece of chisel that stuck in his head while he was working on a race car back in 1976. No one ever drove harder or more fearlessly, and no one enjoyed a victory more than Dale Earnhardt did when he finally won the Daytona 500 in 1998 after 19 unsuccessful attempts. Mike Gleason has more on the life of Dale Earnhardt.
Finally is a champion of the Daytona 500.
The Intimidator. I remember my first year down at IROC in Daytona, and he was standing by one of the trucks, and he's got his glasses on, and he's got his arms crossed, and he's just watching everybody walk by and stuff, and I went up and stood next to him, and what are you doing? And he goes, I'm just looking at everybody.
Dale Earnhardt was born to stock car racing in Kannapolis, North Carolina in 1951. His father, Ralph, was the 1956 NASCAR Sportsman Division champion and a popular man in the Winston Cup garage. Ralph died in 1973 while working on his car. For Dale, racing wasn't a way of life. It was life.
That's all I ever knew. I never did play ball. I never did do anything much in school other than hurried and got home and seen what was going on with the race cars. And it was a unique childhood. And that's why I think the love of racing and my drive to race was so strong when I started is that's what I knew. That's what I grew up doing. And it's just like I knew how to do it. When I sat down in a race car, it was just natural.
As natural as it was very unrefined. When he arrived on the Winston Cup circuit full-time in 1979, he ruffled more than a few feathers and bent his fair share of sheet metal.
Very, very crisp, like a diamond in the rough. It's one of those deals where you see some of them coming and you say, if he makes it, he's going to be okay, but if he keeps driving like this, he ain't going to make it.
I got into Richard at Martinsville. I remember one race that I got into the side of Richard going in one, but I did it from about 10 cars back from where I started, and I passed like 5 or 6 cars getting in the corner to get to Richard Petty. And I didn't do it to get to Richard Petty, but just Richard was in the way when I got there.
He tolerated it. The owners tolerated the wrecks and all that stuff, and some of the drivers tolerated some of the stuff that he did at that time, and it all worked out.
I was listening when they were scolding me. Richard Petty, too, when he was scolding me about driving over the curb into the side of his race car.
He was listening, and he was learning. In 1980, Earnhardt became the first driver to win Rookie of the Year and the Winston Cup Championship in back-to-back seasons. After driving for Rod Osterlund and Bud Moore, Earnhardt signed on with former independent driver Richard Childress. The early going was rough, but a dynasty was in the making.
'84 was a little bit of a tough year. '85 was even a tougher year. We blew up a lot of engines. I think we won a race or two both years. But Richard told me, he said, man, this is not really working out, and you're a champion. You know, if you want to go do something else, feel free to. And I said, no, man, we'll stick this thing out. Well, we had 85 was a tough year. We turned the corner in '86, won a championship, and then we just went from there up. It just was amazing.
From 1986 to 1994, Earnhardt and Childress won 6 championships in 48 races. They had the best pit crew. They won on short tracks, they won on speedways, and Earnhardt's ability to master the draft became legend. The result was a fan frenzy and marketing machine that the sport has never seen. He copyrighted his name and signature and turned souvenir sales into a standalone booming business. His career was like an all-comers meet, beating the likes of Yarborough and Petty, to Wallace and Elliott. Fans either loved him or hated him. There was no middle ground.
Dale Earnhardt came along when Richard Petty was going out. We needed greatly a new superstar, and became a different kind of a hero than Richard Petty was. Became the Intimidator, the Man in Black, and sold a lot of tickets for us and got a lot of TV ratings up there.
But the Intimidator's Achilles heel was Daytona. He had won there more than any driver in history, but never in the Daytona 500. In 1998, on the 20th try, the sport's biggest star finally took the sport's biggest prize.
Been here a lot. This is the greatest time I've ever had in Victory Lane right here. This is it.
The Earnhardt name has gone from the dirt tracks of North Carolina to the title of a multi-million-dollar racing corporation.
Win the championships and race against Petty and people that he raced against, and Yarborough and Pearson and these guys. It's pretty unique, pretty awesome thing. All I can remember or think about is that he would have enjoyed this so much as what we've accomplished and what we've done, and enjoyed the things I've done over time. And I'd like for him to have been along the whole ride. It would have been neat.
ESPN Classic Remembers Dale Earnhardt continues right after this.
32, 33, 34, 45, 46, 47, 450, 451, 452.
Cold symptoms keeping you awake?
What?
Get NyQuil. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head fever, so you can get the sleep you need to feel better medicine.
Little body, foo, foo. This is hip. Pretty baby. Oh. This is hip, baby. It's so hip, pretty baby. This is hip, pretty baby. All messed around and fell in love.
Jack Daniel's Grill, only on Fridays.
Intel Pentium 4 processor, the center of your digital world.
Operator, I'd like to make a collect call, please. First name Bob, last name is We Oughta Baby Eats a Boy.
Hello?
Collect call for Mr. Bob. We Oughta Baby Eats a Boy.
Sorry, wrong number.
Who's that, dear?
Bob, they had a baby. It's a boy.
Oh.
Don't cheat the phone company. Save money the legal way. Call Geico. A 15-minute call could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
You are watching ESPN Classic Remembers Dale Earnhardt, a 12-hour tribute to a racing legend. And you're watching ESPN Classic.
Back at Talladega for the Winston Select 500 NASCAR Winston Cup race. Number 9 in the series this year. There are 6 cars in the lead draft, but there is just a small space back to another group of 5 cars that are drafting together.
And they're being very disciplined at this time. They're trying to pull away. This group of 5 behind them there is trying to catch up. This group behind them
back car is Chuck Bound right in front of Roy Allen. Now the Walter brothers side by side alongside, right behind them, Rusty Wallace and Red Boat Eye. Gary Labonte. Inside Darrell Walker's car. That's Rusty right on the outside of him. Red Boat Eye this weekend. He's lost 3 engines. It spun yesterday afternoon early on in the last practice.
Qualify yesterday, finally got the job done, but there was a lot of anxious moments in the Kenny Burns garage area yesterday. Jeff Gordon, boy, he is moving up nicely. Started 40th on lap 1. He was 34th. The progression continued. Fell back to 37th, but now has moved up to 20th position. Jeff Gordon, car 24.
Jeff Gordon's DuPont Automotive Finishers car, looking at his teammate, Kerry Labonte. There he is.
Roy Allen has lost several positions since the start of the race. He began to the outside of the front row, but as you can see, he's back now, running in the 13th position.
And that's a huge disadvantage that Loy has this year in not qualifying for these races. He still doesn't have a lot of seat time in that car.
Difficulty and experience. And even that experience he could have gained on the short tracks would have been helpful to him.
Here comes Kyle Petty making it 4 wide as they head for the start-finish line. Jeff Purvis, Hut Strickland, and Ted Musgrave running along with him.
To do that. They're all trying to figure that out, and that, obviously there is no good way.
They wanted to figure out who's my best drafting partner. They teamed up with different ones yesterday, mostly by luck, whoever was out on the track, whoever they could get going off the pit road, and say, hey, we drafted pretty good together. Where is he? He's up somewhere else or back behind me. So I got to find me a new drafting partner. Who's the best going to try?
Ooh, Michael just slid in between those two cars. The yellow car right in front of Jerry Coe. Guys are trying to get in line. Some of them are trying to get in line anyway.
There are 4 groups of cars. You're watching the one running toward the back of the pack.
And the 2 groups up front are about to merge.
Here comes Ricky Rudd looking at the inside of Brett Ryan and Molly Donneback. And Jeff Purvis will go along with him on the bottom.
Jeff Purvis, our winner yesterday in the ARCA Blue World 500K. Run here at the Speedway yesterday afternoon.
Ernie Irvin continues to lead. We will keep you informed of what's going on up front while the action is followed here in the back. And there is the interval between that group of cars and the lead draft, which now consists of 5 cars. However, again, there's a group of 4 more that are very close behind Jimmy Spencer. Here they come, as a matter of fact, to catch up.
Looks like Morgan Shepherd has brought that group along with him, and they've caught the leaders, and they've left these 2 guys, Lynn Speed and Gerald Garrett, behind just a little. These 2 guys...
Well, they were right up with them a few laps ago, but they're losing. But there's a group of cars coming up behind them back there that could help them. There was him coming faster. Jeff Gordon is in that group of cars back there, so Jarrett and Lake Speed need the help of another car.
2 cars run faster together than 1 car does. 3 cars run faster than 2.
And some positions being changed up front.
Earnhardt takes over that second spot. That's Spencer following him. Sachs is back to 4th.
And challenged by that position from Morgan Shepherd. And Jerry Punch has a report on Ernie Irvin, who has led all the way so far.
They can breathe a little bit easier in the Ernie Irvin pit right now, but about an hour and a half ago, they were sweating bullets. When they fired the car up in the garage to go through inspection, the car shut off. They knew they had a wiring problem, but they couldn't find it. They unloaded the backup car out of the truck, took the entire wiring, everything out, placed it in this car. They were the last car to get online to start the race, and apparently their work is paying off.
Todd Bodine is hung out to dry now on the inside of the track. We're with Mark Martin looking over his left shoulder.
You see just how little effort he does put in the Chevy. We've been watching the cars on the short track, and we can see, watch him just relaxing, put his arm up on. He's going for Sunday drive.
Sunday drive, going to the store.
Yeah.
And now Earnhardt challenges Irvin for the lead, and Jimmy Spencer will go down to the bottom to see if he can tag along, putting Irvin back to at least third. Greg Sachs is going to fall in behind Irvin, so he goes from first to third. Jerry.
Just radioed the crew that I'm getting very loose with these guys behind me, so let's see what they do in front of me. Ernie Irvin has asked for more spoiler to try to tighten the rear of the car down on the first pit stop.
Jimmy Spencer now looking to the inside of Dale Earnhardt as he's secured second position.
You can almost assure yourself that Earnhardt is going to handle well. Looks like he, Richard Childress, Andy Petrie, car handled as well as any car in the field.
And Schrader had a look there inside of Greg Sachs, but decided not to make a move at this time. He falls in behind Sachs.
Well, we saw Schrader going backwards there about 10 laps. He learned the rapid partner with Mark Martin. They have come up through there pretty good.
Looks like Ernie Irvin might have waved those guys behind him by. Be at the beginning in the middle of this field. Jeff Bodine has hit the wall hard someplace.
Limping into the pit area, but damage on the right front of that car, extensive damage, and the yellow is out for the first time. Jeff's going to take it behind the wall. He has got some major damage.
Had a crash at Martinsville last week.
You see Ernie Irvin on the inside, just trying to maintain position back to the caution flag.
Settling back to come down and take the caution flag. There's no effort to gain any positions here. Nobody is a lap down yet, so nobody's trying to get that lap back under caution. And Dale Earnhardt leads them down very slowly to take the caution flag. It'll come on lap number 20. This is the 25th race that Dale Earnhardt has led at Talladega in 31 races.
What do you think, Ned? They got a pit, don't they?
Well, I think for fuel, they've run more than a half of the fuel, or about a half of the fuel stop. So I would think that they need to take this opportunity to get some fuel and maybe to check the tires. I don't think they were concerned about tire wear here today, but it'll give them an opportunity to check them out. And Ernie Irvin probably wants an opportunity to make the adjustment on these cars.
And you know, if all the cars in front of him don't pit, Irvin will probably pit anyway because he looks like needs to adjust that car.
There's Ernie, who led the first few laps of the race before the car got loose on him and he fell back.
Look at that spoiler. They'll push that up. Get a little more pressure back there.
Let's see if we can determine what happened to Jeff Bodine, the reason for our caution. He's already up against the wall in turns 3 and 4, coming through, and there's a lot of damage to the Exide battery Ford. Here's John Kernan.
Waiting for pit stops on pit road. You know, the drivers have complained just a moment ago. Dale Earnhardt complained to Childress, and a couple other drivers have complained to the NASCAR officials, and now they have told security that apparently there have been some objects, can you believe it, folks, objects thrown out of the grandstand that has struck a couple of the cars up front. The last time by before the caution came out, Earnhardt said at least a couple of cans struck the side of his car down toward turns 1, entering turn 1. So now security and NASCAR are taking a very long, hard look at something like that. I just can't believe someone would think of that at these speeds, this much at risk. As they come down pit road for the first stop of the day under caution, Dale Earnhardt will be serviced right in front or right behind Ernie Irvin's Avalon Ford Thunderbird. We would expect to see all 4 tires changed. Apparently they're just going to change 2 tires. Car number 28, and now Larry McReynolds pushed the spoiler. You heard Ernie talking about the fact that the car was loose. Earnhardt is down away 2 tires. Here is Todd Bodine, Greg Sachs, Ernie Irvin, and Jimmy Spencer. They all shuffle back toward turn 1.
Morgan Shepherd is having trouble getting off pit road.
Looks like his car is stalled.
Dick Trickle has to take evasive action coming out, and the Citgo Ford is not moving very much.
Now he finally gets it started, but he's lost all those spots. Base cam on Morgan Shepherd.
Now Morgan has it moving now, so he'll fall into position, but he lost several when the car just wouldn't get off the pit road. We'll take another break and be back. We are under our first caution of the afternoon in the Winston Select 500.
Well, I'm passing a few bills to my brother in Cleveland so he can pay his electric bill, or else it's lights out.
When loved ones need to send or receive cash, location really is everything.
Yeah, they're all over the place. The Senate, the House, my house. There's one near all of them.
Only Western Union has over 90,000 agent locations worldwide, so chances are there's one near you.
This is the only place in D.C. where you can count on bills passing quickly.
Western Union, the fastest way to send money worldwide.
Introducing the latest in all-weather gear from LL Bean. It's the new LL Bean Edition Outback from Subaru. With full-time all-wheel drive, classic LL Bean styling, and a new powerful 6-cylinder engine that makes the toughest drive a walk in the woods. The LL Bean Edition Outback. New from Subaru.
Vodka sold separately.
Discover the power of the new 6-cylinder Outback today.
For 50 years, Dick Schaap has dared to show us our heroes
Can't possibly be beat.
like we've never seen them before. Now, one of America's greatest storytellers has one more story to tell. His own. The long-awaited autobiography is now a documentary. Dick Schaap, flashing before my eyes. Tuesday night at 9 Eastern, 10 Pacific.
It's amazing the people he knows in all walks of life.
On ESPN Classic. Presented by Miller High Life.
Hi, I'm Charlie Steiner, and this is ESPN Classic Remembers Dale Earnhardt, a 12-hour tribute to the life and career of the Intimidator. Due to time constraints, we now move ahead to further action in the race.
Winston Select 500 at Talladega, Alabama is still under green at 46 laps with Ernie Irvan leading Dale Earnhardt and Jeff Gordon.
See these cars getting lined up trying to catch his lead pack. 2x2 back behind these guys. You ever see John Andretti, the last car in that pack, the red car? You know, I talked about just a moment ago a pass he made?
Yep.
I think we had this on replay, and I want you to see this, Bob.
Watch the far right of your screen.
There he is.
I will roll it, and you will see that he was indeed in no man's land.
I thought Derek Cope was high, and he passed him on the outside. No, he's certainly
running. John's running 21st at the moment. He started 36th, and that was his lowest, and his highest is 16.
Now he's in the middle between Jarrett and Dave Marcus, and like he's got to the rear of this field.
Yep. Unless he can slide in there behind Bobby Hamilton. Meanwhile, up front, a change of position as Dale Earnhardt comes off of the second corner and takes the lead from Ernie Irvan.
Now, wait a minute. He's trying to take the lead.
You don't think he's going to have the lead by the time he gets to turn 3?
I don't know. I'm just telling you he's trying. Ernie's kind of by himself. Talking about the makes. There's a Chevrolet, one Ford. Now, where's Sachs? Oh, there he is. We finally found another Ford back there. And there's a Pontiac. Greg Sachs and Michael Walker.
Just a lap or two ago, those front three cars had pulled away from that other pack, but they drove right up to it. And Earnhardt has the lead when he goes by this time.
Sterling Marlin will go to the inside of Ken Schrader, and Jeff Gordon will fall in behind him. They pick up the draft, and now Marlin challenges Earnhardt for the lead.
Wow! That was impressive.
He did it.
That was impressive.
The four car always runs strong here at Talladega. Sterling Marlin is another driver that likes these.
And Jeff Gordon is going to try to take over second from Earnhardt.
They're just lined up like the start of the race right behind Sterling Marlin. There's the rear shot out of Jeff Gordon's car. Looking back at both of his teammates. We've got all three of Rick Hendrick's cars in that one shot. The camera on Gordon's car and Labonte and Schrader right behind.
They're running second, fourth, and fifth.
The Ford's Todd Bodine has worked his way back up to about 7th on the outside lane.
And Jeff Gordon will try to take the lead from Arlen.
Talking about Todd Bodine, Benny, he was about 15th or so, about 7 or 8 laps. The 75 car, the Factory Store from America car on the outside there.
That'll move certainly did not work for Gordon.
No, it didn't work very well. Now Ernie has moved back to the high side of the racetrack. Back on the inside. On the outside.
He's trying to find a place where that Ford will run best. They just get a little loose with it again.
It might be doing that, Ned.
Now we see Todd Bodine in fourth and Jeff Gordon in fifth. And of course, those two had a meeting in Daytona.
There's 27 cars in this lead pack.
Down there, well, he's going to pull up in front of Greg Sachs. I started to say, running on the bottom of the racetrack like that, there's no cars right behind him to loosen him up, so that might be a good place for him to run. If he is having another problem getting loose. We run about 25 laps on this green flag segment.
No, yeah, we've run about 30 laps.
Race record is, and we're at a pace of 173.9.
186 was not a caution flag during that race as Earnhardt's going for the lead.
Taking the lead, Todd Bodine comes to second, and Gordon could very well come to third.
And Todd Bodine, another car who did not change tires on that pit stop. We now have 52 laps, same tires he started with. You see the social sponsor on the back of that car, Dees. How do you pronounce that, Bob?
That is correct, Steve.
Right behind Earnhardt, they're lined up for about 12 cars. Well, as I said, they all started getting too abreast. Ernie and Marlin. Ernie's going to make it 3 abreast.
We got him a run going in there. Made the pass.
Sterling needs to quickly move down behind Ernie before Greg Saxon get on the inside and make him 3 abreast. We've seen what that will do.
It moves back up to third.
And Ernie and Todd Bodine trying to take a look. Jerry, is Ernie getting loose again?
Yes, Benny. In fact, it is getting a little bit loose now. That's why he dropped back a minute ago, trying to keep from having so many cars right on his rear bumper. And he has asked the crew down here, Larry McReynolds, to try to give him a little more spoiler to tighten it up. In fact, he almost lost the car a minute ago. Ernie said he had to back quickly down on the throttle when Sterling Marlin came up and came in front of him. Ernie said he cut me off pretty bad, but I held on.
And we saw Ernie Irvin's crew talking to the crew of Sterling Marlin there, just a shot out from there. That's what they were talking about.
Looking ahead to Sterling Marlin from Jeff Gordon's car.
For the lead, Todd Bodine.
How about that?
Factory Stores of America takes the lead.
Irvin goes to second. Here comes Sterling Marlin to pass Earnhardt for third. Yep.
Outside is going to drive right on by.
Terry Labonte, Kenny Schrader trying to get hooked up on the outside.
So Todd Bodine has moved into the lead. Very impressive run for Bodine. way to go this win. 55 laps are complete, 133 to go, with Bodine leading. We'll be right back in just a moment.
I was always consumed with the X's and O's of football. Where people went, where they moved to. It was like a chess game to me. I could see 22 people in my mind when I closed my eyes. I could see exactly where they are, exactly where they're going. And I thrived on the strategies and tactics of the game. Knowledge is the edge. At Invesco Funds, it's the approach we use to make money for investors. You should know what Invesco knows.
Are you tired of running around and wasting time doing yard work? Well, stop. Get organized with Mower Caddy and save time. Mower Caddy carries gloves, water bottles, trash bags, garden cutters, sunglasses, and more. Mower Caddy cuts your yard work time in half so you can enjoy more of your weekend. And it's guaranteed to fit any make or model lawnmower. It's strong, durable, and folds up for quick, easy storage. With Mower Caddy, you have all the stuff you need at your fingertips when you need it. But wait, now Mom doesn't have to fight with that big baby bag. Just attach Mower Caddy to any stroller with a reversible handle. And now you have a stroller caddy. For a quick day on the go, have your diapers, wipes, bottles, toys, and more right where you need them. Now you're organized. Order Mower Caddy for only $19.95. Call right now and get another one for only $10. That's 2 Mower Caddies for only $29.95. Call 1-888-974-6788 and order your Mower Caddy for only $19.95 or get 2 for only $29.95.
ESPN Classic remembers baseball great Eddie Matthews. Monday, part of ESPN Classic's Monday Night Baseball. A tribute to the Hall of Fame slugger with classic moments from his record-breaking career. Starting at 9, Matthews leads the Milwaukee Braves to victory in the '57 World Series. At 10, the classic home run derby between Matthews and the great Hank Aaron. Then at 10:30, a look back at his incredible '59 season with the Braves. Remembering Eddie Matthews. Monday, starting at 9 Eastern, 10 Pacific. Only on ESPN Classic.
On the last day, in the last race of his life, he was vintage Dale Earnhardt. 49 years old in his 23rd Daytona 500, still the Intimidator. But they're going to be discussing his last lap forever, with Michael Waltrip, a member of Earnhardt's team, battling Dale Jr., had the hyper-competitive instinct that always burned so deeply within Dale Sr. given way just a bit, to a paternal instinct, where he was running interference, setting picks for Waltrip and his son. Of course, we'll never know. Over the years, in many different places and forums, ESPN spoke with Dale Earnhardt, and here's a collection of some of those conversations.
I can remember going to the races with my dad when I was 10, 12 years old, and that was what you was involved in. I really didn't play that much sports in school. I was always eager to get home and see what was going on with the shop, the race car, and couldn't wait to go to the next race. I'm a race car driver. I am. I've stayed competitive, and I started racing. My first thing in racing when I got in a race car was to want to race. I get psyched up for the 500. It's the first race of the year. We've tested, we worked hard. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go racing. I'm down in the garage area bouncing around, seeing everything, what's going on, and the guys are all pumped up. I'm ready to go racing. It's not going to break my heart if I win 8 championships and never won the Daytona 500. 50th anniversary of NASCAR. Who would have believed I could win the Daytona 500 and the 50th anniversary of Daytona? Our 20th year here, we're going to win that championship. Anything you can have or do to be competitive more than the other guy and beat them is a part of your plan to beat them or your system to beat them. And if you can intimidate them and then they call you an intimidator, well, so be it.
Who or what intimidates Dale Earnhardt?
My wife. Don't you think a kid that's raced in Winston Cup, Bushman National Law would know what to wear a sponsor's hat? Like, Dad does. Dad,
I'm still learning.
His big brother carries first race, and he's got a sponsor's hat on.
I'm slow learner.
Slow learning. Well, you're quick on the track, yes, but you need to please wear the sponsor's hat. You do look around and try to not go so fast. You need to stop and say hi or say, call your mom and tell you love her before you leave town or when you get back in town. And I still don't do that enough. Be close with your wife and kids and stuff like that. Because I'm going to tell you, I'm a lucky person. I've got a great wife, got great family, got great kids. Fortunate to have a lot of things and to be able to enjoy a lot of things probably a lot of people don't have or will never have. But it really doesn't matter what you have. As long as you got happiness and family and friends and church, and enjoy it and take advantage of that happiness. Don't let it slip away. Don't let it go by you. I hear drivers talk about we're going too fast and we're doing this and we're doing that. Well, maybe we are. Maybe we're not. Who's to say? I mean, how do you put a gauge on it? How do you slow? Do you want to race or don't you? I want to race.
ESPN Classic Remembers Dale Earnhardt continues right after this.
It's here, waiting for you. Inside is unlimited strength and power. It builds confidence and reshapes your body. It can change everything. This is Bowflex, an entire gym in one easy-to-use machine. So powerful, it delivers over 60 health club quality exercises with up to 410 pounds of resistance, all in the convenience of your own home. Strength training with Bowflex is so effective that we guarantee you'll get the results you want in 6 weeks or less. And you can own one with no money down and payments as low as $33 per month. Bowflex is real. The results are real. The question is, are you ready for Bowflex? For a free video and brochure, call or go online at bowflexdirect.com. Do the research, listen to real customers, then place your order online and get started. Bowflex. Who said change isn't easy?
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy songs. I don't care how big you are. If he wanted to get to the quarterback, he would get there.
He was on my back so many times, people thought my number was 56.
He had tremendous power. Tremendous power.
The former NFL star was arrested earlier this morning and charged with possession of crack cocaine.
I was set up like a mother. Lawrence Taylor, Sports Century, the top 50 and beyond. Monday at 8 Eastern and Pacific, only on ESPN Classic.
Hi, I'm Charlie Steiner, and this is ESPN Classic Remembers Dale Earnhardt, a 12-hour tribute to the life and career of the Intimidator. Due to time constraints, we now move ahead to further action in the race.
We just passed the halfway mark of this race. We now enter phase number 2. And it's been a very safe race to this point with the average speed up to 180.352. And the last lap by leader Ernie Irvan turned at 191.7.
Todd Bodine, Jeff Burton, both those cars caught speeding on pit road, both a lap down.
And once again, the lead running pretty much single file.
They are now, Bob, but a little while ago there. And the second group of cars were catching them at the rate of about 3/4 of a second a lap. Now that is stabilized. In fact, this crowd might be pulling away just a little bit that they're singled out.
10 cars in the lead draft. Then 3 running by themselves. And then the second group has about 8 cars in it.
And some very good race cars in that group of cars.
Sterling Marlin, Daytona 500 winner. Michael Waltrip. Jimmy Spencer. Dale Jarrett, Lake Speed. John Andretti, Jeff Purvis. And who, Romani?
I was watching the leader.
Yeah,
Terry Labonte is in the group. Yes. They've been content to run single file for many, many laps here. And that's the smart thing to do because they were losing ground to the leaders when they were racing with each other. So I'm sure that the folks got together, the spotters and crew members and everyone, and said, hey guys, get a single file. You got a much better chance.
Jerry Punch has a report from pit road on the 28 and 75. Jerry, I should say.
Thank you, Bob. It's let's make a deal time. Talladega, and it doesn't involve a pit stop. Here's what's happening. Ernie Irvan has a loose race car when someone is tucked just beneath the rear of his car. So the deal is this. He knows that the 75 car is trying to get his lap back. Their crew chief, Larry McReynolds, has told Todd Bodine's crew, if you'll keep Todd right off our bumper, not get him up underneath us where he gets us loose, so Earnhardt can't catch us. If the caution comes out, we're going to let you by and let you make up your lap and get back to the lead lap. But you ride where you are, stay off our rear bumper, stay in line so we're good and quick, and when the caution comes out, you're back on the lead lap.
Well, you don't think of this sport as a team sport, but by golly, it is sometimes, isn't it?
It really is. That is very, very smart. Irvin, Larry McReynolds, those guys to do that. Todd Bodine is not going to loosen him up. We'll see Bobby Labonte.
He's in 30th position, so we now have 29 on the lead lap.
And there are 3 cars right in front of Irvin that are about to go a lap down, and that includes Darrell Waltrip.
Now we see that Ricky Rudd and a couple more cars has dropped away from this pack. Right behind Mark Martin. There we see them. The 8 car, Rudd, and that's a 19 car. Rudd, the only car in the lead lap, but he has lost the draft of the front cars.
And Morgan Shepherd has lost the draft of all of them. He's even back behind these guys.
Oh, he is, isn't he?
Yes. He's running by himself out there.
Approaching now cars to put them a lap down. There goes Chuck Bound. Next will be Mike Wallace and Darrell Waltrip. Bound sliding way up high on the track. And the 95 car of Jeremy Mayfield is being flagged because of loose foot flaps. There you can see that second pack of cars is losing to the lead track.
Yeah, they were up there about 11 seconds. They cut it down to that 9.5 that we see. In fact, a little bit less than that one time. And then you can see that they're pulling away once this group up here started running single.
You can see how Todd Bodine is staying right behind Ernie Irvan.
He thinks he's got a buddy. He get a caution flag.
87 laps to go here at Talladega. Ernie Irvan has led 62 of the circuit so far. 28 cars are on the lead lap. Average speed 181.055. We'll be right back.
Is your dandruff sending the wrong signals? Get Selsun Power. Doctors recommend Selsun Blue. So don't send the wrong signals. Get Selsun Power.
Look! Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Ellie's renting again. And Enterprise picked her up again. She said Enterprise picks her up free. Free? Free. Now that makes renting easy.
Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
The Subaru Forester has won award after award after award. So what have we done for an encore? Made it even better. Introducing the totally restyled Subaru Forester with our best all-wheel driving system ever. And the awards? Still plenty of cargo space to hold them all.
Now you can get financing as low as 3.9% APR on all 2001 models.
Start your weekend with the hottest NASCAR action in history on ESPN Classic. Every Saturday at 10 a.m., get ready for Classic Pit Stop. NASCAR legends like Gordon, Petty, Earnhardt battle it out in 2 hours of full-throttle NASCAR action. Before the big weekend race, get ready with Classic Pit Stop. Every Saturday at 10 a.m., only on ESPN Classic. Get in the fast lane with ESPN Classic, home of the greatest NASCAR in history.
Hi, I'm Charlie Steiner, and this is ESPN Classic Remembers Dale Earnhardt, a 12-hour tribute to the life and career of the Intimidator. Due to time constraints, we now move ahead to further action in the race.
Back at Talladega, and we're just a few moments away from the restart of this event. Earlier today, the auto racing world lost, perhaps many people will tell you, its greatest competitor and best driver. Ayrton Senna, the three-time world champion, was killed today in a Formula One race in Imola. 41 total career wins, 65 pole positions, and the 88, 90, and 91 World Driving Championships. Our sympathies to the Ayrton Senna family. He will be missed greatly by all of us interested in auto racing. And we're just going to jump into a car here and take a couple of silent laps in memory of the great former world champion. To involve more cars than the previous crash. A big cloud of dust down by turn number 1, and we can't see a thing. We're going to have to go to our aerial shot to give you an idea of how many cars are involved. 3, 6, 9, 12 at least. Wow. Terry Labonte was the first to get sideways, and there his car is, along with Derry Cope and Jeff Purvis. Wally Dallenbach, Dick Trickle, Jeremy Mayfield, there's Chuck Bown, Rusty Wallace. Boy, we went so long in this race with no cautions and no accidents, and now 2 major ones there within a few minutes. There's Jeff Purvis's badly damaged Country Time car.
There's Dick Trickle's car number 32.
It looks like that somebody touched Terry Labonte and just turned him sideways. He goes down and whap right in the side of Rusty Wallace. We see Purvis go hit that wall head on.
Looks like that may have been Mayfield that also got up into the wall. Chuck Bown got on the brakes.
Is that the Trickle car?
It could be Trickle or Andretti. I'm not sure. No, there's Andretti. He wasn't. In fact, he went to the high side. Oh, look at the impact there. Wow. Rusty Wallace is out of his car. So is Dick Trickle. He's assessing the damage. There's Rusty walking away. Terry Labonte is standing there.
Now look at the back of that Kellogg's cornflakes car.
He just hit Rusty for a ton. There's Jeff Purvis. He's walking over to the ambulance. He's okay. So again, it appears that all drivers are going to be okay. Jerry, what do you know about this?
Well, Bob, we're standing by with Jimmy Johnson, who is the team manager for all of Hendrick Motorsports. And Jimmy, fortunately, you've spoken with Terry Labonte on the radio, and he is okay, number 1.
Yeah, Terry's fine.
What happened down there?
Well, Terry asked on the radio, he said, who hit me? And from our standpoint, it looked like the 27 car got into his rear quarter panel and turned him sideways, and then all heck broke loose.
Well, fortunately, Terry Labonte is okay, but the crew is taking off back to the garage area. Now, Jimmy will be headed back that way momentarily. They're going to try. I'm not sure from our vantage point if there's anything they can fix, but everyone's looking for those Winston Cup points.
Here it is again. Let's see. Yeah, there may
have...
It
is Spencer is on the inside there. Yep, he touches Labonte just a little bit. Turns him sideways down into another car. And
Terry Gant.
And then right up into the wall on the outside. Bounces back down in front of some other cars.
Boom. You can see the roof flaps deploying on many of the cars. As they get turned sideways, the roof flaps come up, spoiling the lifting effect that the cars have when they get on there, when they get sideways. From the proof positive blimp.
Yep.
And there is the contact between Labonte and Wallace.
You see Purvis going into the wall.
It's Wally Dallenbach and Harry Gant.
Oh, and here comes Trickle into these guys head on.
Dale Jarrett spun and hit somebody down on the inside there.
Jarrett has been in the pits and back out. He appears to have some damage on the right rear of the car. Well, they've got Labonte's car on a rollback. It's not the only way they can get it to move. But again, it appears as if all drivers are okay after a multi-car crash during the Winston Select Final.
My son didn't know how badly in debt I was. He didn't know how close we were to losing everything we loved. But he did see me crying from time to time. Now, despite all the debt I'm in, he only sees me smile. Because I found a way out.
If you have debt problems, then call Profina Debt Solutions, the nation's largest, most experienced nonprofit credit counseling service. Profina doesn't make loans. Instead, we work with over 50,000 creditors nationwide to lower your monthly payments. If you gather your bills and call one of Profina's credit counselors, within about 20 minutes over the phone, we can help you avoid bankruptcy and get the collection calls to stop.
I'm solving my money problems, and we're both smiling a lot more because of it.
There is help, and it's as close as your phone. Get your bills together and call Profina Debt Solutions. It's not a loan, it's a way out of debt.
Tomorrow on ESPN Classic, find out what it's like to let it ride. A small-time gambler.
Run, you son of a gun!
He's about to hit the big time.
God likes me! He really, really likes me!
And everyone wants a piece of the action.
Give me the money.
Academy Award winner Richard Dreyfuss stars in another real classic, Let It Ride. Tomorrow night at 9 Eastern, 10 Pacific. Only on ESPN Classic.
Hi, I'm Charlie Steiner, and you're watching ESPN Classic Remembers Dale Earnhardt. With more on the life of the Intimidator, we go down to Charlotte now and bring in our RPM Tonight crew.
In other professional sports, to my knowledge, we've never had anyone like that. In golf, he would be Arnold Palmer and Tiger Woods. In basketball, he would be like Michael Jordan and Shaquille O'Neal because he was the past and the present. And actually, he was a big part of the future because he was going to be around for 3 or 4 more years and go for that 8th championship this year. I don't know of anyone else in sports who came on the scene and went to the mountaintop and stayed there. For 22 years, Dale Earnhardt was at the pinnacle of this sport and has been a major part of it since the inception in his career back in the late 70s.
Over his career, is there one race that sticks out in your mind?
Well, I would think it would be the last race we did, back in October of last year at Talladega, October 15th. In fact, that's really how I got through much of last night, was being able to get up and go pop that tape in and look at those final 2 or 3 laps. And he's running 18th, with 3 laps to go. And I remember when the race was over and we went to commercial, Benny Parsons and I were talking, and we're thinking, what we just saw is not humanly possible. And we remembered, we're not talking about a human, we're talking about Dale Earnhardt.
Now, Jerry, everybody always said Earnhardt was a selfish man out there on the racetrack, that he wanted to win more than anything else. But I think on Sunday, in the Daytona 500, we saw how unselfish he could be.
Absolutely. I mean, very atypical of Dale Earnhardt. So focused, the Intimidator. On that final lap, I mean, he could have made a move. There was room on that racetrack. We've seen him put 2 pounds in a 1-pound bag or put a Monte Carlo where a Chevette should only fit. And he could have made the move up high on the backstretch, and probably Sterling Marlin or at least Kenny Schrader would have followed him. And they probably would just have had enough time to draft by Michael and little E out of turn 4, and Dale Earnhardt maybe could have won his second Daytona 500, but he had no intentions of making that move. He did what a father would do for a son, and ironically his son was the car right in front of him, or what a brother would do for a brother, Michael Waltrip, what he called or assumed was a little brother, or considered a little brother. And, you see those things happen. You see that unselfish kind of move, and you think of Dale Earnhardt. You see those war movies where one guy in the foxhole says, you go on, I'll hold him off as long as I can. That's what Earnhardt did. He said, you guys go on. I'll hold him off as long as I can. And he did hold him off. And Michael Waltrip won, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. finished second.
When you consider all the victories that he had, you know, the 34 at Daytona, the Daytona 500 win, was there one thing in your mind that Earnhardt did not win that he wanted to?
I think, you know, years ago when he won a championship, we were getting ready to go to New York for the banquet, and he was going to go hunting all week, because the next time I saw him, he was going to be at the banquet. I said, Dale, there's a week to go in the most popular driver voting, and you're leading. I want to ask you the question, what does it mean to you to win? He said, well, I may not win it. So I said, well, look, if you don't win it, no one will ever see this tape. No one will ever see your answer. But I want to know what it means. And I asked him the question, and he answered it, and he was so emotional because that's what he wanted more than anything else. And nothing against Bill Elliott, who's a wonderful friend, you know, and is well-deserving of that award. But I think that's the one thing Dale Earnhardt Sr. wanted, was to win the most popular driver award, along with an 8th championship, because that tells you right there that the fans say you are the man.
ESPN Classic remembers Dale Earnhardt. Continues right after this.
Mr. Geico. This is my final plea. I am a gecko. Not to be confused with Geico, which could save you hundreds on car insurance. So stop calling me.
Geico. A 15-minute call could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
So you want to change your name? People confusing you with Geico, calling you at all hours? What name would you like?
Komodo Dragon, please.
Geico. A 15-minute call could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Can your radio do this? Only one radio can give you stereo sound this big, yet is small enough to fit almost anywhere. The extraordinary Wave Radio from Bose. Press the remote control and hear big, rich sound that fills the room. Sound so rich, Popular Science called it a sonic marvel. You hear music the way it was meant to be heard. Clear, full, incredibly lifelike. You've got to hear the Wave Radio to believe it. And now you can, satisfaction guaranteed. Call toll-free to hear it in your home. Ask about our popular interest-free payment plan. Experience big stereo sound from a radio. Call today.
With our 12-month payment plan, the Wave Radio CD is just $41.58 a month.
Hi, I'm Charlie Steiner, and this is ESPN Classic Remembers Dale Earnhardt, a 12-hour tribute to the life and career of the Intimidator. Due to time constraints, we now move ahead to further action in the race.
Well, at 5:30 this afternoon here on ESPN, join us for coverage of the Cadillac Senior PGA Tour from Las Vegas, as Mike Dent leads heading into the final round at 5:30 Eastern Time this afternoon. And then later at 8 o'clock Eastern Time, it's ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, featuring the Boston Red Sox in Anaheim against the California Angels. That's at 8 o'clock tonight Eastern Time, Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN. Jerry Punch is with Rusty Wallace.
And fortunately, Rusty was able to smile walking away from the care center. He looked to be just fine.
Yeah, I'm fine. I don't even have a scratch on me. It's just happened again, you know. I mean, I saw it happen too. I come off turn 4, and I'm talking to Spencer. I'm going, Jimmy, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that. And he tried to make her 3 wide and got into Terry Labonte and had one heck of a wreck. It was a bad deal.
Is it anger? Is it frustration as they try to bring some of these carts back here to get into the care center? Rusty, what is it? Is it anger? Is it frustration? Well, why are these things happening?
Unfortunately, we got a great sport here, but unfortunately, we just don't have enough qualified drivers to run this fast.
Well, I think that pretty well sums it up as we are here at the care center, and let's check in with John Kernan.
Well, Jerry, Jimmy Hensley has been checked out. He's okay. And Jimmy, you said it was just like driving through a bunch of smoke. You couldn't see what happened? No, we just, saw some cars and smoke, cars going backwards. And I just got up against the wall. Thought maybe I might sneak through, but the cars come from down on the inside and pin me against the wall. And, unfortunately, Petron Plus Ford's out for the day. We had a pretty decent run going. Stayed up there all day in the lead draft. And I just like to tell everyone back home, we're okay. Just, didn't really hurt us. Just knocked us out of the race. All right, Jimmy Hensley out for today, but he's okay. Let's go back over to Jerry Punch.
Well, Jeff Purvis standing here holding his son Clay. And, Jeff, you took a heck of a lick out there. Can you believe that what's happening, a little bit of impatience on the racetrack?
Well, really, if I'd have done that right there, NASCAR would have been down here, and they'd have been ill with me. But, it's senseless. I'm sitting there riding. I've got a car that'll go up front. I mean, I I want to show everybody this kind of lemonade would get in the front of the field today. And I mean, I just can't believe this. I mean, the ARCA race, we didn't have this kind of problems. I mean, this doesn't make sense to me.
A lot of ill race drivers down here, ill at some of the other drivers here for the lack of patience, and certainly which could have been disastrous. Unfortunately, it wasn't at Talladega.
Well, the cleanup has concluded down in turn number 1. There is the individual that most drivers are talking about, because there was contact between Jimmy Spencer and Terry Labonte.
There we see, just barely touches Labonte in the left rear. Labonte goes down, hits Harry again. Now, there's John Andretti, the 14. Let's see how he gets through there. They all go down to the bottom, so he goes by on the outside, and by the time they come back across the racetrack, he's gone.
Boy, he barely escaped that deal, huh? John Kernan is with Terry Labonte.
Well, Terry's all right. And Terry, a lot of impatience, it seems like, out there on the racetrack today.
Well, you know, unfortunately, you got a few people that are that way, and unfortunately, they cause some accidents sometime, and they're able to continue on like nothing happened, and it'll eventually catch up with them.
Well, thankfully, Terry Labonte is okay. Bob?
I think we've talked with all of the drivers that we had questions about in that accident, so everybody is all right. Back with more after this.
You're getting sleepy. Very sleepy. No.
Cold symptoms keeping you awake? Get NyQuil. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head fever, so you can get the sleep you need to feel better medicine.
Well, I just sent some cash to my kid brother in Dallas.
Yeah, for his new pizza place.
You'll get it before you can say
pepperoni.
When loved ones need to send or receive cash, location really is everything.
My mom's throwing a party in Philly for my dad's 75th, so I just sent some money to help out. I can't get there, but I know the cash will.
Only Western Union has over 90,000 agent locations worldwide, so chances are there's one near you.
I just picked up cash for an air conditioner, and getting here was no sweat.
Western Union, the fastest way to send money worldwide.
You are watching ESPN Classic Remembers Dale Earnhardt, a 12-hour tribute to a racing legend. And you're watching ESPN Classic.
Back at Talladega, Alabama, the last driver to come out of the care center, A-OK, everyone is fine, Jeremy Mayfield. And Jeremy, you said this whole thing actually started over in turn 2.
Yeah, it was just a situation where there was a lot of looked like a lot of impatience going on, and we come through 3 and 4, and a couple cars kind of got together going down the front stretch, just nowhere to go, you know, just hose closed up, and I'm just real unfortunate, you know, it happened to Rusty and all those guys.
You said someone was trying to get underneath and go 4 wide in the backstretch on the restart?
Yeah, just a lot of just a lot of racing going on early. You know, it seemed like everybody wanted to wait and get up to speed, and just didn't happen that way. You know, everybody went into 3 and just kind of beating and banging and had to, you know, carried it on down the front stretch.
Let's hope patience will finally prevail as we go back to the field.
Let us hope so. Here comes the field through the triangle. The green flag is waving. Dale Earnhardt comes down and restarts this race with Urban behind him. Schrader, Shepard, Marlin, Sachs, Michael Waldrop, and Steve Grissom. There are 18 cars on the lead lap as we restart this event. The average speed because of long caution periods has dropped to 153.201.
Car looking back at the Daytona 500 winner, Sterling Marlin.
Mike Wallace down on the inside. He was another that got through there like Darrell Walton down on the inside.
And again, we have a 3-wide situation here with Spencer in the middle. Ted Musgrave and Kyle Petty are above and below him. John Andretti at the tail of that group, and he is running in 12th position. Good run for John Andretti. Begins his effort to make the Indianapolis 500-mile race soon, with the track opening for practice this coming Saturday. He, of course,
nasty, was he, Ned?
Sir.
You know, most men get pretty shook up about losing their hair. But today, many of them are learning about Bosley Medical. They use your own living hair to fill in the thin spots. Just look at that. It really works. You can treat it like real hair because it is real hair. Your own naturally growing hair. So you don't have to worry about it.
Bosley Medical is the world's most experienced hair restoration practice. For over 25 years, they have performed more than 130,000 procedures using the innovative micrografting techniques pioneered by founder Dr. L. Lee Bosley.
Each surgeon at Bosley Medical is board certified and individually trained by me.
So if you want to have your own naturally growing hair back, call this number for more information. We'll send you this free video and in-depth guidebook that gives you the real facts about hair restoration. There's no cost and absolutely no obligation. So do it for yourself. Call now and get the real results you've been looking for.
It's your real hair.
You can't do better than real.
Your head runs,
Onto the backstretch.
burns,
Wow, big explosion.
spins, or turns. We're the Insiders. RPM tonight, the most in-depth racing coverage anywhere. Nightly at 7 only on ESPN 2.
Big bang. Get up, baby. Get up, get up, get up. Home run. He's done it again. 70 home runs. Take a ride on that for history.
ESPN's Up Close paid tribute to Dale Earnhardt earlier this week. With more on Earnhardt's visit to the Up Close studios this past year, here's Gary Miller.
He was on his way to Daytona with a timeout for neck surgery from a crash the year before, an intrusion to his preparations for Daytona. I told him I broke into television as a Yankee covering dirt track racing at Savannah Speedway, and his eyes lit up, remembering driving down from North Carolina and shacking up with his friend, local legend Delma Cowart, just so he could get some more racing in. Delma is one of those who is trying to find out a way to cope today with the news of Dale Earnhardt's passing. He spanned not only the generations, but all types of racing, from the dirt to the race that he helped make a $1 million purse, the Daytona 500.
It's really hard to imagine coming this far and racing into the year 2000, and now seeing your son come along with you is going to be pretty exciting, I think. I've got a lot of great memories of the 80s and 90s, and looking to make some more in 2000. So we'll see what happens to see if I can keep Dale Jr. in line and get him going in the right direction.
Well, one of the most amazing things about the 1999 season is you did it in tremendous pain. Right before Christmas,
Yeah.
You had fusion surgery on your back. How's that going? And are you a typical driver who's right back in it, ready and raring to go?
Well, I'm ready to go. The doctors are holding me back right now, but we had a little accident in March and sort of started having some problems, and I went and had an MRI, and Dr. Brandt said, you got a little problem here, but it'll be okay if you take care of it and try to work with it. And I did through the year. It kept getting more and more painful because of the nerve problems and everything, and finally in December we had to have it operated on. And they took a little disc out and put a little bone in, put a little titanium plate in there, which I'm illegal in NASCAR with now, so, and got me going. I'm really feeling good. It'll be 3 weeks this Friday that was done, so they'll turn me loose here late in January, maybe for early February, to go test some and get back in the car.
How different is the pain threshold for a race car driver than a normal human being?
Well, I think you tolerate more pain as a race car driver because you know you got to go out and do this, you got to race, and actually in the car it was fairly not a problem. It was you know, very minimal pain then. This before or getting out after the race, and that night was really a tough time for us. Advil got to where it was no help at all, and down to the last part of the season in November. So it was time to get something done about it, and we did. We're ready to go in 2000.
1998 at Daytona, you finally break this hex, whatever, because you dominate that racetrack in everything but the Daytona 500. Now, last year you get to go there and say, I don't have to answer these questions anymore. Now this year, how different is it going to be this year? Now you get to 1 year where you don't have to answer the questions anymore, and now you want to win the entire series again this year.
Well, you want to start out by winning the Daytona 500. Of course, the biggest race of the year, I think. And if you can do that and set the tone, you know, set the pace for the season, I think you can go in and have a good year. our season didn't really go that well to start off with last year. We had a good Daytona race. We ended up second again for some reason. But anyway, the season didn't really kick off until about May, and our team really started turning the corner. We got a lot more competitive. So I want to start out great and stay that way. And with the 2000 Monte Carlo, maybe that'll be the case, that we can put this season together. Kevin Hamill and all the guys at RCR and Goodwrench Racing has done a great job. I think our winter plans and the hard work they're doing. As a matter of fact, they've been testing down at Talladega already without me, but they seem to feel good about what they're seeing, and I'm staying on top of that. But still, I think if we start out with a win at Daytona, we can keep the momentum up and go through the year.
You know what's strange for people in other sports? It always builds to the championship, whether it's the Super Bowl or the World Series or whatever. Daytona is it.
It is it.
What was that like to finally be the king of Daytona? Like I said, you win the Busch Clashes, you win the IROC races.
I won
there.
so many races there. Just could not understand why you couldn't win the Daytona 500. Why do you run second? Why does the tire blow the last lap? You run out of gas 10 to go, whatever. And finally to win it, it makes you feel so good, and you know you can win that race. But, I mean, I knew I could win it before. After the race with all the people congratulating me, that was just tremendous to let me know that they were excited about me winning it. But to go down there every year and not win it, but then you win it, and then you go back and run second again the next year, you say, well, man, I can do this. I've done this. Now I got to win it again. So we're going to Daytona, and hopefully we can win another Daytona 500. And Dale Jr. maybe can run second. Steve Park right there with us, and Skinner and the rest of the guys. I've got quite a group now with Dale Jr. and Mike Skinner and Steve Park and myself, sort of not teammates, but yet we are teammates. We work together with Richard Childress and Dale Earnhardt Incorporated to make our teams and our cars the best we can. So we really try to look out after each other and try to help one another. So who gets to win? It should be me. I'm the senior exec. So I
figured you'd say that.
I should be the guy on top.
You're known as the Intimidator. I mean, is that the kind of thing that... Where did that come from? Where did that style come from?
Mid to early 80s, actually. We was racing hard, door to door with everybody, and it was really a little more tougher to race then than it is today, as far as... you had to get in there and get after it. Every corner, it was side-by-side racing. The cars have gotten more technical and aerodynamical, and there's such an aerodynamic edge now that the wind plays such a big part of it. The guys don't want to get side-by-side, and they don't want to get close. If they do get side-by-side, they back off, they get back in line, this kind of thing. Back then, it was side-by-side racing. It was close racing, door-to-door, every lap, and you just had to do what you had to do to win.
You know, one of the things that was most gratifying for you as we end the 20th century and going into the 21st was that you were voted right behind David Pearson in Sports Illustrated, but ahead of the king, Richard Petty.
I was surprised, actually, impressed and surprised and really proud to be in that group. To be in the top 4 or 5 of that group would have been really, really impressive to me, and to be second was... And the guys that voted on it, the list of people that voted on it was really, really super. But I was really happy to see David Pearson win it over who was voted for. To be second, I was really impressed, really surprised and proud too.
That's the list of the greatest drivers. Who's the meanest that you've ever raced against?
The meanest, I don't know. There's a lot of mean guys. I think Kel was a pretty tough character, and Darrell and I had some pretty tough races, and Darrell was sort of try to play the nice guy, but he was a bad guy too, you know, so those guys. But I want to tell you who you didn't drop your guard on is Richard Petty. You didn't drop your guard on that man. He's going to win the race.
ESPN Classic Remembers Dale Earnhardt continues right after this.
In tennis, the advantage of the two-handed backhand is obviously power, because you're using both hands. But it also is deceiving because in a split second you can change the direction of the ball that you hit. Your opponent never knows if you're going to rifle it down the line or rip it cross court, and I like that.
Knowledge is the edge. At Invesco Funds, it's the approach we use to make money for investors. You should know what Invesco knows.
3 of the door. Welcome to the Miller Lite Racing Garage. This could be your chance to win the ultimate race fan experience.
Grab your Miller Lite Racing VIP hard card, and you could be the lucky winner who gets to race by day and party by night. You'll fly to Vegas and spend all day learning how to drive a stock car. And after a few laps around the track, you and your friends will get to hang out in the party pit at the Miller Lite Racing Garage. So pick up your Miller Lite Racing VIP hard card in the specially marked packages at Miller Lite. Taste the victory. It's Miller time.
Here comes the pitch. Strike three.
This is ESPN Classic. You are watching ESPN Classic Remembers Dale Earnhardt, a 12-hour tribute to a racing legend. And you're watching ESPN Classic.
Back at Talladega Superspeedway in the Winston Select 500, piloting the MCI Proof Positive blimp, Captain Matt Elkins of Dallas, Texas, giving us some great overhead shots of this massive 2.6-mile facility here at Talladega, and there is the lead draft.
Now, Bob, we're down to 16 cars on the lead lap as we see one of those, John Andretti, who was running up there in 12th place, apparently being pushed to the garage area. We understand that he has an engine problem, and Jeff Gordon just went a lap down on the racetrack with his battered car, so there are now 16 cars on the lead lap.
It's too bad for John Andretti. He was up as high as 12th.
John Andretti has been impressive this year. Last year when he first came to the sport, first few races, he didn't have a lot of success. He said, well, that's just another IndyCar driver trying to run down here. And I tell you what, those guys do have a feel for a race car, as he has proven.
Yep. It's still Ernie Irvan leading, Dale Earnhardt, Schrader, Michael Waltrip, who is running in 4th spot now. Sterling Marlin is 5th, and Jimmy Spencer, Morgan Shepherd, and Blake Speed. Great run for Michael Waltrip, huh?
Yes, it is. You know, he was running very well in Daytona. Daytona 500 was involved in that accident back there with Todd Bodine, as we see Spencer trying to get by Sterling Marlin.
And, of course, Michael's best finish of the year was at Bristol, and he finished 5th.
Spencer expected someone to come with him down there, and it didn't happen. They all line up against him up on the outside.
They need to squeeze in. He's not going to squeeze in back there with Morgan Shepherd and Lake Speed either.
You might have to get behind him.
Oh, if they don't do that quickly, they're going to lose the draft.
Yeah, they really are.
Speed, and John Kernan is with John Andretti.
Well, John, you had a great run going there. I see you did have some contact out there on that one accident. You did a masterful job getting around it.
Well, it's one of those things where you just have to be a little bit lucky, and we were lucky there, but we were a little bit unlucky. We dropped the valve in the car, but I forgot to mention one of my sponsors one time I was on. I wanted to mention being on Indianapolis. But we'll be back. You know, we get some good runs in. We just can't get them in at the finish. One of these days, maybe that'll happen for us.
Are you enjoying stock car racing as much as Indy cars?
I just enjoy racing. It doesn't matter what it is, and it's a lot of fun to race with these guys. And you know, hopefully someday I'll be able to race at the front a little more often. It's a lot more fun up there.
Okay, thank you, John. Good luck next week.
And what's wrong with the 28 car?
It's more than just being out of the draft.
Yes, looks like he's lost a cylinder, flat tire, some severe problem with the 28 car. Here he's leading the race. Earnhardt right behind him.
This is in turn 4, and
boy, Earnhardt almost gets him, not realizing he must have lost power. Jerry, what's going on there?
Well, actually, we're standing down in their pits, and Larry McReynolds and Robert Yates were here talking, and Larry said the car just got very, very loose. Let me ask Larry while we're standing here. Larry, what happened here? Why did he slow down?
He just got real, real loose, I think, up there in 3 and 4. He hadn't really said much about the car since that last stop, but he did say it got real loose then. I guess Jim Phillips said he almost hit the wall.
Well, he gathered it back in and appears to be coming back up to speed, so a near miss once again for Ernie Irvan.
Just lost a lot of positions on the racetrack because of it, and now has a job to get back up front.
Morgan Shepherd in the driver's meeting today got up and announced that he hit a spot up in 3 and 4 yesterday that his car just suddenly became very, very loose. He said that he felt like it was where they put tar in the crack across the racetrack, and possibly that's what Ernie Irvan hit.
We watch Morgan Shepherd now as he runs in the 7th position. Started 12th, has been as high as 4th, as low as 31st, hasn't led a lap, but has been in contention since the green flag dropped.
To the tri-oval. Back to the start-finish line. Then turn 1. I just want to reach over and get him a good grip. Turn that baby.
Grissom in his effort to catch back up. Here's Kyle Petty now moving to the inside of Irvin.
Kyle was running in 11th place. Now moving up to 9th, I believe.
There he shows black. Ooh, look at Greg Sachs coming on the outside line by these guys.
Got a head of steam.
Wallace and Holly Meyer's car.
He's right in the middle of this pack. He's a lap down. 17. Yep.
The Family Channel car directly in front of him with Ted Musgrave.
All right, now let's review the top 10 for you. It's Dale Earnhardt leading. Ken Schrader running in second position. Third is Michael Waltrip. Jimmy Spencer is fourth, and fifth is Sterling Marlin. Sixth, Lake Speed. Then the Ford of Morgan Shepherd, the Chevy of Steve Grissom. Pontiac in ninth position with Kyle Petty behind the wheel, and Ernie Irvin has slipped back into 10th. And the Haviland Ford. Back with more live coverage of the Winston Select 500 from Talladega in a moment.
Nearly 150 years ago, 50,000 Union and Confederate soldiers were killed or wounded in the most important event of the Civil War. In tribute to this historic event of Gettysburg and to the heroes who fought there, the American Mint has proudly issued the masterfully designed Robert E. Lee and George G. Meade 2001 commemorative coin. This meticulously detailed collector's coin is genuine legal tender. This brilliant uncirculated coin honors the Union General George G. Meade and the Confederate General Robert E. Lee with an exacting portrait of each.
I've seen a lot of nicely made coins and pieces. This particular coin of the Civil War era is very nicely made as a die-struck limited edition piece due to the exceptional workmanship in the coin.
Each coin comes in its own protective case and is a must for dedicated coin collectors and a wonderful opportunity to start a collection. This Gettysburg commemorative coin is a limited edition minting. In honor of the 50,000 men who were killed or injured in Gettysburg, only 50,000 coins will be minted in 2001 for worldwide distribution. Now you can own this tribute to this legendary battle for just $5, no shipping or handling. That's right, this brilliant uncirculated commemorative coin can be yours for just $5 by simply calling the number on your screen. Remember, only 50,000 coins will be minted, and then the mold will be officially destroyed by the mint. Whether you're a novice or an experienced coin collector, you won't want to miss out on this extraordinary opportunity.
The mold will be destroyed after the production is completed and make the coin even a rarer, more difficult piece to get.
Call the number on your screen now, and you'll receive your commemorative coin for only $5, no shipping and handling charge at all. Because this coin is issued to honor the brave soldiers of Gettysburg, only 3 coins are available per caller.
To order the Civil War coin for just $5, have your credit card ready and call 1-800-469-2100 or send check or money order for $5 to the address on your screen. This coin is official legal tender issued by the government of Liberia. Call now 1-800-469-2100.
You are watching ESPN Classic Remembers Dale Earnhardt, a 12-hour tribute to a racing legend. And you're watching ESPN Classic.
ESPN Speed World at the Winston Select 500 in Talladega, being led by Dale Earnhardt, and looks like we got some deal making going on.
That's Jimmy Johnson, the team manager for Hendrick, with Kenny Schrader, who's running second. He's talking to Richard Childress, the owner of Dale Earnhardt's car. John Kernan, what are they talking about?
Well, what they're talking about is pitting together, but I don't know if Earnhardt's team is going to want to stretch it as far as Ken Schrader may stretch it. They may stretch it up to lap 162, and then try and go the rest of the distance on only one can of fuel. That would cut their pit stop as effect in half. But they think they may have to have one full can, a little bit more. Jerry Punch? Now, Earnhardt
pitted on lap 105 and has been running about 50 laps on a tank of fuel. That would put him in around lap 155. They could probably go to 158, but I would doubt they would even want to think about going to 162 because that would mean he'd probably coast down pit road. Now, 150 to 155 in that range, 158 maybe, and they would love to have Kenny Schrader pit with them to have a dancing partner.
Another driver that has been competitive all afternoon is running back there in what? 6th position, Lake Speed.
Yeah, he is 6th spot. That'll be a good run with Ford Quality Care.
He started 18th on lap 111. He was 11th, slipped back to 13th, and then began the climb to 9th, 8th, and now 6th at 140 laps.
You see Morgan going the corner, trying to go by these guys on the outside. He pulls up on the outside of Speed.
Steve Grissom stays with Speed, but it looks like now he's going to go out and go with Morgan.
Great shot looking back on Steve Grissom from Morgan's car.
Greg Sachs directly behind those cars. There's Ernie Irvin.
And Irvin isn't moving up the way he thought he might. John, what'd they decide?
Well, they're talking it over right now. Jimmy Johnson and Ken Howes, and Childers has made his pitch. I asked him after he left if they had struck a deal. Jimmy said, well, we're thinking about it. So we'll hang around and see what they finally decide.
Okay. There are 45 laps to go. Dale Jarrett has just gone a lap down. He's in 16th position. There is the indication that Ernie Irvin is indeed catching the leader, Dale Earnhardt. The interval was 3 seconds on lap 138, and by lap 142, it had been sliced in half to a second and a half.
Greg Sachs has gotten on the outside of Irvin now, trying to, and there's a group of cars behind him.
Now there are only 15 cars in the lead lap.
That's the battle for 7th there between Sachs and Irvin.
Got back in line. I guess Ernie would be content to let Sachs pull him back towards the front. Irvin's he's in a bad situation right now because if these guys are going to stop, put one can of fuel in, if his car is handling that badly, here's Schrader. Schrader off the pace. The Kodiak car is slow in turn 4.
And he's had a good run going, too. Well, so much for the strategy there where they were talking about.
He doesn't even come by pit road, so evidence a cylinder.
Must be. He's lost a cylinder and just going to putter it out as long as he can.
Bad break for Ken Schrader. Pit stop should be occurring momentarily. We'll cover them for you when we come back live to Talladega in Alabama.
To get around these parts, they say you need dogs. Good thing I got my Subaru Outback. With loads of cargo space, toasty seat warmers, and the added traction of full-time all-wheel drive, it's the perfect way to get around. Even when you're way out here. Now, as for the dogs, they're not much help if you ask me. Outback, the world's first sport utility wagon.
Now you can get financing as low as 3.9% APR on all 2001 models.
What brings broadband to the world? Texas Instruments Programmable DSP. It's the power and intelligence that allows you to personalize the web. From the world leader in DSP and analog, Texas Instruments.
Is your dandruff sending the wrong signals? Get Selsun Power. Doctors recommend Selsun Blue. So don't send the wrong signals. Get Selsun Power.
Start your weekend with the hottest NASCAR action in history on ESPN Classic. Every Saturday at 10 a.m., get ready for Classic Pit Stop. NASCAR legends like Gordon, Petty, Earnhardt battle it out in 2 hours of full-throttle NASCAR action. Before the big weekend race, get ready with Classic Pit Stop. Every Saturday at 10 a.m., only on ESPN Classic. Get in the fast lane with ESPN Classic, home of the greatest NASCAR in history.
Hi, I'm Charlie Steiner, and this is ESPN Classic Remembers Dale Earnhardt, a 12-hour tribute to the life and career of the Intimidator. Due to time constraints, we now move ahead to further action in the race.
Fourth caution of the race is out here at Talladega. Kirk Shelmerdine came in contact with the wall up between turns 3 and 4. Damaged the right side of the car. He was able to drive the car into his pit area, and they're working on the right front right now. Now, what's going to happen, Jerry Punch?
Well, Dale Earnhardt is going to stay out, as some of the other guys who pitted up here, Jimmy Spencer, et cetera. But one who will make an entry, possibly on the pit road, will be Ernie Irvan. Now, Ernie just radioed in and said, Larry, is it my imagination? There is one side of that spoiler hanging down. So apparently they said they're going to come in and try to repair the rear spoiler. The crew's not really sure what the problem may be, but Ernie says, looking in the mirror, there's something wrong with the rear spoiler.
So Ernie will come on to pit road again. Yeah, you can see it's a little bit lower.
Your eyes are better than mine, Bob. You're much younger than I am.
Well, yeah, better looking too, I might add, but
a lot skinnier.
Here's Jerry again.
Apparently, with all the pushing and adjusting on the rear spoiler with Ernie's loose race car all day, the spoiler now has gotten so weak where it is hanging down. So they're going to come in and use a screw gun to put a screw in the spoiler. And now that everyone realizes that Ernie's going to come in, there's a possibility that Dale Earnhardt may also make an entry on the pit road, as now the Goodwrench crew begins to scramble a little bit and think about possibly putting some tires on that car, as they will indeed make an entry on the pit road. Here comes Dale Earnhardt, car number 3, who won the July event here at Talladega last year. And yes, indeed, he will come down pit road. A large crack across the windshield. In fact, 2 big cracks running all the way across the windshield of Earnhardt's Goodwrench Chevrolet, as they will change all 4 tires. Now Ernie Irvan, you see the crew now working on the rear of the car. We'll put a pop rivet or a screw into the right side of the spoiler to try to hold the spoiler up. Apparently at speed, that spoiler will even bend down further than it already has. Earnhardt is down and away. The other routine pit stops are down and away. And now the NASCAR official comes around to watch the work being completed on the rear of the Haviland Ford Thunderbird. That's Larry McReynolds. They have put a screw in. They have pushed the spoiler back up. Ernie puts it in first gear, and they said, whoa, wait a minute, it's not tight. It's not tight. So Larry has to come back in to tighten it up one more time, and Ernie will be headed back down pit road.
41.5-second stop for Ernie.
Tell you what, that's pretty impressive. He's been able to run around there with that thing. The spoiler is laying back on him down the straightaways.
During this caution, 2 drivers, Mike Wallace and Darrell Waldrop, got their laps back. The leader of the event is Sterling Marlin.
Gardeners, if you love fresh-tasting vegetables and beautiful flowers, but hate the thought of back-breaking work, call toll-free for our Troy-Bilt Great Gardens catalog with exciting information on our full line of Troy-Bilt tillers. Discover how the amazing Troy-Bilt tillers work rich organic matter into your soil for beautiful gardens and delicious fresh vegetables. Plus, Troy-Bilt tillers are the best tiller value on the market with a cast-iron gear-driven transmission, not a hard-to-maintain chain-driven transmission that is less reliable. We even offer a lifetime warranty. So why buy another tiller when you can get the best tiller on the market at an amazing new low price? And for a limited time on select models, free financing, free shipping, and free bumper. Learn more about the best value Troy-Bilt tillers. Call for your free Troy-Bilt catalog today. For complete details on the entire line of Troy-Bilt tillers, call toll-free 1-800-889-5600. That's 1-800-889-5600. Or visit our website at www.troybilt.com for 24-hour ordering.
If it runs,
Onto the backstretch.
burns,
Wow, big explosion.
spins, or turns,
This could be the championship.
we're the insiders.
He's out of fuel.
RPM tonight, the most in-depth racing coverage anywhere. Nightly at 7 only on ESPN2.
You are watching ESPN Classic Remembers Dale Earnhardt, a 12-hour tribute to a racing legend. And you're watching ESPN Classic.
Ernie Irvan has come back on pit road for more work to the rear spoiler to make sure that everything is tight, make sure that he has things the way he wants it for the dash to the checkered flag here. NASCAR apparently is making a measure of the spoiler before they approve this going out.
It has to be a certain height. Jerry Punch?
Well, Well, Benny, it has to be a minimum of 40 degrees, and when it came loose and began to bend backwards on the car, if he were to win the race and come down, the NASCAR rule is that you come off of turn 4 after taking the checkered flag. If your spoiler is less than 40 degrees, you will be credited with last place finish. So they can't take a chance here today. Under caution, they check the spoiler to make sure it's at least 40 degrees on the back of the car.
Here's the top 10. Sterling Marlin, your leader. Jimmy Spencer is second, and Steve Grissom. Dave Marcus running fourth, and Greg Sachs is fifth. Sixth position being held by Lake Speed, then Bobby Hamilton, Michael Waltrip, Kyle Petty, and Ted Musgrave. Our next NASCAR Winston Cup telecast will come to you from Sonoma, California, Sears Point International Raceway, the Save Mart Supermarket 300. That's at 4 o'clock Eastern Time, Sunday, May 15th, 2 weeks from today. We'll be right back.
I was always consumed with the X's and O's of football. Where people went, where they moved to. It was like a chess game to me. I could see 22 people in my mind when I closed my eyes. I could see exactly where they are, exactly where they're going. And I thrived on the strategies and tactics of the game.
Knowledge is the edge. At Invesco Funds, it's the approach we use to make money for investors. You should know what Invesco knows.
Hey, Ray, can you believe that they got Marcus Camby to do the commercial with the ESPN the magazine and not me and you?
I don't know, Chris, but, you know, Marcus was pretty good. But we've been perfect for this part.
I know, especially we both subscribers to ESPN the magazine. And we both got the free fleece jacket.
Call now for ESPN the magazine. Just $1 an issue, and the fleece pullover is free.
You know, Chris, we need to work on this paddle yo-yo thing. I think that's what ESPN the magazine wants.
Yeah, you're probably right, Ray.
Call now.
You know, no one likes to talk about it much. Death, while not as common, is as much a certainty in auto racing as broken bones are in football. The thinking that Dale Earnhardt was somehow exempt from all the danger is misguided. His great skill could not protect him. His reputation could not protect him, and certainly neither could his car. What remains to be seen, though, is whether the death of a superstar such as Dale Earnhardt will be explained away as another case of bad racing luck or be the impetus to safety reforms. Here's Dave Refson.
This is not a 100% safe sport. This is a dangerous sport. It may be the most dangerous sport.
It's the grim reality. I mean, that's about all. I can't explain it. I'm a man of many words, and I can't explain it. I can't explain how I can see somebody get killed in a race car, and yet I can get back in a race car and go do what he was doing. I'm a family man. I got a wife, 2 kids. I'm 53 years old. I darn sure don't want to get killed in a race car. Yet I see it happen, and it could happen to me.
Darrell Waltrip got out of the sport before it happened to him. He retired after last season. Instead, it was another family man, Dale Earnhardt, who died, the latest in an unprecedented list of tragedies. Earnhardt is the 4th NASCAR driver to perish in less than a year.
In my opinion, NASCAR racing is the safest form of racing in all of sports, all of motorsports.
The facts paint a very different picture. Earnhardt's death is the 9th NASCAR fatality in the last 10 years, more than in Formula One and Indy racing combined. The question is, who should take the leadership role in preventing future tragedies? The drivers, the tracks, or perhaps NASCAR itself? Scott Pruitt has a unique perspective. After 9 years in the open cockpit of a kart race car, he switched over to the Winston Cup Series last season.
Do you think that NASCAR does all it can to protect drivers?
No, I don't. But I say that from the standpoint that I'm coming from a series where they're very educated, and we've had some ferocious crashes where you've had to be educated as a series.
The kart series, where Pruitt used to race, and the other domestic open wheel series, the IRL, approach safety differently than NASCAR. Both of the open wheel circuits have formal safety committees. NASCAR does not. Kart and the IRL also have their own traveling safety teams of firefighters and paramedics who deal with on-track incidents. NASCAR leaves the hiring of emergency personnel in the hands of the individual tracks.
We need to learn from other sports. And you take Formula One. They send a driver, a safety committee person, somebody from the sanctioning body. They send 4 or 5 guys to a racetrack, and they look at the track, and they say, okay, we want a chicane here, we want a barrier here, We don't like the way the pit road entrance is, and we will not race here until you fix it. Done deal. It's fixed. We go somewhere and we complain a little bit, and they say, shut up and drive.
There are plenty of proposals out there to make the driving safer. The Charlotte Motor Speedway, for instance, installed so-called soft wall technology on the inside corners of the track last fall. Tests on some soft wall systems have shown that they have the ability to absorb up to 95% of the impact in a crash. Yet no NASCAR track has spent the $1 million or so it would cost to fully install soft walls. And not everyone is convinced they're the solution.
We looked at soft walls. Some of the materials that can be used, it could actually grab the car and generate, instead of down the track, right into the wall. So you can actually be opening up a whole new can of worms.
While he has concerns about soft walls, Scott Pruitt fully endorses the head and neck system, or HANS, a required device for all Formula One racers, as well as kart racers participating in races on an oval. Autopsies have shown that more than 3/4 of the racers killed in the last decade, including Dale Earnhardt, have died in a similar fashion. When a driver hits the wall head-on, his head keeps moving forward. His body, which is strapped in, doesn't. The resulting violent head movement causes a fracture in the fragile rear of the skull, severing arteries, damaging the brain, and killing the driver instantly.
On a front impact, you think about your head could come forward. That's where the HANS device comes into play. This is the first time that we've developed something, or something has been developed, to keep the head and neck in place on a frontal accident.
The HANS device has been met with resistance on the NASCAR circuit.
People like the way it stabilizes your head in an incident, but people also are concerned about it's cumbersome and hard to get in and out of the car, which would be a concern during an accident as well.
NASCAR has mandated the use of carburetor restrictor plates at Daytona and Talladega. These plates slow them down, but some drivers complain that at times they can make racing more dangerous by bunching the cars closer together.
To say that restrictor plates are the right answer is not the right statement. To say restrictor plates are the right answer for some racetracks is the right statement.
I've often told people that I don't think race fans come to the track to see guys crash and get hurt.
For Jarrett on the outside. Oh, trouble! Right in the wall, hard. Schrader in the wall, hard.
They come to the track to see guys crash, jump out of the car, wave, and walk away.
He is one tough couple.
Yeah, they just wave to the crowd there.
They don't want to see drivers die. They want to see drivers defy death. That's the appeal.
Dale Earnhardt had defied death for 3 decades. The question now is, will the loss of the sport's biggest star cause NASCAR to further re-examine its ongoing safety problems?
ESPN Classic Remembers Dale Earnhardt continues right after this.
As a real estate agent, my appearance is crucial. I just didn't like the idea of putting on a suit and seeing more and more hair loss each day. So I made one of the most important calls of my career to 1-800-HAIR-CLUB. I got their free brochure, and I picked the hair loss option that was best for me. Now I feel younger, I think I look better, and my wife fell in love with me all over again.
His hair looks so great, people just can't tell. Our friends, our neighbors, even my mom didn't know he did anything. He looks better than the day we got married.
Call 1-800-HAIR-CLUB today.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
So what's that?
It's
a Sony. I didn't know Sony made computers. Yeah, it's a Vio. Would you mind if I...
And turn off all electronic devices.
Yeah.
Thank you, and have a nice flight.
Sir, could you turn off nice computer?
Sony Vio. With notebooks and desktops as sleek as they are powerful, they could only come from Sony.
Real light and thin?
Yeah, that's why I got it. Good battery life? Lasts the whole flight. Take the Z505. It has the unique ability to capture, edit, and share a world of digital content.
Sir?
Yo, technology boy.
Sir, will you please?
It's a really nice computer.
We will not be able to take off.
What's going on here?
Thanks.
Sir, put the computer away. Sorry, Captain.
Call now to get your own Sony Vio. And for a limited time, a free Go America wireless modem worth up to $480 with a minimum service commitment. Sony Vio.
This is Control Tower. Looks like we've got another Sony Vio on board.
You are watching ESPN Classic Remembers Dale Earnhardt, a 12-hour tribute to a racing legend. And you're watching ESPN Classic.
Restart of the Winston Select 500 with 165 laps completed. You know, we were talking about our next race at Sears Point on the road course, there are several drivers who have signed up for Skip Barber's racing school to hone up on their road racing skills, including Todd Bodine, and Mike Wallace and Steve Grissom, Joe Nemechek, Jimmy Hensley, and Jeff and Ward Burton. There is the proof positive MCI blimp, which has been providing our overhead shots all weekend long here in Talladega, and we appreciate the work and the pictures that they have provided for us.
And I want to invite all the folks around Winston-Salem this Thursday to come by the Benton Convention Center, and they're going to have a celebrity chef day.
Oh,
by lunch.
Oh, boy. Are you going to be cooking?
They can find me in the dessert department. The Sara Lee booth, I'll have desserts.
Please understand he will not be serving or baking them. He will be eating.
No, I was serving them. Hud Strickland's going to be there. So
that ought to be fun.
It ought to be fun. Benton Convention Center starts at 11 o'clock Thursday.
By the way, how's your diet? You notice how he gets
that Thursday won't help either, working in the dessert
for sure. All right. We got some serious racing to do here, so let's sober up and get the green flag. Restart this race. At Darlington. Back under green.
Jimmy Spencer laid back, Ned, to get him a running start. And watch this. He's going to blow right by Sterling. I do believe. All these cars. He knows Earnhardt.
Steve Grissom up there in third place, and Dave Marcus hanging right in there in fourth. Marcus had not made a pit stop, so he assumed the lead and came out in good shape after making his pit stop.
We talked earlier about how this track has produced a lot of first-time winners. And certainly the possibility of that happening here this afternoon. Spencer has not won. Neither is Grissom.
Neither is Michael Waltrip.
Right?
Well, the 28 car, Ernie Irvin, was mired in heavy traffic back there. They're 3-4 wide right in front of him.
As we told you, got his lap back during that most recent caution, so he is up to 14. There's Ted Musgrave, who is in his 100th NASCAR Winston Cup race on the right of your screen. He's in 11th.
Wow, he was up there on that outside and just took off. Musgrave, there he is, right in front of Brent Bodine.
Walker goes blowing by Bill Elliott. To get back to Wilkes County.
And a couple of weeks ago, Wes Wilkinson also passed away, and that's why you see the in memory of Wes and Bonnie inside Bill's car. Well, it looks like front two may be pulling away a little bit here as Dave Marcus goes to the inside, or is on the inside, and certainly that's not a good place to be with everybody lined up on your right.
Yeah, that's right. Not a bad place if everyone's with you, but here comes Lake Speed trying to get by Grissom. He's got Morgan Shepherd to help him take over that third spot. There's Earnhardt trying to get by Michael. Oh, they touch. Again.
And if Steve Grissom didn't back out, there was another big wreck, folks. Steve Grissom backed out just enough to see how much momentum he lost. Yeah. But he saved from having a big wreck right there.
Young man showing a lot of experience and cool-headedness out there. Look at Marlin and Spencer.
Spencer trying to take the lead. Now, can he get back in? No, the Fords are going to go with him. Here comes Lake Speed and Morgan. Looks like they're going to go by Bryce Sterling. They do it.
Now, here comes a manufacturer's battle here with two Fords, a Chevy and a Ford.
Not too good. Looks like Earnhardt and Michael are still side by side.
They are.
Shepard looked like he moved to the inside there for just a moment. He's trying to figure out which is the best place to go. So he looked from his rear bumper back at Michael Waltrip. Now Waltrip pulls ahead of Earnhardt. Earnhardt, not a lot of drafting help down there. With Ken Schrader up there riding the high side, he had lost the ground from the big group up front when he had an ignition problem. He got that fixed, and now he's right back up the monster.
Yep, he did. Ernie is pushing Dave Marcus down the racetrack.
Hats off to Brett Bodine, also had a struggle getting into this race. He has been on the lead lap, running in 13th position right now. Make that ninth position. Well, positions are changing so quick, it really doesn't make any difference. They're all running up front.
We'll have home for you at the end of the race.
Right. Spencer leads, as you can see.
DW running that group.
Now they got Brett hung in the middle, 3 abreast down at turn 1. Everyone safely gets by. Is that Marcus behind Earnhardt? Is that Earnhardt right in front of him? Yes, it is, right in front of Dave Marcus.
By the way, Dave Marcus has won here at Talladega. It occurred in the summer race in 1976.
Here goes Spencer back to number 1.
William Marlin, Lake Speed, Morgan Shepherd, and Michael Waltrip. All right there. Here comes Earnhardt. This just should be an incredible finish here. If you're just joining us, stay with us. Just a few more laps to go at this Winston Select 500.
Are you tired of cleaning over and over again, only to have the same old stains come right back? Then don't clean your kitchen or bathroom. Zap it! Presenting Zap 2000, the professional strength restorer used by contractors for over 7 years. Zap 2000 is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Just pour it on, let it sit, and wipe it off. And in minutes, your surfaces are back like new. Zap 2000 is a restorer, not a cleaner. Ordinary cleaners only work on surface dirt, but Zap 2000 actually penetrates stains to restore surfaces to their original new shine.
You pour it out, you leave it set. There's no rubbing, there's no scrubbing. You go back a couple of minutes later and you just wipe it up and it's all done.
This shower head is clogged with hard water and mineral deposits, but look, after just one application with Zap 2000, it's restored like new. And watch as Zap 2000 goes to work on this old garden shovel. Years of rust just melt away. Zap 2000 with its fresh wintergreen scent works on porcelain, chrome, fiberglass, toilet bowls, rust, even hard water stains. In fact, Zap 2000 is so effective, it's guaranteed to remove any stain from any of these surfaces or your money back.
It restored my grout to bright white. It cleaned my tile, the bathroom surfaces. It lifted that soap scum off, cleaned the hard water stains, the rust, and the smell is fantastic.
Zap 2000 is so concentrated, just one bottle replaces over $50 worth of ordinary cleaners. Call now and receive Zap 2000 Restorer plus Zap 2000 Easy Spray Cleaner and 2 industrial Zap pads, all for only $19.95. But wait, call in the next 5 minutes and we'll double your order for free. That's right, 4 bottles of Zap 2000 for only $19.95. Operators are standing by, so call the toll-free number or send check or money order to Zap 2000, Box 2220, Agora Hills, California, 91376. Remember, call in the next 5 minutes to receive 2 free bottles of Zap 2000. Order now.
Flag 1.5. Look out!
Well, I thought it did pretty good in the 80s. I got a lot of people. I'm really thankful for NASCAR and Bill France and all the folks that's really made all us NASCAR drivers. And I want to thank ESPN for covering our sport so well, but also Richard Childress, my car owner, and Jim Goodwrench sponsor, that's done so much for me. But Richard and all the gang at the Jim Goodwrench Race Shop, my wife Teresa, thank you very much.
Dale Earnhardt won 7 career Winston Cup titles, tying Richard Petty for the most all time. His 76 career wins rank 6th in Winston Cup history as he won at least one race in 20 of his 22 full-time seasons. The 1979 Rookie of the Year led over 25,000 laps during his career. Stay with us as ESPN Classic remembers Dale Earnhardt.
The Winston Select 500 from Talladega. 174 out of 188 laps completed. Jimmy Spencer is the leader. Sterling Marlin second. Morgan Shepherd, Dale Earnhardt, Michael Waltrip, and Ernie Irvin moving to the inside of Michael on turn 2.
He has a fast race car, Ernie Irvin, when everything is okay on it. Apparently they got everything okay now.
Musgrave went with him, trying to help Ernie out, trying to help himself and Ernie out.
Yeah, he knows if he can follow that 28, stay right on his bumper, he's going to gain a lot of positions. Ken Schrader, he thinks the same thing.
Schrader's trying to figure out who to go with. Now he chooses Michael. Well, now he chooses Musgrave.
Yeah.
Now I don't know which one.
He's looking for his best opportunity and can't decide which one it is. Hamilton is there also. Hamilton on the lead lap, 16.
We have 17 cars on the lead lap again. We got down to 15. Walter and Darrell, Mike Wallace got back on the lead lap.
Certainly we'll have a new record speed-wise set here today because of two very lengthy conference periods. Just joining us, we had two multi-car crashes, but everybody is okay. 156.410 is the race average at the moment. And look at this.
Earnhardt and Irvin going together to get by Morgan Shepherd. They make it. Here comes Michael Waltrip trying to go as well.
He needs for Ken Schrader to come on and help him. Morgan Shepherd is going to pick up the draft of Irvin there. And they can move right on back out there. He does.
Jimmy Spencer, the McDonald's car, leading. That's the red car, the 4. Sterling Marlin is second. Earnhardt is third. Ernie Irvin is fourth.
They cross the stripe and there are 11 laps to go.
Talking about Sterling Marlin win the $1 million. Ned Gillick's exactly right. He has a chance to pick up at least $100,000 today if he can win this race. Looks like he got a little bit loose as Earnhardt's trying to go by on the outside. And he's going to make it.
Yes, he is. Sterling may be hung out on the low side. Meanwhile, Spencer pulls away just a little as the battle for positions behind him were occurring. But Earnhardt and Irvin will catch up quickly, it appears.
Boy, Marlin really lost out in that deal. He got down on the inside. He's still down there. Can't get back in line. Goes from second to 26th.
And then he told me yesterday he wasn't going to think about that $1 million till 10 laps to go. Then he was going to start thinking there's 10 laps to go. And he sees them all flying right out the window.
All the way to the back of the lead pack. Short and get back up through there too.
Sure is with the quality of cars we have up front. Spencer, Earnhardt, Irvin.
Spencer knows that he's a sitting duck there. He doesn't know how much Earnhardt has. He knows Ernie Irvin has a lot. You got a Chevrolet sandwich between those two Fords and then another Ford and then a Pontiac.
Irvin came into the race 25 points ahead of Dale Earnhardt in the battle for the Winston Cup. Jimmy Spencer, 26th of the point standings coming in. here yesterday when Steve Kinzer got into the lead, and I think that most people, including myself, quite honestly, thought that with him out front, he would be the most unlikely to win the race, that everybody would gang up and pass him, but he did not, or they did not, and Kinzer went on to win the race. And now he's
well, if Earnhardt and Ernie Irvin work together to get by Spencer, then he is a sitting duck. But, folks, Dennis Rader passes Walter to take over the 5th spot. If they work together, then they can get by Spencer. If they start fighting each other, Jimmy's going to say, see ya.
If they get side by side, battling each other, that'll give Spencer the advantage.
down to 7 laps to go.
I don't think it's time yet to make the move.
The fans anticipated it.
The fans are just going crazy. Okay, so when is the time to make the move?
I'd say a couple of laps to go.
Probably. I think Earnhardt's exactly where he wants to be. Because if he gets in front, he's going to make that race car awfully wide for Ernie Irvin.
And they hired a 6-time winner here.
Earnhardt to make it. Obviously, Greg Sachs and Ted Musgrave side by side. Musgrave is a loser. He's got no one to go with him. I think Irvin wants to go with Earnhardt and pass him at the same time as they get by Spencer. That would be his #1 priority, because he realizes if Earnhardt gets over by himself, it's very, very difficult to pass.
And those guys back in the back that's doing that jumping around, they got no choice. They need to get themselves in position as quickly as they can to pick up some extra positions.
Racer on the bottom of the racetrack, Interstate Battery Chevrolet.
Battered up pretty good on the right side.
2 laps down goes Dale.
He's in 21st position.
Is Earnhardt going? Is he going?
Ernie says, let's go, Dale.
Okay, Dale, with 5 laps to go. I think he saw an opportunity and, okay, let me try it.
Ernie decided to back off and go with Spencer.
How about that? That's somewhat
that is a shock.
Now, can Earnhardt stay in the lead? Or will the Fords gang up on the Chevy? He's got 3 Fords knocking on his door.
Yeah, it's a long way back to the Chevrolet Ken Schrader. Now, he's trying to make a move up on the outside of Morgan Shepherd. He's trying to foil that Ford deal.
And he did.
And Morgan Shepherd is caught down low. And the fans are just going absolutely crazy in the grandstands.
Now, if Michael Waltrip and Ken Schrader can hook up together, which they are, get a little momentum going, they can be a factor in this thing.
Tell you what, Ernie Irvin's car is just not right. Well, it doesn't appear as though he's not staying on the back of those cars in front of him through the corner like he...
Now Ernie looks to the inside of Spencer on turn number 3. And he forces Spencer up high. Here's Jerry Touch.
A lot of concern on the left side of the spoiler on Ernie Irvin's car. A couple of cars behind Irvin on the left side of that spoiler. Now it looks loose like the right side did earlier when they fixed it. So keep an eye on Ernie Irvin just to the left rear spoiler.
And Spencer is going for the lead. A slow car up there. He and Earnhardt almost touch.
Wow. Spencer is to the inside.
He needs some help, though, and there's a Chevrolet. Earnhardt's got him a buddy out there with Ken Schrader.
And there's Ernie back here. Michael Waltrip is choosing Spencer. And he's going to go try to go by Spencer.
Oh, my. 3 wide into turn 3. Michael survives. In fact, has a half-farthing advantage on Earnhardt.
And Earnhardt's on his outside. Here they come side by side.
2 laps to go when they cross the line. Wow, what a race. This has to be one of the best races I have ever seen. 12 cars are hooked together, and each of them could win. Michael Waltrip Waltrip is running second. Behind him, a side-by-side battle between Spencer and Schrader with Ernie Irvin looking on. Can Michael Waltrip add to the list of the drivers who has won his first NASCAR Winston Cup race here at Talladega? Spencer goes inside of Earnhardt once again for the battle of fourth.
Inside of Irvin.
Irvin, I should say.
They come off the corner there, side by side, Irvin and Spencer. Very, very close. Now they're side by side and they're losing ground.
The white flag is coming out. One more lap to go around the 2.6-mile Talladega Superspeedway. It is Earnhardt, Michael Waltrip, and Ken Schrader running first, second, and third, and then Ernie Irvin. And behind Irvin, a tremendous battle for position involving several cars. Irvin sneaks up on Ken Schrader.
Boy, he had him a run going, and Michael Waltrip trying to go by Earnhardt. Earnhardt made the track awfully wide, and he suspected he would do. Here comes Ernie.
Ernie to the inside. He's got second. Now sets his sights on Dale Earnhardt as the cars approach corner number 4. They come into the tri-oval. Let's just listen. See who wins the Winston Select 500. Talladega. Dale Earnhardt wins the Winston Select 500. We'll be right back.
Bill, I want you to meet my Kelly. Bill's the
president of Kraus Chemical. Congratulations, little lady. Looking forward to getting out into the real world. Find yourself a rich husband, huh?
Actually, I plan to make my own money.
Ooh, quite the little firebrand you got here, huh? Kelly, hey, listen, I got a nephew I want you to meet. He's an investment banker.
I do my own investing, but thanks.
Call him. He's loaded.
So I bought 350 shares.
Uh-oh. Stock market can get awfully tricky, sweetheart.
Well, I have an Ameritrade account. They have lots of research so I can make decisions myself. And it's only $8 a trade.
Call my nephew. He's smart. And he's good looking. Just like his uncle, huh? Hey, Kelly! Calling him already, huh?
No, just dumping a stock. Didn't like the management.
Open a cash account with $500 and get 50 internet equity trades at half the commission in the first 3 months. Go to Ameritrade.com. Ameritrade. It's how you get somewhere on Wall Street.
You are watching ESPN Classic Remembers Dale Earnhardt, a 12-hour tribute to a racing legend. And you're watching ESPN Classic.
3-lane.
And Dale Earnhardt climbs out of this big Chevrolet and grabs his daughter, Taylor Nicole, gets a kiss from Teresa. Dale, congratulations.
Well, thank you. It was a great race today for us, and we're lucky to win it. I want to send our thoughts and prayers to the family of Eric Senna and all his fans. He was a great racer, and it's a shame to see him go like he did. You know, it's tough, but you know, we had a pretty good day. Our car was right there all day. I don't think it was the fastest or the strongest, but it just kept on coming back to the front and kept on, you know, jockeying for position there. We got sort of ping-ponging around there a little bit at one time, but it got better.
Now, toward the end, it looked like you got surprise after surprise. First Michael Waltrip and then Ernie Irvin.
Yeah, they were running at us, and that's what they were supposed to do. They were supposed to try to win, too. I thought Michael drove a great race, and he was right there all day. It was a little rough out there, at 27 car. He thought he was still at Martinsville or Wilkesboro. He was into the side about everybody out there.
Dale Earnhardt gets win number 7, his third on the year, and a belated 43rd birthday present. He was 43 on Friday.
And it's his 38th Super Speedway win, moving him ahead of Bill Elliott and Darrell Waltrip on the all-time list. We'll be right back with more from Talladega Super Speedway.
Is it hip? Pretty baby. Oh. This is hip, baby. It's so hip, pretty baby. This is hip, pretty baby. All messed around and fell in love.
Jack Daniel's Grill, only on Fridays. If it rhymes,
explosion.
Spins or turns. We're the insiders. RPM tonight, the most in-depth racing coverage anywhere. Nightly at 7 only on ESPN2.
You are watching ESPN Classic Remembers Dale Earnhardt, a 12-hour tribute to a racing legend. And you're watching ESPN Classic.
Back at Talladega, here are the unofficial results of this afternoon's race with Dale Earnhardt winning. Good run from Michael Waltrip, who finished in 3rd position. And guys, they don't come much better than that, I'll tell you.
Great car race today. You'll see Greg Sachs. There's Musgrave, 11th spot. DW. Bill Elliott back in 19.
He was a lap down, 17 cars in the lead lap at the end.
Jeff Gordon was involved in a crash. He finished in 24th position. John Andretti was running as high as 12th, had a problem with the engine. Several of these drivers were involved in a couple of our major crashes that occurred here today. However, we have no driver injuries. That's the good news. Dale Earnhardt wins his 62nd career victory. We'll be back in a moment.
Some folks call it a lawn. Some call it a yard. But it's really more than that. It's a piece of your life with a life all its own. Sometimes a playground. Sometimes a ball field. Always a gathering place. So how do you care for a piece of land that will be in your family a long time? With a piece of equipment that will also be there. Cub Cadet isn't like other tractors. It's better made, and it's dependable and lasts for years. Cub Cadet builds its lawn and garden tractors with solid steel drive shafts, welded steel frames, and cast iron front axles. And we back them with a 5-year limited warranty. Call us to find out more about the complete line of Cub Cadets in the name of a dealer near you. Call today and get 0% financing for 6 months. Cub Cadet. It's simply the best tool for your piece of the planet.
You are watching ESPN Classic Remembers Dale Earnhardt, a 12-hour tribute to a racing legend. And you're watching ESPN Classic.
Dale Earnhardt has won the Winston Select 500 here at Talladega. A great afternoon of racing. Well, because Ernie Irvan led the most laps and finished 2nd, they remain the same. Mark Martin 3rd, Ken Schrader moved up a position, and Lake Speed also moved up a position into 4th and 5th, respectively. Well, in 2 weeks, we will be at Sears Point International Raceway, Sonoma, California, for the road race by these NASCAR Winston Cup drivers. Our congratulations to Dale Earnhardt on his win here this afternoon, and my thanks to Ned Jarrett, Benny Parsons, John Kernan, and Dr. Jerry Punch. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you in 2 weeks for more NASCAR Winston Cup racing. For now, this is Bob Jenkins. So long, everyone.
This is ESPN Classic.
Off the track, he's probably one of the best friends I got. On the track, he's just a great competitor.
Son and father touch coming down.
Hi, I'm Charlie Steiner. You're watching ESPN Classic Remembers Dale Earnhardt. We now present the 1999 Goodies Headache Powder 500, as Earnhardt lived up to his reputation as the Intimidator, bumping Terry Labonte from behind on the race's final laps and hanging on to edge out Jimmy Spencer. It was Earnhardt's 9th victory at Bristol, but what made this one so special is that he began the race from the 26th starting position.
Twice a year, the best in Winston Cup subject themselves to a high-risk, high-bank conflict known as the Battle of Bristol. It is a 500-lap slugfest in the mountains of Tennessee. It is not for the faint of heart or the weak of bumper. It is full contact car racing, confined to a 3-story high concrete cage and surrounded by a sea of screaming fans. It is a place where split-second decisions mean multi-car collisions, where one slip can alter your finish and your season. It is a place whose impact might be felt all the way to the stage, the Waldorf in New York.
It's appropriate that a pain reliever sponsors this race because the 140,000 screaming fans can easily drown out the noise created by 43 stock cars and leave you with a tremendous headache. Bruton Smith is putting on the ultimate Saturday night fight. 43 competitors locked in a steel cage bunkhouse stampede where only the strong and the lucky survive. In a 3-hour, 500-lap flirt with disaster, we ask the question, who will wind up on top of the pile and who will be at the bottom of the scrap heap? Stay right where you are to find out.
Build a half-mile racetrack, put it in a valley in northeast Tennessee, surrounded with 141,000 seats and suites. Fill every one of them with a screaming race fan. Call in the NASCAR Winston Cup Series on a Saturday night, and you have the Goodies Headache Powder 500 from Thunder Valley, Bristol Motor Speedway. And as we head into this 23rd race of 1999, Dale Jarrett has increased his lead over Mark Martin in the point standings to 314, but 5 of the top 10 are separated by 36 points or less. Hi, everyone. I'm Bob Jenkins, along with Ned Jarrett and Benny Parsons. And if you're a race fan and this doesn't get you excited, absolutely nothing will. You never know what's going to happen here at Bristol. The thing we do know right now is where everybody is going to start, and Benny, Tony Stewart's on the pole.
All year long, Tony Stewart is being tested. Could he draft on the big racetracks? Could he run the intermediate racetracks? What about the brakes? Would they last at Martinsville? The road courses, would they present a problem for Tony Stewart? He has passed every test so far with, I think, an A+. But tonight might be Tony Stewart's biggest test of all, because tonight, Ned, Tony Stewart thinks he can win.
And he'll have to harness that enthusiasm that he has coming in here, because even though he might have the best race car, he has to be very careful. Patience is the key word running here at the Bristol Motor Speedway. You can get caught up in someone else's trouble so quickly that you don't know what's going on. Even he might be running out front when you catch lap traffic. Then that's when the trouble can start.
Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Ellie's renting again. And Enterprise picked her up again. She said Enterprise picks her up free. Free? Free. Now that makes renting easy.
Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
This is hip. Pretty baby. Oh. This is hip, baby. So hip, pretty baby. This is hip, pretty baby. All messed around and fell in love.
Jack Daniel's Grill, only on Fridays.
Is your dandruff sending the wrong signals? Get Selsun Power. Doctors recommend Selsun Blue. So don't send the wrong signals. Get Selsun Power.
If it runs,
Onto the backstretch.
burns,
Big explosion.
spins, or turns, we're the insiders.
He's out of fuel.
RPM Tonight, the most in-depth racing coverage anywhere. Nightly at 7 only on ESPN2.
You are watching ESPN Classic Remembers Dale Earnhardt, a 12-hour tribute to a racing legend. And you're watching ESPN Classic.
We're just about ready for the command to start the engines to get these 43 cars and drivers underway for 500 laps of competition at Bristol.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the words we've all been waiting for, the Grand Marshal of tonight's race from Winn-Dixie, Mr. Dennis Johns.
Gentlemen, start your engine!
It was here in the spring that Indiana native Tony Stewart served notice that he was no ordinary rookie. After qualifying fourth, he reeled in pole sitter Rusty Wallace and took the lead on lap 198. Now, he would falter to finish 15, but that night he set the stage for what would happen 1 week later, his first Winston Cup pole. And what could happen tonight, his first Winston Cup win. Without a doubt, this rookie team and this rookie driver have gained experience and confidence since that day in April 4 months ago. But will it be enough to be able to counter fellow front row starter and 7-time Bristol winner Rusty Wallace? No one in a long time has dominated the concrete high banks like Rusty did in the spring. But whether it's Rusty or the rookie or the 41 that will fall to the flag, whoever visits victory lane tonight in Bristol will have done it the old-fashioned way. They will have earned it.
When it comes to short tracks, it seems that long shots have a slim chance of a big win. Half of the top 20 qualifiers in this race have never been to victory lane, and only 8 of the 43 starters have won here. Bristol is a buffet of potential trouble. Traffic, constant turns, a tiny pit road, and tiny pit stalls. The past is proof that experience is Bristol's greatest enemy, but its new foe could be the future. Kenny Wallace, Mike Skinner, Jerry Nadeau, Michael Waltrip, Chad Little, and Todd Bodine lead a long list of well-known names, hoping that the night race at Bristol could be their biggest night. Dale Jarrett has pointed at the Bristol Motor Speedway as one of the biggest threats to this year's championship run, because you can't control your own destiny here. The one thing he did have control over was qualifying, and he wound up a disappointing 25th. So he'll pit on the backstretch, where it's nearly impossible to win. You better believe the 88 team will consider it a moral victory if it can survive tonight and wind up in the top 10.
We've been setting speed records in NASCAR Winston Cup recently. We didn't set one here this weekend, but it is the closest field in history, with the fastest to the slowest separated by less than a quarter of a second. ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports, and the National Association of Stock Car Auto Racing welcome you to Bristol and tell you that we have an exciting evening lined up for you. The Walmart Everstart grid, Tony Stewart on the pole, his second pole of 99. Rusty Wallace won the spring race here from the pole. Kenny Wallace, his best start of the 1999 season, 6th at Martinsville. Jeff Gordon has won the last 4 spring races. Ward Burton was 9th in the spring race here, and Mike Skinner was 7th in that event. Mark Martin is the defending race champion. Jerry Nadeau substitutes for Ernie Irvin. Terry Labonte won this race in 84 and 95. Sterling Marlin has 10 Bristol top 10s. Kenny Irwin finished 11th this spring. Robert Presley, his 2 best starts of 99, are here. 11th in the spring and 12th here tonight. We take a look at the rest of the starting grid. Let's talk about this racetrack specifically. We talk about how dangerous it is. Well, the banks are at 36 degrees, Ned.
And they run very, very fast around here as a result of that. Qualifying a little over 15 seconds. They'll run a little over 16 seconds in the race itself here tonight. That's why it's so easy to get in trouble.
And every car that qualified is within 1/4 of a second of the pole sitter, Tony Stewart. The entire field within 1/4 of a second. That's how tight the competition is.
3 of these drivers qualified at exactly the same time and speed, and the top 3 were separated by the blink of an eye.
9 1/1000ths of a second.
All these back in this area, have their work cut out hitting on the backstretch. From 22nd on back, will be hitting on the backstretch.
Here are the drivers that took provisionals to get in, with Steve Grissom driving the number 9 car tonight. Joe Nemechek and Hut Strickland also in on provisional, and Dave Marcus will have the 43rd and final starting position for tonight's event. And 2 cars and drivers were unable to make the field and went home, Dick Trickle and Rich Bickle. A host of onboard cameras for you tonight.
Wally Dallenbach, Budweiser back in 27th. Dale Jarrett starts in 25th. Bill Elliott, the McDonald's on board in 23rd spot. Bobby Labonte, the Circuit City onboard camera. He will start in 21st. And Todd Bodine, the Bryant Foods onboard camera. He starts in the 20th position. Sterling Marlin, the Coors Light on board in 10th. And we're coming down for the green flag to start.
And the green is out. The Goodies Headache Powder 500 is underway, and Rusty Wallace is going to beat Tony Stewart to the first turn by a whole bunch.
He did. He kept waiting for Tony to accelerate, and Tony was a little bit slow getting on it, and Rusty took off.
Laps in the spring, trying to become the 10th driver in NASCAR Winston Cup history to win 50 events. He has 49 in his portfolio right now.
Oh, contact
from the car into the wall. It's Robert Presley.
He was one of 2 cars. Michael Waltrip with the other was caught up on the outside. No caution yet, because he continues on around at a slow pace. Caution is out now.
So it didn't take long. Just 2 laps, and we have an incident up in turn number 1 involving Robert Presley with considerable damage to the right side of the car.
That's the 77 car of Robert Presley. That's Kenny Schrader that's trying to go by on the inside, and right there we see the contact, and wow, hard contact in the wall by Presley.
And he's taking the Jasper engine's transmission board back behind the wall to do the repairs, so a caution is out here at Bristol Motor Speedway, with Rusty Wallace leading Tony Stewart after.
Bulletin. The National Collectors Mint announces a limited advance striking. It's the first ever U.S. legal tender $2 bill in 22-karat gold. Issued a century ago, it's one of a kind, the only $2 bill to ever feature George Washington's portrait. And it's so much bigger than the currency in your pocket, it was called a horse blanket. Now, thanks to a transforming process that layers paper currency with genuine gold, the 2001 $2 gold certificate is the exact same giant size, 7 3/8 by 3 1/8 inches, except it's struck in 22-karat gold. Each year 2001 certificate is individually numbered and comes with a separate certificate of authenticity. Order your 100th anniversary commemorative now, and you'll get this .999 fine silver certificate with matching serial numbers free with your paid order. Order now. Only 5,000 of the series will ever be struck. Early orders get lowest registration numbers. This may be your only opportunity. There is a strict limit of 5 certificates per customer. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. Don't miss out. Call now.
If it runs,
Onto the backstretch.
burns,
Wow, big explosion.
spins, or turns,
This could be the championship.
we're the insiders.
He's out of fuel.
RPM tonight, the most in-depth racing coverage anywhere. Nightly at 7 only on ESPN2.
For more on the life and career of the Intimidator, visit ESPN.com Classic special Dale Earnhardt site. Earnhardt tributes, remembrances, official career stats, and photo gallery, plus audio and video clips of the Man in Black. Visit ESPN.com Classic.
Hi, I'm Charlie Steiner, and you're watching this special presentation as ESPN Classic remembers Dale Earnhardt. With more on the life and times of Dale Earnhardt, here's this vintage Sports Center report.
I've been aggressive. I've been over-aggressive at times in my career. One might characterize your performance this year as being truly intimidating. Does it bother you to be called an intimidator, to be nicknamed the Intimidator?
No, not really, but it's not a thing that I want to be called, or it's something that, you know, the fans, the press, the souvenir folks, all these folks have sort of labeled you. You know, you drive a black car and you're aggressive, and maybe some are intimidated, maybe some aren't. Maybe we can outrun some of them with equipment. Maybe I can outdrive some of them. Maybe the engine outruns some of them. Anything you can have or do to be competitive more than the other guy and beat them is a part of your plan to beat them, or your system to beat them. And if you can intimidate them and then they call you the intimidator, well, so be it.
You're able to maneuver a race car, a 3,500-pound Chevrolet, into an opening that probably shouldn't be wide enough for a motorcycle. You not only maneuver it in there, you make it work. And there are your competitors who probably wouldn't even attempt it, much less be able to make it successful. How do you do that?
You don't even think about it. I make my move, and I'm going, and I would do it. Bristol, Talladega, Darlington, wherever it may be. I made a pass on Kyle Petty in the 26 car at Bristol this year, going down the front straightaway and shot down sort of between them and down in the turn one. And I didn't think nothing of it. Everybody was talking about it after the race. Well, finally, I seen it on tape, me and Carl Cameron, and it's pretty tight. But I didn't think it was that tight, you know. But, if I'd have been watching it on TV, I wouldn't have done that.
There are moments this year where many people have gotten to see the human side of Dale Earnhardt. For example, Talladega, after Rusty's flip, we saw a very emotional,
I was pretty concerned there.
Visibly shaken Dale Earnhardt.
Well, I was involved in something there that was of my doing. And whether it wasn't intentional, but it was surely my fault. And surely I had control of my race car just like Rusty did. Even though Rusty was coming down and I was going, and when I connected with him, I turned him, and it turned him over, and I thought drastically injured him. I mean, I could just imagine the worst. And I wanted to see him, and I wanted to know he was okay, and at least, talking. And, we had lost Neil for a couple of years in racing, and lost some, people over the years, but to accidents, and didn't come back to racing. But, I wanted him to look at me and say, yeah, I'm okay, Dale. I'm all right, And whether he's mad at me, whether he's trying to get out of the car and kill me or what, I wanted to see that he's okay. But I was very concerned about that, and I felt very bad about that because I was involved, and it was, mostly my fault. I mean, I'm going to take the blame for that. And I've learned and tried to mature with racing, and as a racer, tried to learn the whole way. And if I don't keep learning, if I stop and say, hey, I'm the best, I think that'll probably be the end of the career right there. I think it'll, stay there or go down the hill.
1993 has been a very traumatic year in all of sports, but in motorsports, with the loss of two very talented drivers. Tragic loss of Alan Kawicki and Davey Allison. Have those tragedies off the racetrack made you sit back and sort of rethink your lifestyle a little bit?
Well, not really change or anything, but you do look around and try to not go so fast. Or you need to stop and say hi, or say, call your mom and tell you love her before you leave town, or when you get back in town. And I still don't do that enough. Be close with your wife and kids and stuff like that. Because I'm going to tell you, I'm a lucky person. I've got a great wife, got great family, got great kids. Fortunate to have a lot of things and to be able to enjoy a lot of things probably a lot of people don't have or will never have. But it really doesn't matter what you have. As long as you got happiness and family and friends and church, and enjoy it and take advantage of that happiness. Don't let it slip away. Don't let it go by you. And then one day you're gone, or somebody's gone that you love. I mean, it's like my dad. I wish I'd have told him I loved him, the day I'd seen him the day before he died. I mean, I didn't. And it was too late that next day.
ESPN Classic Remembers Dale Earnhardt continues right after this.
In tennis, the advantage of the two-handed backhand is obviously power, because you're using both hands. But it also is deceiving because in a split second you can change the direction of the ball that you hit. your opponent never knows if you're going to rifle it down the line or rip it cross court, and I like that.
Knowledge is the edge. At Invesco Funds, it's the approach we use to make money for investors. You should know what Invesco knows.
Is your dandruff sending the wrong signals? Get Selsun Power. Doctors recommend Selsun Blue. So don't send the wrong signals. Get Selsun Power.
Nature made it. Minwax makes it beautiful with rich wood stains and long-lasting protective finishes. Turning a house into a beautiful home is as easy as turning to Minwax.
You are watching ESPN Classic Remembers Dale Earnhardt, a 12-hour tribute to a racing legend. And you're watching ESPN Classic.
Pace car is coming off the racetrack. As the crowd cheers the green flag, it drops once again with Rusty again. Going to get a pretty good jump on Tony Stewart.
Everybody's single file right now.
Tony Stewart, however, looking to the inside of Rusty Wallace. They're coming out of 2 and down the backstretch. He falls in behind Rusty as they come down the front stretch. But Tony would like to get out into the lead. Here's a battle back here. Kenny Irwin and Sterling Marlin in a 5-car battle.
That was for the 10th position. So let's put Kenny Irwin in that spot and move Sterling Marlin back to 11th.
And Jeff Gordon now begins to close in on second place, Tony Stewart.
So evidently, Rusty Wallace's Miller Lite car starting to slow down just a little bit. It's allowed Tony Stewart to come up and challenge for the lead. And now Jeff Gordon's gained on this twosome.
Last lap, Jeff Gordon was the fastest around the racetrack at 117.805. Rusty ran a 117.036. That third car in line, the fourth car rather in line, is Kenny Wallace, and Kenny Irwin picks up another position.
So we're seeing some passing early here at the back of the field. Jeremy Mayfield, in fact, he's going into the pits right now. He had gone all the way to the back.
He is pitted on the backstretch. John Kernan, what's going on with Jeremy?
Jeremy had a bad 5 races. Then he thought he had a tire going down. Left side tires look okay. They've already put on right side tires. The left side's now going on. Last attempt, in fact, he had a tire going down. Or possibly could have been a loose one this time, but they didn't. He had a tire going down.
And look how much you lose when you make a green flag pit stop. Up front, they continue to run in the same order.
We talked about patience at the top of the show. Tony Stewart right now has a better race car, but he must be patient. He must wait for that perfect opportunity to try to pass. Oh, we see Steve Grissom on the outside there with the Bobby Hamilton automobile.
And look how close it is between the leader and the 50 car of Craven, who's running last. About a half a straightaway is all that is separating the first from the last. Stewart trying to work on Rusty.
We understand it was a right rear tire on Jeremy Mayfield. He is 2 laps down to the leaders. And in fact, he's at the back of the pack. He's the first car that they would catch when they do catch up to the field. They put 43 cars on a half-mile track, and you take it up about half of the track when you get to single file.
There's the 36 of Jerry Nadeau. For those of you who haven't been with us, the other programs that we've done here at Bristol, Ernie Irvin is still on the men. Jerry Nadeau is filling in the 36 car, but he's on the outside of the high groove, and that means a loss of position. He's lost one to Sterling Marlin. Now here comes Ken Schrader, and Jeffrey Bodine will also go by.
Well, once you get up on that high side, this car's running bumper to bumper behind him as Stewart tries to make a move once again, but couldn't quite get it done.
He is just all over Rusty, but passing is not easy at this point. And besides that, as Benny and Ned have said, patience.
Well, he's going to worry Rusty Wallace to death.
maybe Rusty just say, okay, if you want to go that bad, go ahead.
If you keep pulling out, that's kind of a signal to tell Rusty Wallace, look, Rusty, I'm faster than you are.
And the 31 just got a little loose. He's back in 7th position, got loosened up by the 28 car of Kenny Irwin. Irwin now in 7th.
He moved up to 7th. He's moving right along. Started back in 11th. So he's passed some good race cars.
And here it is once again. Oh, little tap.
Yeah, just a little bit again. Got him out of shape. Ooh, very out of shape.
Man, that was a great job by Mike Skinner to keep that Lowe's car under control. A great job.
And now here's the battle for 9th position. Sterling Marlin tries to go to the inside of Mike Skinner and does. And a change up front. Tony Stewart takes the lead.
And Jeff Gordon tried to go by, but Rusty closed the door on that.
This is the 10th race that Tony Stewart has led in 1999. He led at Michigan last week, and now we see Elliott Sadler and the 25 car, from whom we look back to Sadler. That, of course, is Wally Dallenbach, and this is the battle for 27th spot.
Kevin LePage is trying to get on the inside. And you can go to the battle for 2nd spot. Jeff Gordon takes the DuPont Chevrolet into 2nd spot.
Tony Stewart is pulled away by about 6 car lengths.
And now Jeff Gordon sets his sights on the leader, Tony Stewart, who has about a half-second lead at the moment, and 30 laps already in the books here at Bristol Motor Speedway. It's Wallace, Ward Burton, and Kenny Wallace, the top 5.
At Geico, we're always looking for faster ways to process your car insurance claims. One idea, airlifting claims adjusters right to the site of the accident. We're over the target. I don't see the car. It's that little black dot. They're all little black dots. And look. Oh, your laptop.
Geico Direct. A 15-minute call could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
A special announcement from the American Property Network. You can buy cars for as low as $29 per month. Choose from thousands of cars repossessed and seized by the U.S. Marshal, IRS, FBI, and private organizations. Call 1-800-370-2060. Foreclosed homes and distressed properties are selling for as low as $199 per month. Call 1-800-370-2060. For current auction listings, call 1-800-370-2060. Call toll-free.
Earnhardt Jr. looking to the inside once again as they come to the corner. Now he's going to go to the high side. He has to run. Jr. may have it here. He's got a good run up on top. Let's see how it goes. The final few feet. Son and father touch coming down.
Man, old man Benny. Wow, what a finish.
The Philadelphia Phillies, who had a Class A baseball team in Dale Earnhardt's hometown of Kannapolis, North Carolina, paid tribute to Earnhardt. Late last year, Dale became the part owner of the South Atlantic League team, the Piedmont Boll Weevils, who had changed their affiliation to the Chicago White Sox for this season. The franchise also changed its name to the driver's nickname, becoming the Kannapolis Intimidators. Now we continue with ESPN Classic Remembers Dale Earnhardt.
That's right. Jeff Burton is 29th now.
Yep.
And there's Mike Skinner right in front of him. And Rusty Wallace, as they try to get by Nemechek, he's closed up on the back bumper of Jeff Gordon. Well, Nemechek is just not giving Tony Stewart any. Oh, yeah. Now, finally, Tony Stewart gets on the inside, and Nemechek will now go a lap down in that Bell South Chevy.
And Jerry Punch has more on Rusty Wallace, who's in 3rd.
Guys, today in Happy Hour, I talked to Robin Pembert. He said the big problem they had was after about 30 laps or so, the car would get tight in the middle of the corner and get loose coming off. Well, at lap 20, the car began to get loose coming off, and now they have both the problems, tight in the middle and loose off. So Rusty has trouble getting back in the throttle like he would like. He tries to go by Nemechek now. He can't bury his foot in that throttle coming up off the corner like he would like to.
Well, he is able to get by Nemechek, but all this lapping traffic has allowed Mark Martin to close right up on Rusty Wallace.
And then we see Jerry Ney doing the M&M's car going a lap down after a great qualifying run. They missed the setup early on.
on the high side of the track as several pass by underneath him.
That's Steve Grissom in the 9 car that Tony Stewart just went by. Grissom got a little bit loose coming off turn 2.
Side by side, Kevin LePage puts Mike Skinner down another position, and Skinner has slid clear back to 31st, and here is Kyle Petty trying to take another spot away.
And the leader is not far behind them. You can see him coming into the picture there, so they're fighting to stay on the lead lap. There's Tony Stewart coming up in that traffic just a couple of seconds behind.
A lot of crew chiefs, a lot of drivers right now, like Mike Skinner, saying, come on, caution flag. Where's the piece of debris? Somebody throw something. Well, I'm kidding. But they really want a caution flag to get in, make some adjustments, and still be on the lead lap.
Johnny Benson just ahead of the leader, Tony Stewart now, running back in 35th spot. Ricky Ruddle just ahead of the leader.
Johnny Benson in the 26 car trying to stay on the lead lap. He is in 35th position.
Nemechek again caught on the outside. There's Dale Earnhardt, who's back in 13th position, so he's moved up.
Yes, he has. He started in 26th position, so he has picked off half of the cars they started in front of him. Well, Robert Presley crashed, but other than that, he's passed 12 race cars, about to pass another one.
That's Kenny Wallace, who qualified inside the second row in 3rd spot. So Dale Earnhardt and Kenny Schrader trying to make their way to the front.
Here's a Napa field summary with the manufacturer's battle. And Wallace gets shoved out of the groove. And Kenny Schrader goes by him. And we go back to this situation that has the top runners trying to move through the slower traffic, but they're being very patient, at least at this point.
Yes, they are. They need to be. And you go into this race with that in mind. I have to be patient. And Mike Skinner, he's up on the outside. He's going to Benson gets on the inside of him. The train will go by with the leaders down on the inside, and we'll go a lap down here.
And all that patience will last for about 100 laps, and then it'll all go away.
Well, a tough evening for Mike Skinner so far as he started back in the 6th position, but now has dropped all the way back to 34th.
This is Sterling Marlin, the Coors Light Chevrolet. He is currently in 5th position as he tries to catch up with Mark Martin, but he's about 2 seconds behind Mark Martin. See Dave Marcus, the 71 Real 3 car up in front.
And that's Jerry Nadeau also just ahead of Dave Marcus.
Careless, Dave Marcus gives him the signal, go on the inside. I'm going up high and give you the room.
Talk about people that are moving up. Bobby Labonte has moved up to 7th position from his 21st starting position. So Bobby Labonte's on the run. There he is. There he is, down on the inside.
Right behind the 6th place car, Jeffrey Bodine, the power team car.
Bobby Labonte might be one of the fastest cars on the racetrack. He is coming through traffic and moving on up. Of course, he has the advantage of the leaders being in that heavy lap traffic, but he's catching some of it himself now.
And Labonte is driving a backup car here tonight who crashed in practice prior to qualifying yesterday. The backup car is running well for him. 65 laps have been completed. We'll check the speeds as they cross the line and see who's the fastest out there. Stewart right now, Marlin second, and, well, make that Dale Jarrett now the 3rd quickest out there. Marlin is second, and Jarrett is 3rd quick, running back in 18th spot.
Someday I'm going to be a movie star. But right now, this is my only agent. So when my brother in Miami sends cash for rent, I just walk around the corner.
When loved ones need to send or receive cash, location really is everything.
I love L.A. The sun, the stars, and a Western Union agent location everywhere.
Only Western Union has over 90,000 agent locations worldwide.
This is the one place in town you can always count on for a happy ending.
Western Union, the fastest way to send money worldwide.
Hey, man, it's Mark. What do you take when a cold is keeping you from sleeping? Hello? Mom? It starts with all this, like, blockage, honey, and hot tea. Garlic? I'm trying to sleep, too, Yolanda. Well, it takes one to know one.
Nasty cold keeping you up? Get NyQuil. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head fever so you can get the sleep you need to feel better medicine.
Hi. You don't know me, but...
Hi, I'm Charlie Steiner, and you're watching ESPN Classic Remembers Dale Earnhardt. With more on the life of the Intimidator, we go down to Charlotte now and bring in our RPM Tonight crew.
Words cannot possibly do justice the monumental loss the racing world, the sports world, and the American culture is now enduring. Dale Earnhardt was one of those rare individuals whose immense fame exceeded the bounds of his profession. He was Babe Ruth, Elvis Presley, all four Beatles. It is not overstated to say his following bordered on a religious scale. Hero, legend, icon, all expressions that fail in scope, fail to define a status for which a new word should be coined. But as we so painfully witnessed Sunday afternoon, Dale Earnhardt was in fact mortal. Mortal and human. Perhaps that is why he was loved so much. Underneath the nicknames that labeled his persona, the Man in Black, the Intimidator, there was a person in whom millions saw or wanted to see parts of themselves. He was fiercely intense and savagely competitive, but also funny and personable, decent and warm. All Dale Earnhardt ever wanted to be was a racer, and he was that to most, but so much more to a fortunate few. He was inseparable from his wife, Teresa. Where there was one, there was the other. He was a loving father to two sons and two daughters, Carrie, Kelly, Dale Jr., and 12-year-old Taylor Nicole. Dale Jr. represents the reinvention of Earnhardt himself, the father having nurtured the son to shared stardom. For him, the loss of his mentor is tragic, but devastating is the loss of his dad. Let us not underestimate, however, the loss that's being felt by those who live this sport every day. To them as well, he was family. He was a brother to some and a father figure to many. It was his respect that had to be earned. He was the one to impress and to make proud. He was a driver's driver and a man's man. He is truly a hero to heroes. May he now be where he always takes the checkered. Godspeed.
Deck and patio owners, have you ever been frustrated by the weather on your deck or patio, struggling with the blazing hot midday sun or those unpredictable summer showers?
At last, there's a solution that lets you outsmart the weather. It's the easy-to-use and affordable Sunsetter retractable awning. And right now, you can get the whole Sunsetter story in this free catalog and video. Inside, you'll discover how the easy-to-use Sunsetter opens in less than 30 seconds to create a comfortable shaded retreat on sunny days or an instant outdoor shelter when sudden showers strike. All at factory direct prices that will save you hundreds of dollars. So, isn't it time you started enjoying your outdoors more, rain or shine? Call for your free Sunsetter catalog and video today.
Call 1-800-987-9200 to receive your free video and catalog on the Sunsetter retractable awning. Call 1-800-987-9200.
If it runs, onto the backstretch, burns, wow, big explosion,
spins, or turns, we're the insiders. RPM Tonight, the most in-depth racing coverage anywhere. Nightly at 7 only on ESPN2.
For more on the life and career of the Intimidator, visit ESPN.com Classic Special Dale Earnhardt site. Earnhardt tributes, remembrances, official career stats, and photo gallery, plus audio and video clips of the Man in Black. Visit ESPN.com Classic.
You are watching ESPN Classic Remembers Dale Earnhardt, a 12-hour tribute to a racing legend. And you're watching ESPN Classic.
Spend a lot of time on it, okay?
For some, it's a great night of racing. For some, it's a nightmare. And it has turned sour for the points leader, Dale Jarrett. He's been involved in a crash that involved several cars. It began
got a big hole in the right door.
We're hearing Bob Jeffries, the spotter for Dale Jarrett, describe the damage.
You are in the lead lap.
Here's a replay of what happened.
Coming off turn 2, we see DJ there, just comes off the corner. He was trying to get underneath the 5-car and nail the gas and got it out of control. We start that hospital wobble and back and forth, and now he goes back across the racetrack. I was hoping he wouldn't do that, but here comes Elliott, bam, right in the side of that. We see Jeremy, Bobby Hamilton, Elliott Sadler, and John Andretti, and also the 58 car. On board with DJ. Bill Elliott right on board. McDonald's on board.
He's hoping he'll stay up there, but he did. He comes right out in front of Bill Elliott. Bill had nowhere to go.
Pits are open. Here's Bill Weber.
Bobby Labonte on pit lane. He has been faster than the leader. He was loose off a few laps ago. They talked about wedge or air pressure adjustments. Decided to make no adjustments. Pit road very tight. He'll have to be very cautious getting out. Rights are on. Lefts are going on. He has the 30 in front of him. 18 almost done. He's on his way. Has to back up, and here he comes.
Left side tires on Tony Stewart's car. Great pit stop. He and Gordon now going out. Rusty Wallace made a track bar adjustment. Air pressure in the left and the right side tires. Let's go to the back. This is John Turner.
Dale Jarrett is pulled in. The word is 2 tires only. Right side tires only. They're also going to have to pull the fender off that right rear tire and check things out to make sure the suspension is okay. Dale Earnhardt is down and away after his service. There's also a hole ripped in the right side of the door, and they're looking at that, pulling out that right rear fender, taking a lot of time, waiting. They just hear, let's go, guys. And DJ will be down and away. He will be coming back down pit road for some more service. But Dale did tell the team when we were away at commercial break, guys, it was my fault. I got down too low on the apron.
Dale has had the points lead since Richmond in May. Since then, he's gained an average of 23 points per race.
I believe the steering wheel's okay, Todd. I think that was just from my flat tire.
And as we watch that replay, we listen to Dale Jarrett talk to his crew. I was hoping the car would stay on the apron there on the racetrack, but he just couldn't do it. Back across the racetrack, right in front of Elliott, and we see the other 4 cars involved.
He had slid past the inside wall on the backstretch, and at that point had not hit anything, but again, it slid up right in the path of traffic. John?
Dale Jarrett is back in. They continue looking at that right side now, trying to put something over that hole to tape over the hole in the right side door. They've already changed left side tires.
Okay, let's go.
And Dale said he thought the car was basically okay. Believe it or not, after all that, he says he thinks the suspension is all right on the car.
Well, he has stayed on the lead lap, but he has lost a lot of track position and has a damaged race car. 82 laps completed at Bristol Motor Speedway.
Is your dandruff sending the wrong signals? Get Selsun Power. Doctors recommend Selsun Blue. So don't send the wrong signals. Get Selsun Power.
Every day, AmeriDebt helps more people with money problems.
My credit card debt was outrageous. And then I called AmeriDebt. They contacted my creditors and got my payments almost cut in half.
AmeriDebt is a nonprofit organization that offers free consultations to consumers seeking to eliminate their debt.
Every month I pay our credit card bills, but the balances never seem to get smaller.
AmeriDebt got our interest rates reduced, and now the balances are dropping dramatically.
Call 1-800-754-0077. AmeriDebt, helping America get out of debt.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs.
I don't care how big you are. If he wanted to get to the quarterback, he would get there.
He was on my back so many times, people thought my number was 56.
He had tremendous power. Tremendous power.
The former NFL star was arrested earlier this morning and charged with possession of crack cocaine.
I was set up like a mother. Lawrence Taylor, Sports Century, the top 50 and beyond. Monday at 8 Eastern and Pacific, only on ESPN Classic.
You are watching ESPN Classic Remembers Dale Earnhardt, a 12-hour tribute to a racing legend. And you're watching ESPN Classic. We're back
back to racing here at Bristol Motor Speedway. That is Jerry Nadeau in the 36 car. He has gotten his lap back on the restart at the moment. He's running in 28th position. The leader remains Tony Stewart. There's Jeff Gordon running in second. Rusty is third. Mark Martin fourth. And Sterling Marlin is fifth.
The 99 car, Jeff Burton, is a lap down.
You're going into the corner.
30th position. We hear Dale Jarrett talking to his crew. He is complaining about something wrong with the car. So it wasn't just sheet metal damage. He does have a chassis problem.
Called to hit the trailing arm on the rear when Elliott hit the wheel there, which he had no choice.
Down to John Kernan.
What they're saying now, they're asking
What are you feeling now, Dale?
what he's feeling right now.
Getting back turned sideways going into the corner.
But they saw some sparks from the car in the corner earlier, right after they went back to green, and they thought it might have been, they said maybe the jack stop might have been dragging.
Well, he is all over the racetrack. It's hard to keep that car going straight.
A long evening here, 400 more laps trying to keep up with this thing and get as many points as he possibly can.
19 consecutive top 10 finishes coming into the event tonight. Back up front, there is Tony Stewart leading Jeff Gordon by better than a second now.
While we were at break, Jeff Gordon tried to pass Tony Stewart. They made a little contact off turn 4. I wonder if Jeff Gordon has bent a tie rod on the right front, because right now Tony Stewart is pulling away from him. I just wonder if that contact bent something in the suspension.
His car has not, it seems, been the same since that incident. He's continued to drop back.
Although he's staying ahead of Rusty Wallace, who is in third place, and Mark Martin, those two cars right there just went by.
Again, those two cars right behind Jeff, Skinner and Burton, are both a lap down. On board with Mark Martin, he looks ahead to Rusty Wallace up in third. Here is what we were talking about, this little contact between Tony and Jeff.
Right there. And see that right front makes contact. I just wonder if he might have bent something on the 24 car.
Doesn't take much.
Well, he's dropped back almost 1.5 seconds now after that attempted pass.
Jarrett about to go a lap down. Whoops, and he gets hit by the 36 car.
There is Jarrett.
Jerry Nadeau hit him coming off the turn.
Yeah, I'm okay. Hey, Rearenhausen, guys. Go behind the wall, Dale.
Yeah.
Go behind the wall.
The rear Enhausen bent, they'll have to put one under it.
Hey, bring it down here and come around the wall.
This is something that they don't have to put together. I saw them putting it together this afternoon. It's the entire rear end assembly, including the trailing arms. The crew's bringing it out right now. This is just one of the things we were...
Okay, guys. Rearenhausen crew, go on the rear on channel 2. Go to channel 2. Rearenhausen crew.
They had this ready to go, so they wouldn't have to waste any time. This is just one of the things that you have to prepare for here at the Bristol Motor Speedway, especially when you're in the battle for the NASCAR Winston Cup Championship.
And they know who the rear end housing crew is going to be. That's the amazing thing.
Yeah.
I'd put about 50 people on it, but they know exactly. Now they're trying to get the car positioned as close as they can to the toolbox.
If you're like the average American household, you've got almost $8,000 in credit card debt. Did you know that at an 18% interest rate and making only minimum payments, it will take you 47 years to pay them off? At this rate, do you fear you will never get out of debt? Don't live in fear. Get help. Call Profina Debt Solutions, the nation's largest, most experienced nonprofit credit counseling service. Profina doesn't make loans. Instead, we work with over 50,000 creditors nationwide to lower your monthly payments. If you gather your bills and call one of Profina's credit counselors, within about 20 minutes over the phone, we can help you avoid bankruptcy and get the collection calls to stop. Don't live in fear. Take charge of your credit and take back control of your life. There is help, and it's as close as your phone. Get your bills together and call Profina Debt Solutions. It's not a loan. It's a way out of debt.
Tomorrow on ESPN Classic. Find out what it's like to let it ride. A small-time gambler.
Run, you son of a gun!
He's about to hit the big time.
God likes me! He really, really likes me!
And everyone wants a piece of the action.
Give me the money.
Academy Award winner Richard Dreyfuss stars in another real classic, Let It Ride. Tomorrow night at 9 Eastern, 10 Pacific. Only on ESPN Classic.
Dale Earnhardt and John Lennon could not have been more polar opposites socially, politically, and geographically. But there were larger-than-life figures who were killed so unexpectedly, as was the case in Lennon's death when thousands of his fans spontaneously converged outside his apartment across the street from Central Park in New York. As Ray Dunlap reports, Earnhardt's fans made a similar pilgrimage to his hometown, Kannapolis, North Carolina, the population of which is smaller than the street on which Lennon lived. But the grief was no less deep.
The memorial vigil began at Dale Earnhardt Incorporated early on Sunday evening. What is normally a desolate two-lane highway east of Mooresville, North Carolina, became a jam-packed caravan of grieving race fans. Throughout the night, 100 or 200 people were here on site. They've come out to drop off flowers or balloons, a T-shirt, or even an old racing hat. They've come to say goodbye to their fallen hero.
I feel like this, just like I did when Diana got killed over in England. You know, it's the same sadness. It's too early, too young. Never should have happened.
He was just somebody to look up to. You just can't put it into words what he meant. Just heroes aren't supposed to die.
It just don't seem true. It's just so hard to deal with right now, and I just feel for their family. I feel for Dale Jr. and what he had to go through yesterday, and Teresa, and I just feel for their family so much.
What's really amazed me is the variety of people that have come here today. Many on their lunch break in a suit and tie. Men, women, and children of all different ages. Some have their 3 T-shirt on. Most have a tear in their eye. This is truly a microcosm of our society. They've come here to say goodbye to Dale Earnhardt.
He was a great driver, and I just wanted to show my respect to him. And ever since I was little, my mama, she's always been a fan of him. And he's just been a household name. I just feel like I can't watch it anymore. It hurts. It's just like sort of losing a brother or something. I just come here to show my support to like Dale Jr. and them. I hope they get through it okay.
ESPN Classic remembers Dale Earnhardt. Continues right after this.
Some folks call it a lawn. Some call it a yard. But it's really more than that. It's a piece of your life with a life all its own. Sometimes a playground, sometimes a ball field, always a gathering place. So how do you care for a piece of land that will be in your family a long time? With a piece of equipment that will also be there. Cub Cadet isn't like other tractors. It's better made, and it's dependable and lasts for years. Cub Cadet builds its lawn and garden tractors with solid steel drive shafts, welded steel frames, and cast iron front axles. And we back them with a 5-year limited warranty. Call us to find out more about the complete line of Cub Cadets in the name of a dealer near you. Call today and get 0% financing for 6 months. Cub Cadet. It's simply the best tool for your piece of the planet.
You are watching ESPN Classic Remembers Dale Earnhardt, a 12-hour tribute to a racing legend. And you're watching ESPN Classic.
Already more than 20% of this race is over. The green has been out for 1 lap. Tony Stewart is still the leader, and a couple of black cars once again position themselves between Tony and second place Jeff Gordon.
Sterling Marlin tried to go on the inside of Rusty Wallace, and he's already gotten by Mark Martin. Has moved into 4th. This is a battle for the 3rd spot, so puts Sterling in 3rd position.
And here comes Mark Martin down to the inside of Wallace. He'll take over the 4th position.
Jeff Gordon has been the man on the move as far as the points are concerned in the last few races. Dale Jarrett has had his problems tonight. Here's more from Dr. Jerry Punch on Gordon.
Well, Bob, we saw earlier that contact, that slight contact with the 24 and the 20 car. Now, Ray Abraham said they really can't tell by looking at the car if the right front tire is towed in or towed out. They do know the right front fender is pushed in a little bit. But what Jeff is complaining of is the car is so tight, he cannot get it to turn at all. He says, I am just wearing out this right front tire, and I'm having to run so hard to try to keep the lap cars behind me. It's even worse. And Ray said, just ride it out so we can get a caution flag, get in and get it fixed, and take a look at that right front. But a very, very tight car number 24.
Well, they just had a caution flag, and you wonder why didn't he come in? Because, folks, you cannot afford to give up that much track position. You can't go back to 26 and ask Jeff Gordon to wade his way back through that traffic. It's just too difficult.
Ricky Rudd is between Jeff Gordon and the third-place car of Sterling Marlin. The 5 and the 60 just got together, battling for the 10th position. Jeffrey Bodine inside of Terry Labonte, and some big contact.
Boy, that looked like that 77 car of Robert Preston and Kenny Schrader all over again. As Michael Waltrip goes by the 5 car. Michael, 2 laps down?
Nope.
No.
Kenny Irwin and Kevin LePage battling for the 18th position. Kyle Petty is also right there. Here's a Napa Field summary. The points as of now. Jarrett, of course, with a comfortable lead in the point standings, if there is such a thing with this many races to go. 314 points separating Jarrett and Mark Martin. And Kyle Petty sneaks to the inside of Kevin LePage. Everybody in the top 10 maintains their position at this point. The big gainer early in the race is Sterling Marlin, who's up 4 positions. That 30 car, if again you have not been with us in our previous telecast from Bristol or haven't been on RPM tonight, Derek Cope has been released from the ride, and on board tonight is Todd Bodine. So we have 3 Bodines in the field tonight for the first time since the last race of 1998. Contact. And Bodine way down on the apron, but he saved it.
Kenny Irwin's guy I thought was going to lose control because it looked like he was going in the first corner like he was on dirt, but he did a good job, saved it. Now Todd Bodine takes that spot away.
That will be the 19th position for Todd Bodine.
Well, there's some heavy racing going on in this pack. Aaron Baker in front of 12 is 3 laps down.
But since he had that unscheduled stop, he's run pretty well, hasn't he? 25 cars just behind this group. That's Ricky Craven just up ahead of Wally Dallenbach.
Ricky Craven, the 50 car, the Midwest Transit car. He and Jeremy right side by side.
Ricky is a lap down.
Darrell Waltrip to the extreme right of your screen. He is running in 23rd position. Waltrip with more victories here than any other driver. He has visited victory lane 12 times here at Bristol. There's a leader, and he's all by himself out there.
Yes, he has a comfortable lead. Well, that's what you want to be here at Bristol. No one close to you, behind you, fighting you, and no one you're not too close to anyone that you're catching up to.
And check it out. He's 2 seconds ahead of the second-place car, Jeff Gordon. At Bristol Motor Speedway, 2 seconds is an eternity, it seems like.
We're around here 16 seconds. So that's an 1/8 of a lap.
Will Tony Stewart be able to win a NASCAR Winston Cup race in his rookie season? That's what everybody is speculating on. Certainly a good opportunity here for him tonight. There's the interval between first and second. The last time that a rookie won in his rookie season was Davey Allison. He won 2 races, as a matter of fact, back in 1987. He won at Talladega, and he also won at Dover. And besides that, Morgan Shepherd also won in his rookie year. So did Ron Bouchard. Dale Earnhardt in '79. Earl Ross, and dating all the way back to 1958.
Shorty Rollins won in his rookie year.
I was always consumed with the X's and O's of football. Where people went, where they moved to. It was like a chess game to me. I could see 22 people in my mind when I closed my eyes. I could see exactly where they are, exactly where they're going. And I thrived on the strategies and tactics of the game.
Knowledge is the edge. At Invesco Funds, it's the approach we use to make money for investors. You should know what Invesco knows.
Is your dandruff sending the wrong signals? Get Selsun Power. Doctors recommend Selsun Blue. So don't send the wrong signals. Get Selsun Power. If it runs,
Onto the backstretch.
burns,
Wow, big explosion.
spins, or turns,
This could be the championship.
we're the insiders.
He's out of fuel.
RPM tonight, the most in-depth racing coverage anywhere. Nightly at 7 only on ESPN2.
You are watching ESPN Classic Remembers Dale Earnhardt, a 12-hour tribute to a racing legend. And you're watching ESPN Classic. Speedway never cease to amaze us or disappoint us. They are the most enthusiastic fans that we encounter all year on the NASCAR Winston Cup circuit. They are here in droves tonight, 141,000 strong, watching the Goodies Heading Counter 500. If you approach Bristol Motor Speedway at night when it's lit up and you don't know what it is, it looks like a giant spaceship sitting in the hills. They got lights all the way around the top of it. It is something to see. The green flag is out, and the Goodies Heading is back under green flag conditions.
Mark Skinner will be trying to get a lap back there on the inside of Tony Stewart, but Stewart looks like
Yeah. Wow, that was close off turn 2. There's Skinner. Trying in right now. Oh, contact between
Marlin and Gordon
for second position. Look at the left rear tire on Jeff Gordon's car. That Goodyear's completely worn off. Contact with me, Sterling.
Down to Jerry Punch.
Jeff Gordon just shouted left rear, left rear, left rear, and Ray Evernham told the crew to get tires up on the wall and get ready. Jeff said he may have got the left rear, so he's waiting to hear if it's going to vibrate. That time by, he said, still okay, but I may have to come in, so they're ready to possibly pit an unscheduled stop for the 24 car.
So more drama as the night continues to unfold. Lowe's Field summary with the manufacturer's points battle. Jeff Gordon, 4 wins at Bristol. All of them, however, have been during the Sunday afternoon sprint race. He's never won under the lights at Bristol. Well, everything appears to be okay. He's pulled away from Marlin a bit.
Yeah, I believe he's okay.
His car right now, it seems to be running a little bit better than it was compared to the competition. Last time by, Tony Stewart ran 116 something. Jeff Gordon ran 117 something.
And Jeff is going to move to the inside of Jerry Nadeau here, and if he does and passes him, there will be no cars between himself and the leader. Mike Skinner has gotten his lap back in 27th position. Here again is the contact.
Ever see Jeff Gordon and Sterling Marlin right there? Wow. On board Sterling Marlin and the Coors Light on board.
During the previous caution flag, Ray Evernham pulled that right front bumper back out a little bit, and fender and skirt on Jeff Gordon's car, said it should be a whole lot better. Then he gave his driver a bad news, good news message. He said, well, Tony Stewart's in a league by himself, but you're better than everybody else.
Now the interval between first and second is now 86/100ths of a second.
The last time by, Stewart was just a little bit faster than Gordon.
And a good battle for third now as Mark Martin comes up to challenge Sterling Marlin.
Mark says, okay, Sterling, when you came up and challenged me a little bit earlier, I moved over and let you go. Did you do that for me? I don't think so.
On board with a taste of the race, Brian Foods, Sterling Marlin, You see him go down the corner, hit the brakes, goes down to 95 miles per hour. Now he accelerates down the straightaway and builds that thing up to 100 and almost 130.
About 8,700 RPMs.
And these cars will turn more with these fresh tires. Right now they're running about 115, 16 mile per hour average laps. In a few laps, they'll be down to about 112 miles per hour. Dale Earnhardt continues his charge back towards the front. Goes by Jimmy Spencer, who's in the 10th position.
He lost 5 positions on that pit stop. He went in running 6th and came out running 11th. It was not because they had a bad pit stop. It's just the nature of pitting on the backstretch. Just it'll cost you some time every time.
Jeffrey Bodine there just ahead of Dale Earnhardt is in the 9th spot.
Earnhardt has a good race car. He's passed a lot of cars.
This will be 2 weeks in a row for Goodrich Chevrolet. Last week at Michigan, Earnhardt had one of the best race cars there. He paid after about 20, 25 laps, but boy, was he excited those first 25 laps.
Yeah, it was. Told you that Mike Skinner had gotten his lap back, but now Tony Stewart is coming up on him once again to try to put him a lap down once again.
Skinner's car is very fast on new tires, but after they get worn down, get heated up a little bit, it gets very loose with him, it appears.
It looked like he was a little loose coming off turn 4 that time. Looked like the back end wanted to hang out just a little bit. Tony Stewart turns under him and goes down in turn 1 on the inside and will put Skinner a lap down. Meanwhile, Jeff Gordon closed up within a few car lengths of Tony Stewart, but he has the Mike Skinner automobile between himself and the leader, Tony Stewart. On board with Mike Skinner, the Lowe's Home Improvement Warehouse. Chevrolet goes up the hill, moves over, lets Jeff Gordon go by. The last time by, Jeff Gordon was a second behind Tony Stewart. Let's see how he... This time he's a second and a third behind Tony Stewart, but the traffic passing Mike Skinner was some of that. Let's see what he can do in the lap. Is he going faster or slower?
Here's the 30 car of Todd Bodine and Kevin LePage as they try to decide who's going to run in 23rd spot. LePage tries to get to the inside, coming off the corner down the front stretch. And some contact. And LePage is going to be able to take over the spot from Todd Bodine. And that 12 car of Jeremy Mayfield is not on the same lap as everybody else. Darrell Waltrip, however, is in the 25th spot.
Make that 24th. As he goes by Todd Bodine. Jeff Gordon and Tony Stewart, I'm sorry, but I wanted to tell you folks that Jeff Gordon and Tony Stewart, they're running about the same speed right now. There's Tony Stewart, the leader of the race, Home Depot Pontiac.
I don't know if we mentioned it or not, but 2 of the cars that were involved in the wreck with Dale Jarrett, Bill Elliott and Elliott Sadler, have both returned on the racetrack, and I believe John Andretti is about to come out as well.
Bobby Labonte just took the 5th position away from Rusty Wallace. That's Rusty we're looking back on from Bobby Labonte's Interstate Batteries Pontiac. About a 5.5 seconds behind the leader, Tony Stewart. Stewart continues to rack up the number of laps led here tonight. It's up to 160 of the 186 that we have completed so far in the Goodies Headache Powder 500.
I will not be afraid of the dark.
I will not feel guilty leaving my dog alone.
I will know my children are safe. I will go on vacation and finally be able to relax!
ADT's advanced technology helps more people feel safe in more ways than any other security company. Call now to get an ADT burglary system installed for as little as $99 and get a free mobile 911 phone from ADT. That's a $149 value. You'll get the protection of ADT even when you're not at home. Mobile 911 lets you call for emergency assistance from almost anywhere, all with the touch of a single button. Call now to get an ADT burglary system installed for as little as $99 and get a free mobile 911 phone. Be protected wherever you go with the power of ADT.
If it runs,
Onto the backstretch.
burns,
Wow, big explosion.
spins, or turns,
This could be the championship.
we're the Insiders.
He's out of fuel.
RPM Tonight, the most in-depth racing coverage anywhere. Nightly at 7 only on ESPN2.
17 the top. Here he goes, and he will go. Down at the Earnhardt. Oh, my God.
ESPN's Up Close paid tribute to Dale Earnhardt earlier this week. With more on Earnhardt's visit to the Up Close studios this past year, here's Gary Miller.
Last January, when they joined us in studio, they were fresh from the New Year's Millennium celebration in North Carolina. Dale Sr. remarking at all the noise and fireworks emanating from his son's nearby house. It was one of the most satisfying moments of his career, knowing that in the year 2000, he would be racing side by side with his son on the Winston Cup circuit.
As you're growing up as a kid and watching him race and thinking about the day you're going to be able to compete against him, you never imagine beating him. You just think about the day you're going to be on the track with him. You never imagined, dreamed, or ever dreamed to be able to compete and beat him. But we came close that day, and I just couldn't wait to get out of the car and get over there to him.
But there it is. You remember that emotion?
Yeah. I mean, it's just... it was only like a 50-lap race or 40-lap race, but it felt like 500 miles. I mean, it just took everything I had to run that little bit of that race. And I was as tired after that 50 laps as I'd ever been.
Were you surprised at how quickly he's come along? That he was able to run, and if you hadn't nudged him out of the way there, he'd have won that race, an IROC race in June. And
I didn't nudge him out of the way. We were side by side. I thought it showed a lot of patience on his part. At the mid part of that race, we had gotten to the front together and were working well together. And he was behind me, and I was hoping he would stay in line. And I was sort of motioning for him too several times. And we worked together well. And I knew he'd come down to the end and go for it. You know, and we'd race side by side. I was really racing Mark Martin for the points. I was wanting to try to log all the points I could. And I was hoping that race I could put Mark away. You know, Mark have a bad finish, I have a good finish. And it got down to that last lap, and I had been staying down in the middle of the track, and I knew he'd been trying to go high, and he'd been trying to go high, and I knew he was going to make a run. And if he did, I wanted him out there versus, you know, under me. So he went to the outside, and I sort of helped my line, and I used the air a little bit off of him, and it was a good race though. It couldn't have played out any better, and for a great memory and a great race with your son.
when you get the both of you together, it's hard to know what to call you. I know they call you Little E around the track. What name is appropriate when you're around that doesn't bug you?
Most people call me Junior. That's pretty much.
What do you call him?
Dale Jr.
And what do you call him?
Dad most of the time. That normally gets me a whole lot further than anything else.
How difficult is it to watch? Because you're you own the car, and to separate the two between you want your son to do well, but you want to succeed in the car.
I'm very proud of what's going on and what's taking place, and seeing him in the car and seeing him in Winston Cup racing now is just, I enjoy it. I get into it. Being a racer and being a part of racing and seeing him get into it and grow into it, I get into it.
ESPN Classic Remembers Dale Earnhardt continues right after this.
Is your dandruff sending the wrong signals? Get Selsun Power. Doctors recommend Selsun Blue. So don't send the wrong signals. Get Selsun Power.
Can your radio do this? Only one radio can give you stereo sound this big, yet is small enough to fit almost anywhere.
the extraordinary Wave Radio from Bose. Press the remote control and hear big, rich sound that fills the room. Sound so rich, popular science called it a sonic marvel. You hear music the way it was meant to be heard. Clear, full, incredibly lifelike. You've got to hear the Wave Radio to believe it. And now you can, satisfaction guaranteed. Call toll-free to hear it in your home. Ask about our popular interest-free payment plan. Experience big stereo sound from a radio. Call today.
With our 12-month payment plan, the Wave Radio CD is just $41.58 a month.
Here's the payoff pitch. He struck him out. Strikeout number 5,000 for Nolan Ryan.
This is ESPN Classic.
You are watching ESPN Classic Remembers Dale Earnhardt, a 12-hour tribute to a racing legend. And you're watching ESPN Classic.
We have completed 223 of 500 circuits. There's the leader, Tony Stewart, and Sterling Marlin takes second position away from Jeff Gordon.
How about old Sterling Marlin tonight? Tennessee boy doing well at a Tennessee racetrack.
He has 2 top 5s in 29 Bristol races. The last top 5 was 16 races ago. Second in 91 this race.
Three-quarters of a second behind the leader, Tony Stewart.
Just those couple of race cars there in between them. There's about 3 race cars. Including Wallace, who just went a lap down. And then the 98 car.
Kyle Petty now goes a lap down also in the 19th position as Marlin and Gordon thread their way through the slower traffic.
Robert Presley had gone back out on the track. He was the first one out of the race and went out and ran a few laps, but he's back in the pits once again.
There's a lot going on in Major League Baseball as the race is on for the playoffs. Get a report on Tiger's Tail. Ned says he had an exciting afternoon on the golf course, and also the college football openers. All that will be reported on SportsCenter coming up at the conclusion of our coverage of the Goodies Headache Powder 500.
Well, Rick Mass back there going a lap down. He's gone a lap down as Jeff Gordon, the third place car, goes by.
Stewart coming up on the 26 car of Johnny Benson to try to put him 2 laps down. Johnny is running in the 30th spot.
Wow. Benson had his hands full coming off turn 2.
He did.
Yeah, Tony Stewart's car looks so good around this racetrack. Obviously, Greg Zipadelli and the crew has done a terrific job getting the Home Depot Pontiac set up for this race tonight.
Elliott is struggling. He was involved in the accident that also involved Dale Jarrett, John Andretti, and others. Bill is back out there. He's 83 laps down, running in the 39th position.
Dale Earnhardt has caught Rusty Wallace once again, trying to take over the 7th position.
Well, Rusty's been a surprise. He normally is so good on this racetrack. Not that he's running that bad, but he's not running as good as he normally does. There he's getting passed by Dale Earnhardt.
Well, Ward Burton back there in the Caterpillar Pontiac. He is in 9th position. He's getting some pressure from Jimmy Spencer. Talking about Ward Burton.
John Kernan has more on Dale Earnhardt.
Bob, this is the car that Earnhardt ran here in the spring. It was actually a backup car. Had a problem with the primer and had to go to the backup. He started from the 34th spot in the spring and drove all the way to a 10th place finish after pitting on the backstretch. Talked to the crew this afternoon. They seem very confident that if they could get the last round of pit stops to happen under green, of course you'd need a pocket full of rabbits, seeds, and 4-leaf clovers for that to normally happen here, but they might have a chance to win. They made an air pressure adjustment on Earnhardt's car the last stop. Remember, it was tight in the middle of the turns. He hasn't said a word about the car since they gone back to green some 75 laps ago, so it must be pretty good.
We're watching Dale Earnhardt up ahead of Rusty Wallace, on board with him at a taste of the race. Ryan meets telemetry again. The speed almost 130 miles an hour down the straightaway, 127 that time, and down to below 100 in the corners. And the 22 car of Ward Burton now is beginning to catch Rusty Wallace. Burton is in 9th, Rusty in 8th.
When it comes to cutting jobs, finding the right tool when you need it can be a job in itself. That's why you need the Craftsman Professional AccuCut 3-in-1 cutter, only from Sears. There's never been a cutter like this. The convenience of 3 tools in 1, plus a stainless steel blade, make the AccuCut combination cutter a basic for any home toolbox. Its blade-to-anvil action cuts through tough household materials cleanly and easily. It sure beats handsaws or utility knives when you're cutting dowels, vinyl flooring, or pruning shrubs and flowers in the backyard. Like other Craftsman hand tools, the AccuCut combination cutter helps you work smarter, not harder, and it's guaranteed forever. Retract the anvil, and this versatile tool becomes a razor-sharp utility knife, just right for slicing carpet, upholstery, and scoring drywall. Its titanium-coated wire cutter works on most types of wire, too, including solid, braided, Romex, steel, copper, and more. Now there's one powerful tool that does it all. Clips plastic, slices through cardboard, and cuts wire as easy as 1, 2, 3. Just $29.99. The AccuCut 3-in-1 cutter is a convenient and versatile household tool. Whether you're a working professional or a do-it-yourselfer, you'll find it perfect for crafts, home improvement projects, and, of course, last-minute repairs. Call now to order yours. Soft grip handles make it easy and comfortable for anyone to use. And replacement blade storage in the handle means it's ready when you are, giving you clean, accurate cuts every time. When you're finished, simply slide the lock into place and it stores away safely. The AccuCut 3-in-1 cutter is another example of how Craftsman makes anything possible. And its versatility means you'll always have the right tool for the job. Call now to order the AccuCut 3-in-1 cutter. Sears, the good life at a great price, guaranteed.
Call 1-800-604-8822 to order your Craftsman Professional AccuCut 3-in-1 cutter today. 1-800-604-8822.
You are watching ESPN Classic Remembers Dale Earnhardt, a 12-hour tribute to a racing legend. And you're watching ESPN Classic.
Caution is out again here at Bristol Motor Speedway, an incident involving David Greenover in turn number 3. That has brought the leaders into the pit area, and it's also resulted in Jeff Gordon getting the lead with Mark Martin second and Tony Stewart, who was the leader, back in third spot. That's how they came out of the pit area. Here is why we're under the caution.
Well, you see, it's a lot of traffic there. David Green in the 41 car ran in on it and had to jam the brakes on it, looked like, Benny, and lost control of it.
Exactly right. He was running the back of the 97 car, jam on the brakes, and when he did hit the brakes extremely hard, he lost control of the Kodiak Chevrolet and backed her in the fence. Once again, there we see the 31, the 16, and the 97 all jammed up in front of David Green, and bam, in the wall he goes.
Meanwhile, during the pit stops, as we said, Jeff Gordon and Tony Stewart, or rather Mark Martin, were both able to get out ahead of Tony Stewart. Here are the pit stops. The Rainbow Warriors moving quickly to the left side of the car.
You see the clock's running there on the Bob, and see Gordon's 17.1, 40 car 22.2, and Stewart 21.7. So they were the losers on that pit stop because Mark Martin beat them out as well.
And so here's your Coke pit summary. Stewart from first to third. Marlin down 2 positions. Jeff Gordon picks up 2. Mark Martin up 2. And Dale Earnhardt loses 5. That's not unprecedented because he is pitting on the backstretch. There you see that Rusty Wallace also maintained his position. And Dale Jarrett is back on the racetrack. Jerry?
You saw a moment ago the adjustment for the car number 24 for Jeff Gordon. He complained the car had gotten very, very tight. They put a round of wedge in it, took a round of wedge out of it, and made an air pressure adjustment. Now, with Tony Stewart, they made an air pressure adjustment to the back tire, trying to increase the forward bite, but they had a problem with the left rear tire, which cost him the lead on the pit stop. However, Sterling
Merlin has a good car, but they had a slow stop, trouble on the left front. That cost them some seconds. Mark Martin made a wedge adjustment and also an air pressure adjustment to try and improve his car. John?
Dale Earnhardt came in. Jimmy Spencer also in. They both took on 4 tires. No adjustments on Spencer as the green flag is ready to fly. Earnhardt's crew a slight air pressure adjustment. The car's still a little tight in the center of the corners.
Gatorade Halfway Bunny is going to be paid to the driver that leads the first 5 laps under the green flag, because lap 250 was at the caution flag. So can Jeff Gordon pick up the $10,000 in Gatorade? We'll see.
This is the first time that Jeff Gordon has led tonight. Rusty Wallace led 26 laps in a long stretch, 225 circuits. The Tony Stewart was out front, and now Gordon is in the lead. In a scramble for position, there's Darrell Waltrip, Ted Musgrave, Steve Park, and a whole bunch of others fighting it out. Waltrip is a lap down in 21st position. Steve Park is still on the lead lap in 12th position. Jeff Burton also in the mix there. He's a lap down in 24th.
Tense moments after a restart. You get the lap cars mixed in with the cars on the lead lap. They run side by side, and just the least little mistake by somebody. And here's the problem.
Hutch Strickland right at the start-finish line. And Dave Marcus also involved.
And here's the 26 car of Johnny Benson.
And that is in a completely different area of the racetrack than Strickland and Marcus. That's down in turn number 1. What happened here?
Well, I looked up and saw him about 3 abreast off turn 4 and said there must be going to be a wreck here. And sure enough, there we see Kyle Petty, Hutch Strickland, and Johnny Benson. There we see Kyle and Hutch making contact, and there Hutch just barely touches Johnny Benson as he goes by. The camera follows Hutch Strickland because he's crashing, but meanwhile, Johnny Benson is crashing down in turn 1.
Slid all the way down the front stretch and crashed down in turn 1.
Is your dandruff sending the wrong signals? Get Selsun Power. Doctors recommend Selsun Blue. So don't send the wrong signals. Get Selsun Power.
2/3 of your estate gone. Without proper planning, 2/3 of everything you've worked so hard to acquire could go to the government. Call Solomon Smith Barney at 1-800-EARNS-IT, extension 379, and see how a simple will isn't enough. Get your free special report, 10 strategies for preserving your wealth. You'll learn how to shelter up to $1 million by 2006. Why it may pay to retitle your assets. And whether you should own life insurance in your own name. See how to protect the people you care about most. Call 1-800-EARNS-IT, extension 379, for your special report today. See how we earn it. Solomon Smith Barney.
If it runs,
Onto the backstretch.
burns,
Wow, big explosion.
spins, or turns,
This could be the championship.
we're the insiders.
He's out of fuel.
RPM tonight, the most in-depth racing coverage anywhere. Nightly at 7 only on ESPN2.
ESPN Classic remembers Dale Earnhardt. Charlie Steiner along with Kenny Mayne, who certainly knew Dale Earnhardt a whole lot better than I did. You, in fact, worked with him as co-host in 1999 at coverage of the Daytona.
And he hogged a lot of time. I was more his co-host, I think is the way it turned. We had had a tradition, Sports Center, going down to Daytona, where the winner of the race the year before would be invited to come on and be sort of the guest host for as much as they wanted or as little as they wanted. Earnhardt's case, I think he came on 2 days, maybe 3 days. I don't recall for sure, but he was great. He was quick-witted. He took jabs at some of the other drivers. He poked fun at himself, poked fun at me, and really rolled with it. It was really fun to do a highlight with, where the mic would be open and and he'd get his chance to throw in his 2 cents. And it was funny, toward the end of the week, we had a deal where he'd not work on Saturday, but Sunday he'd give us something. I would come over to his motor coach that morning. You know, the drivers sleep on the track site, and they're right there for their cars in the morning. And he would give us something, and we had an appointed time through his people, and I can't remember, was it, 7:38, whatever it was. And so I go over, and I'm going to do a quick little Dale Earnhardt finishing up his week as the co-host. And he's asleep. He's in his coach asleep. And the guy in charge of the coach is standing outside having coffee, doing what he's doing, and some of the other drivers are up doing interviews, and the place is starting to wake up. And now I'm faced with this dilemma. It's like, hey, Earnhardt and I are boys now. We've eaten together, we've shared together, but am I crossing the line to go up there and rap on the door?
To wake him up.
So what did I do? I went across the alley where Jeff Gordon was already outside, and I asked him, would you knock on Earnhardt's door? I mean, not asking him to do it, but would you? He said, I wouldn't knock on his door, Kenny. I'd let him sleep. So the funny thing was, even though we'd started this little relationship, and I don't claim to know him like anywhere near as much as many others do, but this little piece of him that I knew, I was like, I wanted to do it, like for the company, for the good of the company, and also